Chapter 1081. Most of the people who came to donate money today came from Lantian County. They should have gone back from Yanqing Gate in the east of Chang and City, but they did not do so. After they donated money, they did not go to the east gate. Instead, they went south. A group of people went straight to Dunhua Square. Dunhua Square was where the Chui family's stronghold in the capital was located. Bah! The Chui family is rich but heartless. Bah! The Chui family is cold-blooded and heartless. Bah! The Chui family is heartless. Bah! The Chui family is shameless. Usually, people would often hear jokes about how one spit from each person could drown you. The Chui family now had a real experience of being baptized by the people's spit. Although the Chui family's threshold was high, and even if all the people in Chang and City spit at them, the Chui family had been standing for thousands of years. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? A 1,000-year-old family was also very concerned about their reputation. Unruly people. A bunch of unruly people. Man. Chase all those unruly people away. If they don't want to leave, beat them up. In the backyard of the Chui family, Chui Shanfu's wife, Wang Shi, roared angrily. Her husband, Chui Shanfu, had been sent to Lingnan by Li Er. She was not in a good mood this month. Now, those unruly people in her eyes were causing trouble in front of the Chui family. How could she not be angry? Madam, do you want to wait for grandfather to come back? The butler of the Chui family asked carefully. His surname was Wang and he had married with Wang Shi. He was considered Madame Wang's direct descendant. The Chui family's grandfather, Chui Junchuo, had gone to a manor in the south of Chang and City to recuperate because of the cold weather in Chang and City. Although it was cold there was a natural hot spring there. No need. Even if grandfather is at home, he will not allow these unruly people to cause trouble in front of the Chui family. Wang Shi's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Yes, madam. The butler took the order and left. A moment later, a group of servants holding a stick suddenly rushed out of the Chui family's main gate. They ran like wolves and tigers to the people who came to spit and shouted, "Where did these unruly people come from? Why don't you open your eyes and see where you are? Is this something you can come and make trouble for? If you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude. Yes, get lost. Look at your poor appearance, don't dirty our Chui family's street." The servants were all fierce and arrogant. As the servants of a top aristocratic family, they indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. However, their arrogance was used in the wrong place today. A bunch of lackeys who only know how to rely on their master's power. Under the feet of the emperor, could it be that you still dare to hit people? I will stand here today and see if you dare to hit me. A young man who looked like a scholar took a step forward and scolded arrogantly. His name was Yu Dehang and he came from a farmer's family in Lantian County. Yesterday he accompanied his mother to the county office to participate in the free clinic. Today he also came to the city to fulfill his vow. In the past, his dream was the same as most people's. First he wanted to pass the imperial examination, then marry a woman with 5 surnames. But today's incident made him a little disappointed in the legendary 5 surnames 7 sects. The dignified 5 surnames prominent family was nothing more than this. Their hearts were also black. The arrogance and despotism of these evil servants made his heart burn with fury. Thinking back to the Li family's courteous attitude at the Warmtang Foundation, he started to hate the Chui family more than anything else. Wow. Xiao Jing, you've done well today. Even though your Uncle Zhong used to laugh at you for not being able to pass the county-level examinations, but based on your tough attitude today, you will always be a county-level scholar in your Uncle Zhong's heart. No, you will be the top scholar. A burly man came up to Yu Dehang and laughed loudly. Uncle Zhong? Yu Dehang's small face reddened as he looked at the burly man in annoyance. After being yelled at by you, everyone here knows that I won't be able to pass the county-level examinations. Scholar Yu is right. You dare to hit people under the feet of the emperor? What does our spitting on the street have to do with the Chui family? Does this street belong to the Chui family? Seeing that someone had stepped forward, the people behind did not back down and started to jeer as well. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Madam has ordered that if these unruly people don't leave, take a stick and beat them away. The leader of the servants shouted angrily and then took the lead to hit Yu Dehang with the stick. Io? *CK. You bunch of dog slaves, how dare you hurt people on the street? See if I don't fight with you. Go. Fight with them. Yongla Lane Li Mansion. Young master, this is what happened. San Bao did not expect that the people would notice that the Chui family's name was not on the merit monument. The group of people in front of the Warm Tang Foundation's entrance was quickly noticed. San Bao hurried back to inform Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this, but when he saw San Bao's gloating face, he put on a straight face and said, "What? Are you happy that the people are causing trouble for the Chui family?" San Bao replied instinctively, "Of course I'm happy, young master. Previously, that old fart from the Chui family kept causing trouble for you and now finally—" "Young master." San Bao was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized that Li Zixuan's tone was not right, so she quickly shut up. Li Zixuan snorted and flicked his sleeves. "It's true that I have a grudge against the Chui family, but I never thought of letting these poor people stand up for me. They don't even care about the food and clothing of their own families. Do you think they can go against the Chui family? In the end, it won't be a lose-lose situation. Instead, they will be completely wiped out. For their families, it will be one disaster after another." Li Zixuan's purpose in establishing the Warm Tang Foundation was to help the poor. However, if the people were to fight against the Chui family, the ones who would be hurt would be the poor people like them. In that case, wouldn't he be helping the poor for nothing? If it were a transmigrator, they would definitely be secretly happy at this moment and might even be secretly adding fuel to the fire. This was because smart people love to kill with a borrowed knife, eliminate dissidents, and reap the benefits of others. However, Li Zixuan, as a transmigrator, did not want to be such a smart person. He did not want to use the weak knife of the people to fight against the giant rock, that was the Chui family. Some people often said that a general's success was built on thousands of bones. However, Li Zixuan knew that he could not be so cold-blooded. Clap, clap, clap. Good. Xiao Xin, I am very happy that you can think this way. Yi Guozhong, the crazy eavesdropper, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He clapped his hands and sighed. The grudges between the Chui family and the Li family are all between them. In this matter, no matter what, we cannot drag the people into it. Chapter 1082. San Bao, get the horse ready. I want to go to the Chui family. Yongla Lane Li family. After understanding the situation, Li Zixuan shouted at San Bao. San Bao became nervous and said worriedly, "Young master, it's dangerous for you to go alone. San Bao, get the rest of the family to go with you." Li Zixuan said crossly, "When I, the young master, am in danger, what can you all do if you go? Stop talking nonsense and get Big White out." "Young master, San Bao's martial arts may not be as good as yours, but San Bao has thick skin and a lot of meat. He can block arrows for you." San Bao said unwillingly. "Get lost. I'll beat you up if you keep talking nonsense." Li Zixuan was touched, but he still scolded him mercilessly. San Bao had no choice but to leave. Yi Guozhong sighed and said, "Xiao Xin, I won't stop you if you want to go to the Chui family. But don't act rashly. The Chui family has been standing strong for thousands of years. Their background and hidden strength is not something you and I can imagine. So don't fall out with the Chui family unless you have no other choice." Li Zixuan frowned and said, "Grandfather, don't worry. I know the severity of the situation." Just as he finished speaking, San Bao brought the horses over. Pang Feiji walked over and cupped his fists. "Marquis, let me accompany you." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "No need. I'm just going to take a look. You stay here." After he finished speaking, he mounted his horse and rode out of the mansion. Behind him was Li Jingma and his wife, who had rushed over after hearing the news. The two of them asked Yi Guozhong about Li Zixuan's whereabouts. Pang Feiji saw that there was nothing else for him to do and left to patrol. However, what no one noticed was that after this fellow patrolled around the Li residence twice, he quietly slipped away. As for where he went, only the heavens knew. Dunhua Square in front of the Chui family. This small skirmish had developed into a full-scale conflict. The poor commoners who had been fighting with the Chui family's guards could only retreat as they fought. However, not long after, they received wave after wave of reinforcements. Those were the commoners from the other counties who had come from the Warm Tang Foundation to support them. As a result, the Chui family's servants were not enough. The servant who shouted the loudest quickly asked the rest to hold the fort while he went in to get reinforcements. Chui Shanfu's wife, Wang Shi, was furious when she heard this. She sent out all the servants in the residence and swore to chase away all these unruly people. However, most of the servants of the Chui clan were used to living a comfortable life in the Chui clan. How could they be a match for these villagers who had been through hardships every day? Not long after, the Chui family's servants were all wounded. Of course, many of the commoners were injured as well. Fortunately, the people on both sides did not kill them. Thus, although they were injured, they were far from being seriously injured to the point of dying. What a bunch of trash. Zhao Quan, Madam is not satisfied with your performance. She wants you to scram. Just as the Chui Manor servant was about to lose, a big man wearing a blood-red cloak suddenly walked out from the Chui Manor. That big man was carrying a large saber, and there was a long scar on the right side of his face, looking extremely terrifying and sinister. Behind him there were more than 10 martial artists in martial arts attire. Every one of them was holding a sword. These were not ordinary servants. They were the Chui family's guards. Or it could be said that they were part of the Chui family's warriors. Oh, it's Master Wan. That's great. Madam has finally sent you out. You have to avenge us. This bunch of unruly people are too much. The servant's name was Zhao Quan. When he heard someone scolding him, he did not get angry. Instead, he went up to them and said. The man neither agreed nor disagreed. He stretched out his hand and pulled Zhao Quan behind him. Zhao Quan could be heard grumbling in dissatisfaction. You can't even beat a bunch of bumpkins. You're really a disgrace to the Chui family. Scram. I will teach you how to deal with unruly people. Okay, Master Wan. The morale of the Chui family's servants rose by a lot. On the other hand, those commoners who came forward to spit, when the scarred-faced big man walked out with a knife, most of them instantly became timid. After all, they could spit and kick people. But using a knife to kill and fighting to the death was not their forte. Moreover, even if you gave them a knife, they would not dare to go up and chop people. How is it? Do you want to scram yourselves, or do you want me to use my knife to send you scram? That martial artist surnamed Wan walked over with a big knife and said with a light smile. When the commoners saw his arrogant look, their faces were filled with anger. But now that things had come to this, they were obviously not the Chui family's guards' match. So even if they were pointed at and scolded, most of the commoners did not dare to say anything. But it was easy to meet with accidents in life. There were still some people who were not afraid of power. Stop trying to scare people here. I don't believe that in broad daylight, you bunch of dog slaves dare to use a knife to commit murder. The little scholar Yu Dijin stood out at the crucial moment. At this time he seemed to have a backbone. After Yu Dehang said that, the commoners all felt that it was reasonable. This was the foot of the emperor. If the Chui family's martial artists really dared to go to the extreme, then the Chui family's future in Chang, and would definitely not be good. That's right. Isn't it just holding a knife? You bunch of slaves dare to kill people? Many commoners followed behind Yu Dehang and started to jeer. That martial artist surnamed Wan was despised by the commoners and his face instantly turned green and white. After a moment, this fellow's mouth flashed a trace of a sinister smile. Fortunately, it was a life-and-death struggle. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This is what you asked for. Surnamed Yu, I will let you go to heaven today. In your next life, don't think of fighting with the Chui family. After saying that, the big man held the big knife with both hands and actually chopped towards Yu Dehang's body. If this knife hit the porcelain, then it would really be a cut in half. Yu Dehang's entire body would be split in half. Dehang, quickly dodge. The crowd immediately let out cries of surprise. Some of the commoners even closed their eyes, waiting for the screams of the big knife piercing into the flesh. As the person involved, Yu Dehang's eyes were wide open. At this moment he wanted to run, but he knew that he could not run away. His speed could not catch up with the big man's speed. Do I regret? Yu Dehang asked himself in the last few breaths of the statement. I don't regret. I, Yu Dehang, am worthy of the heavens and earth, worthy of my conscience. Thinking of this, Yu Dehang also closed his eyes and quietly waited for the arrival of death. Chapter 1083. King? Just as Yu Dehang was waiting for death with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt a gust of wind by his ear, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Following that, he heard a man's voice beside him. Humph? In broad daylight, who gave you the guts to hurt people on the streets? No matter how stupid Yu Dehang was, he knew that he was saved. He opened his eyes in joy and saw a man younger than him, holding a cold gleaming long sword, blocking the heavy blade of the warrior surnamed Wan. Following that, the man lightly waved the long sword and the warrior surnamed Wan was sent flying far away. With a ping sound like a sandbag, he slammed heavily into the Chui family's dark red iron gate. Master Wan. Master Wan. Are you all right? The Chui family servants and warriors were shocked as they surrounded him and asked with concern. Pei. I'm fine. The warrior surnamed Wan pushed away the surrounding people who were trying to help him and walked in front of Li Zixuan. With a ferocious face he said, Where did this little kid come from? How dare you meddle in the Chui family's business? Are you tired of living? If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to me. Maybe I'll let you die with dignity? Noisy. The young man frowned. No one saw how he made his move, and the warrior surnamed Wan was sent flying again. No one knew if the young man did it intentionally or not, but the warrior surnamed Wan crashed into the same spot again. The Chui family's main gate suffered 2 consecutive heavy blows and finally could not take it anymore. With a loud boom, the Chui family, which had been glorious for close to 1,000 years, was smashed down for the first time. In front of the Chui family's gate, the people who were watching the show, the people who participated in the fight, the Chui family servants and warriors were all stunned. Everyone only had one thought at this moment: crazy, crazy. The Chui family's main gate was smashed down by someone. This was a slap to the Chui family's face. Marquis Yong-en. He's Marquis Yong-en. What? You said this young man is Marquis Yong-en? How is that possible? It's really Marquis Yong-en. I've seen him many times. I can't be wrong. Oh my god. The Marquis of Yong-en actually smashed the Chui family's main gate. Bullshit. Don't you know how to F***king talk? It was clearly that warrior surnamed Wan who smashed the Chui family's door. What does it have to do with the Marquis of Yong-en? These words were spoken by Yu Dehang. Being in the eye of the storm, no one could understand the shock in his heart at this moment. Originally, he thought that he was going to die, but at the critical moment he was saved by a young man who fell from the sky. Especially when he found out that the young man who saved his life was Li Zixuan, one of the most popular nobles in the imperial court, he felt his soul tremble. Because the name Marquis Yong-en was even greater than the heavens in Lantian City. There were tens of thousands of people in Lantian City, and no one had not received Li Zixuan's kindness. But when he heard that Li Zixuan had smashed the Chui family's main gate, he subconsciously quivered. Although he worshipped Li Zixuan, but he knew that with Li Zixuan's current power, he was definitely not the Chui family's match. Hence, he came up with an idea to help Li Zixuan get off the hook. This idea seemed very childish, but Yu Dehang could only think of such a childish idea in a short period of time. Because he was anxious to correct others, he couldn't help but swear. Hey, Dehang is right. It was obviously the Chui family's own people who smashed the main gate, and it has nothing to do with the Marquis of Yong-en. That burly man surnamed Zhong was first stunned, but immediately followed up with a loud voice to echo. That's right, it was the Chui family who smashed it, and it has nothing to do with the Marquis of Yong-en. No matter how stupid the commoners were, they knew what they should say. In a moment, the voices of the crowd gradually became unified, and there was no second voice to be found. All the servants and warriors of the Chui manor were shocked and angry at this moment. They were shocked because this young man in front of them was actually the recently famous Marquis Yong-en. They were angry because this group of commoners actually dared to lie with their eyes wide open, treating them as if they were blind or played with. Marquis Yong-en? Even if you are Marquis Yong-en, you cannot knowingly break the law. Warrior 1 spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, climbed up from the ground, and walked to Li Zixuan about 3 feet away and said angrily. It was just that his tone of voice was already much better than before. Clearly he was scared of being beaten up by Li Zixuan. Ask your master to come out, you are not fit to speak to this Marquis. Li Zixuan glanced at him and said indifferently. It wasn't that he was acting like a big shot, but he really couldn't be bothered to speak to this kind of brute who only knew how to be used as a tool. You. The warrior surnamed Wan was instantly humiliated. His face alternated between green and white. However, Li Zixuan mercilessly interrupted him. What? You don't accept it? Then pick up your sword and come forward to fight. Otherwise, quickly go back and ask your master to come out. Finally, Warrior Wan's face changed and he didn't dare to say anything else, and immediately ran back to the Chui family in a sorry state. What is your name? Where do you live? Li Zixuan turned around, looked at Yu Dehang who he saved earlier and asked with a smile. Yu Dehang was taken aback because the current enthusiastic Li Zixuan was like a completely different person from before. Oh. Marquis, my name is Yu Dehang, and I live in Lantian County's Yu family village. Just now, I am indebted to Marquis for saving me and I am extremely grateful. Yu Dehang, who recovered from her shock, cupped her hands towards Li Zixuan. Yu family village? If she didn't remember wrongly, Yu family village should be more than 10 miles north of Lu family village, which was the northernmost part of Lantian County. This village just happened to not belong to Li Zixuan's fief, so it was no wonder that Li Zixuan found this young man unfamiliar. Yu Dehang, why didn't you dodge when that burly man tried to chop you? Li Zixuan smiled and asked. Yu Dehang's mouth twitched and she bitterly smiled. To tell you the truth, Marquis, I didn't expect that guy to be so lawless, daring to kill someone on the street. I was caught off guard and couldn't escape even if I wanted to. When she said this, some of the commoners not far from them suddenly burst into laughter. Li Zixuan also couldn't help but laugh. Ha! You are quite honest. There was one thing he didn't say, and that was that the warrior from before didn't really want to chop Yu Dehang, and was only testing her. When his wind-chasing sword caught the warrior's blade, he understood, and it was because of this that he spared the warrior's life. I was wondering who it was? So it's the Marquis of Yong'an. But even if you are a marquis personally conferred by the emperor, you still shouldn't smash my Chui family's door, right? While the two were talking, an upper-class lady wearing a purple fur coat walked out from the Chui family. She had a pair of phoenix eyes, and that upper-class lady came in front of Li Zixuan and said in a cold voice. Li Zixuan patted Yu Dehang's shoulder, indicating for him to leave, and then turned around to look at the upper-class lady. You are the one who sent the Chui family to kill the commoners? Chapter 1084. In front of the Chui residence. Two people who should not have interacted with each other in their lives were now facing each other, as though they were at each other's throats. Wang Shi hatefully said, "So what if it's me? This bunch of unruly people gathered in front of the Chui residence to cause trouble, can't we chase them away?" If it was someone else, Wang Shi would have already ordered people to chase them away. But the person in front of her was Li Zixuan. This name had appeared more than once in the Chui family. He made the two young masters of the Chui family, one was exiled to Cheongzhou, the other was chased back to Zhengzhou, but the Chui family's old grandfather still could not do anything to him. As such, Wang Shi had no choice but to deal with him carefully. Gathering people to cause trouble? What trouble did they cause? Li Zixuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked while knowing the answer. Wang Shi snappily said, "What good things did they do, Marquis Yong, and can just ask them. Why ask me?" Li Zixuan laughed and casually said, "It's just spitting on this street. How big of a deal can it be? This street doesn't belong to the Chui family, right? Besides, if Madame Chui is really angry, just let the people from Wuhou government come and take them away. Why did you instigate your servants to maliciously harm people? If I was a step late, there would be people's blood splattered on the spot. The current emperor is ruling the country with benevolence, but your Chui family is so blatantly harming people's lives. You are not putting the emperor in your eyes, how should you be punished?" Wang Shi frowned, her face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. She softly scolded, "Wan Jinggang, what did I tell you before? You can only chase people away, you can't intentionally harm people. What did you do?" The warrior surnamed Wan had a pig's face. He hurriedly explained to Wang Shi, "Madam, I'm innocent. This subordinate was just trying to scare that scholar. I didn't mean to take his life." Clap clap clap. Wan Jingang's voice fell, but Li Zixuan clapped his hands only to hear him say, "Ha! Good acting. Madame Chui in front of so many people, can you not act like this? Under the watchful eyes of so many people, can't you tell right from wrong?" Although he knew in his heart that Wan Jinggang really did not have the intention to kill Yu Dehang, he had to put the blame on Wan Jinggang. Because this was the only way to reduce the scope of the war, and avoid completely falling out with the Chui family. "I'm helping you by beating up your men. Otherwise, if someone dies, your Chui family will have to go to court, and it won't end well with the emperor. Therefore today's matter should end here." That was what it meant. Right now, Li Zixuan really didn't want to start a war with the Chui family. Yes, Wan Jinggang was spouting nonsense. Just now, his knife was about to chop Yu Dehang's head. How could it be just to scare her? That's right. That one fellow is trying to kill someone. The commoners cooperated and shouted behind Li Zixuan. Wang Shi clenched her teeth, secretly hating that Wan Jinggang really didn't know how to do things. If you want to kill someone, just do it secretly. But now, he actually did it openly in front of the Chui family and was caught by Li Zixuan. This made the Chui family, who was originally in the right, instantly fall into a passive position. Audacious. You actually dare to gather in Chang and city to cause trouble? Quickly stop. Just as Wang Shi was unable to vent her anger, a large group of martial marquis suddenly appeared on the streets. The one leading them was actually Yuqi Jingda. The dignified right martial marquis General Wei had personally come. Before he arrived, his voice was heard. Yuqi Jingda shouted loudly. Following his shout, the right martial marquis men immediately surrounded everyone in front of the Chui family's door. From the start of the matter till now, it had been close to half an hour before the martial marquis government people finally arrived. "Uncle Yuqi, you're here." Seeing an acquaintance, Li Zixuan clasped his hands in greeting. Yuqi Jingda softly made an end sound and didn't exchange too many pleasantries. With a businesslike expression he said to Li Zixuan and Wang Shi, Li Zixuan. This general received news that someone gathered here to fight. Is there such a thing? Li Zixuan wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead he looked at Wang Shi with a faint smile. He believed that if Wang Shi wasn't stupid she should know what to say. As expected, Wang Shi's expression changed. She then bowed towards Yuqi Jingda and said, replying to General Yuqi, it was the Chui family's people who didn't know any better and almost injured a commoner. This attracted the attention of the commoners. The Chui family will definitely restrain the servants in the future. And? Madame Chui's meaning is that the Chui family's servants actually used weapons in Chang and city? Yuqi Jingda frowned and said unhappily. The Tang people revered martial arts. The imperial court didn't explicitly state that commoners weren't allowed to carry swords. But in Chang and city, openly using weapons was definitely not allowed. This was slapping Yuqi Jingda's face as the capital's Public Security Bureau chief. Wang Shi quickly said, there was no large-scale use of weapons. It was just a servant and a commoner who had a dispute. General Yuqi, please don't be angry. Not only did Li Zixuan want to turn the matter into a small one, Wang Shi also wanted to. Because she had previously admitted that Wan Jinggang was under her orders, and Li Zixuan had caught Wan Jingang's weakness of wanting to kill commoners in public. One must know that now was a time of peace. Li this king cherished the commoners very much. If one really looked into it, their Chui family wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from Li. As for the commoners, they had a fight with the Chui family servants today. Although the Chui family servants were a little domineering and deserved to be beaten, the cause of the matter was still because they came over to spit in front of the Chui family's door. Now that they could turn the matter into a small one, they could also accept it in their hearts. Moreover, in the process of the previous fight, they didn't suffer any losses. After all, such a good thing like beating up the Chui family servants and not being arrested by the officials didn't happen every day. No matter what, openly using weapons in Chang and city is definitely not allowed. Madam Chui, please hand that person over. I want to bring him back to the Wuho government for questioning. Yuqi Jingda looked around and muttered to himself for a while before speaking. Wang Shi was indignant, but she couldn't show it on her face. After a while she said, General Yuqi, the Chui family will punish him severely after this matter. There's no need to trouble General. Yuqi Jingda's tiger eyes focused and said coldly, Madam Chui doesn't intend to hand him over? Fine. Then I won't force it. At most, old grandfather Chui will make another trip to the palace. The day before Chui Yunhan was exiled to Cheongzhou, Chui Junchuo personally went to the palace to plead with Li. Wang Shi's expression finally changed. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, General Yuqi, please wait. The Chui family is willing to hand him over. At this point, in order to prevent the Chui family from getting into bigger trouble, Wang Shi could only abandon the rook to save the king. Chapter 1085. Take him away. In front of the Chui residence, seeing that Wang Shi had finally agreed, Yuqi Jingda ordered his subordinates. Yes. 2 soldiers of the Right Martial Marquis Guard immediately went forward to capture Wan Jinggang. Facing 2 master-level experts, Wan Jinggang did not dare to resist and obediently allowed himself to be captured. The rest of the commoners quickly disperse. Or else we will take all of you back to Wuho government. Yuqi Jingda turned around to look at the commoners and said loudly, Disperse. Disperse. The commoners had already started fighting. They had also seen the commotion and after hearing Yuqi Jingda's words, they all dispersed. Yu Dehang cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and said, Marquis, then this student will take his leave. Li Zixuan nodded and smiled, Next time don't be so straightforward, you won't be so lucky every time. Yu Dehang said awkwardly, this student will remember Marquis' teachings. Today's soul-stirring encounter might be unforgettable for his entire life. It was also the first time he truly understood Li Zixuan. This was a talent in both civil and martial arts, a true dragon and phoenix talent. From today onwards his idol would completely become Li Zixuan and no longer the so-called 5 surnames 7 sects. After saying that, Yu Dehang turned around and left with the villagers of Yu family manor. In front of the Chui residence which was bustling with noise and excitement, in an instant, only the people of Wuho government, Li Zixuan, Wang Shi and the defeated soldiers of the Chui residence were left. Wang Shi glared at Li Zixuan with a sinister expression. Just as she was about to say something she heard Yuqi Jingda say, Xiao Xian, quickly enter the palace, His Majesty has something to summon you. Wang Shi opened her mouth and secretly hated Yuqi Jingda for being such a busybody. Otherwise, the conflict between her and Li Zixuan would not have ended so easily. All right. This nephew will enter the palace right away. Li Zixuan was both happy and worried. He was happy that he was able to escape so quickly, which was far beyond his expectations. Before he came, he had already made preparations to be pestered endlessly by the Chui family, but he didn't think that things would go so smoothly. In the end, it was still because Yu Qijingde was strong enough. Today, if the right Marquis Fu had been replaced with anyone else, Wang Shi probably wouldn't have given face. As for his worries, he was worried that Li Er had summoned him to the palace because of what had happened today. He had to think of a good excuse on the way there. Hee. Dehang, you're really lucky. You were actually saved by Marquis, and you can even talk so much with Marquis. You're the #1 person in our village. A group of villagers walked out of Yanxing Gate, the east gate of Chang'an City. Someone in the group sighed with envy. Yu Dehang smiled and said, Uncle Zhong, please don't say that. I was so scared that I almost wet my pants. Besides, Marquis didn't come just to save me. He should have come to save all of us. If Marquis didn't come to intervene today, Uncle Zhong, do you think that Madame Chui of the Chui family would spare us? After she finished speaking, the commoners fell into silence. After a while, the burly man surnamed Zhong sighed and said, AI. Marquis is a good person, ah. I, old Zhong, have lived for decades and have seen many officials, but no matter if it's the previous dynasty or now, there is no official who loves the people as much as Marquis. The only pity is that our Yu family manor is too far north. Otherwise, it would have become Marquis fief long ago. As soon as he said that, many people agreed with him regretfully. Old Zhong is right. If our village could also be annexed to Marquis fief, that would be great. To meet such a master, don't talk about being an ox or a horse. Even if he wants me to go through water and tread on fire, I will do it. Why would Marquis want you to be an ox or a horse? Marquis is very good to the commoners in his fief. Yu Dehang shook her head and said, it's useless to say more. Marquis fief is now considered to be one of the top nobles in the Great Tang. If he wants to expand his fief, Marquis will have to make more contributions. Let's quickly go back. Imperial Palace, Lijiang Hall. Li Er came here after the morning court to enjoy the newly installed heating in the Imperial Palace with Zhang Sun. In the end, someone came to report that a large group of commoners had started fighting with the Chui family servants in front of the Chui residence. He frowned slightly and didn't say anything because he believed that Yu Qijingde would be able to handle it himself. But not long after, the Imperial Guards came with another piece of news, saying that Li Zixuan had gone to the Chui residence and injured the Chui residence's guards. Only then did Li Er order Yu Qijingde to think of a way to resolve the conflict and summon Li Zixuan to the palace. Your Majesty, this concubine is thinking that the commoners suddenly went to the Chui residence to cause trouble. Was it because someone was secretly instigating them? Empress Zhang Sun frowned and asked. Is Guanyin trying to say that Li Zixuan was secretly instigating the commoners to cause trouble in the Chui residence? Empress Zhang Sun nodded lightly and said, this concubine did suspect that. After all, the Duke of Yong'an's attitude towards the aristocratic families has never been good. Previously, the Snake King's assassination was directed at the Chui family. If not for your Majesty's mediation, I think he would have already killed his way to the Chui residence? Li Er held his chin and thought for a moment before shaking his head and saying, no. If this kid really wanted to use the commoners to deal with the Chui family, he definitely wouldn't have rushed to the Chui residence alone. So, this kid sometimes has a heart of steel, but sometimes he's indecisive. This is a taboo for a commander. As intelligent as Li Er was, he immediately understood the crux of the problem. However, towards Li Zixuan's foolish action of not retreating behind the scenes and taking advantage of the situation, instead taking the lead and rushing to the front to confront the Chui family head-on, Li Er felt resentful towards Li Zixuan for not living up to his expectations. Although he did not intend to touch the Chui family at this juncture, he was still very happy to borrow the strength of the commoners to cause some trouble for the Chui family and reduce the Chui family's reputation among the commoners. However, because of Li Zixuan's momentary soft-heartedness and worry that the commoners would be injured, he rashly acted. Everything was ruined. If he wanted to form such an advantage in public opinion next time, it would not be easy. Ah, Your Majesty, humans are not saints. How can they be perfect? This concubine feels that this flaw of the Duke of Yong and is his true nature. It also shows that he values relationships and righteousness. Only such an upright official cannot be used by foreign countries and can achieve great things for the Great Tang. After hearing Li Er's words, Empress Zhang Sun pondered for a moment and quickly understood the crux of the matter. She smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty. The Duke of Yong and has arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall. At this moment, an eunuch entered the hall and cupped his hands towards Li Er. He's finally here. Li Er's spirit jolted. He said to Empress Jiangsun, Guanin's servant, please take a seat here. Zhen will go and teach that fellow a lesson. This official pays his respects to your Majesty. Within the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zishuan was dressed in casual clothes and bowed towards Li Er. Yuqi Jingda had spoken to him in a hurry, so Li Zishuan did not return home to change into his court attire. Instead, he rushed straight to the palace. Dispense with the formalities. Li Er's emotionless voice came from above. Li Zishuan straightened his body and raised his head. He saw Li Er sitting on the seat of honor, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. You're getting more and more daring. You actually dared to smash the Cui family's door. If Cui Junchuo joins forces with the Shandong landowning households to deal with you, let's see how you deal with it. Li Er's face was expressionless, but Li Zishuan could hear a hint of blame in his words. Replying to your Majesty, no matter what the outcome is, this official does not regret what he has done today. The Cui family's matriarch instigated the family's warriors to use weapons against the common people. If this official had come one step later, there would have been casualties. This official does not regret it, Li Zishuan said in a low voice. Li Er sighed. He stood up with his hands behind his back and walked down from above. You're also a smart person. You should understand that right and wrong is no longer important. Now that you've smashed the Cui family's door, the Cui family that has stood tall for 1,000 years has been disgraced by you. Do you think they'll let this go? The scholars who rely on the Shandong landowning households account for almost half of the scholars in Great Tang. If the Cui family is determined to take revenge on you, these scholars will spit at you and tarnish your reputation. At that time, who would dare to come to your Yanhuang College? Who would want to learn from your engineering? Who would want to buy things from your workshop? Li Zishuan furrowed his brows. He had only thought that the Cui clan would send some assassins to take revenge on him. He had never thought that they would use public opinion to tarnish his reputation. However, he was not afraid. When it came to creating public opinion, no one in the Great Tang was better than him. Your Majesty. This world belongs to your Majesty, not the Cui family. It's hard to say if the Cui family can unite with the other landowning households, but even if the landowning households of Shandong work together, this official is not afraid of them. This official knows that your Majesty will support this official, and the common people will also support this official. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said in a clear voice. Li Er glared at this guy in annoyance. He thought to himself, am I so easily tied to the same boat as you? In your dreams. But thinking about it carefully, he had to be on this pirate ship, even if he did not want to, because the royal family and the aristocratic families were destined to never walk together. Empty words are useless. Do you have any countermeasures now? Li Er paused and said. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, this official does not have any countermeasures. Different situations call for different measures. The Cui family has not made a move yet. Even if this official has a countermeasure, it is useless. I can only wait until the time comes to deal with it. Li Er fell silent. The hall fell into silence. It was so quiet that one could even hear people's breathing. Li Zishuan lowered his head and began to count ants. If old Li did not ask him, he would not speak. Anyway, this kind of scheming was not something he liked and was not good at. He would leave it to old Li to slowly weigh the pros and cons. After a long time, Li Er raised his head and said, Before the Turks are destroyed, I do not want the aristocratic families to fall into chaos. Do you understand? Li Er knew very well that today's matter could not be blamed on Li Zishuan. However, if Li Zishuan and the Cui family went to war, he would have to make a choice and help Li Zishuan deal with the Cui family. However, when that time came, other than the Wang family of Taiyuan, the other aristocratic families would definitely join forces. This would be very disadvantageous for Li Er. For the Tang Empire, it would also be an extremely serious internal friction. Li Zishuan's heart moved. He replied, This official obeys the decree. Good. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he smiled casually and said, The heating that you taught the general is very good. You should be rewarded, but now that you've made such a big mess for me, forget it. You can go back first. Remember what I said to you. It was not that he did not want to reward Li Zishuan, but it was mainly because Li Zishuan had just destroyed the Cui family. If he gave him a reward, wouldn't it be a blatant mockery? If the Cui family were to get angry at this time and fight to the death, the imperial court would be in trouble. Li Zishuan curled his lips and thought that Li Er was stingy. However, after thinking carefully, he could understand Li Er's difficulties. Thus he did not say anything and left. Pa. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Li Zishuan is too much. In the backyard of the Chui residence, Wang Shi smashed a vase in exasperation and roared angrily. The maids and servants in the house all lowered their heads and did not dare to breathe loudly. After a while, seeing that everything that could be smashed on the table and cabinet had been smashed, the old butler of the Chui residence came forward and cupped his hands. Madam, please calm down. Anger is harmful to the body. Bang. Calm down. This Li Zishuan first forced Xianji back to Zhengzhou, then caused Yunhan to be sent to Cheongzhou. Now he actually came to destroy the Chui residence. In all these years, when has the Chui family suffered such humiliation? If the old master was still in Chang, and would he allow him to be so impudent? Wang Shi slammed the table and said angrily. Butler Wang lowered his head and said carefully, Madam, the most important thing now is not to be angry with the Marquis of Yong, but to reduce the impact of this matter on the Chui family as soon as possible. In this old servant's opinion, we should donate a sum of money to the Warm Tang Foundation as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Marquis of Yong, might use this as an excuse to make a fuss. When the time comes and Datong Daily spreads the news, I'm afraid our Chui family's reputation will be ruined. It had to be said that the old butler's foresight was very accurate. Today's matter, other than hurting the Chui family's face, more importantly, it dealt a considerable blow to the Chui family's reputation. The reason why the 5 families and 7 noble families could have their current status was mainly because of the reputation they had accumulated over many years among the common people, especially among the scholars. If the Chui family were to have a bad reputation, then in the future the Chui family would lose the support of many scholars. This was a huge matter that would hurt the foundation of the Chui family. Donate money? In your dreams. That Warm Tang Foundation might be under the name of the imperial court and the empress's name in name, but who doesn't know that the real person in charge is Li Zishuan's family? This brat wants to use such underhanded means to force the Chui family to donate money? No way. Wang Shi, who was in a fit of anger, refused without hesitation. Madam, Butler, you don't have to say any more. I've already made up my mind. Not only will the Chui family not donate money, today's matter will not be settled so easily. The old butler still wanted to say something, but Wang Shi did not want to hear any more. She threw down the sentence and left immediately. The old butler opened his mouth and was filled with helplessness. He could only secretly pray that the old master of the Chui family, Chui Junchuo, would receive the news as soon as possible and rush back to preside over the situation. Chapter 1086. The old butler of the Chui residence was right. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan directly went to the workshop to discuss with Ma Zhou whether they should publish the conflict between the commoners and the Chui family in the Great Tang Daily. Marquis, forgive me for being blunt, but today's incident has already caused a huge uproar. There are definitely many people who know about it. Moreover, Marquis, you have already smashed the door of the Chui family. Even if we don't publish this news, the Chui family won't owe us a favor. Moreover, the people who know about it will misunderstand that we are jackals of the same tribe as the Chui family and deliberately hide the truth. In this way, it will be a big blow to the credibility of Datong Daily. After Ma Zhou listened to Li Zishuan's explanation seriously, he pondered for a moment and said, That's right. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Brother Ma's words make sense. If that's the case, then tomorrow's Datong Daily will publish the news of the Chui family's donation and being attacked by the people. Ma Zhou's eyes flashed with excitement. He was born in a poor family and didn't have a good impression of the aristocratic families. If Li Zishuan wanted to fall out with the aristocratic families, he would definitely support it from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, Yes, Marquis. Li Zishuan thought for a while and added, But there's one thing you have to pay attention to. The news has to be realistic. We only need to report the facts and not exaggerate. Li Zishuan had listened to Li Er's previous words. He also felt that the current Tang Empire should be united against the outside world and not have too much internal friction. If they were to exaggerate and smear the Chui family in the newspaper, it might expand the conflict and damage the credibility of Datong Daily. Ma Zhou replied, I understand. If the Chui family wants to take revenge on us, what do you think we should do? The conversation between Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou lasted until the sky turned dark. As the future Prime Minister of the Tang Empire, Ma Zhou had a lot of unique ideas in terms of strategy. After this conversation, Li Zishuan had some ideas about the future path of the battle with the Chui family. At night, Li Zishuan stayed in the Yinshan residence. At 9:45 p.m., the study in the residence was still lit by candlelight. Suddenly, a big hand appeared outside the pitch-black door of the study. The big hand knocked on the door and then a voice, "Marquis, I have something to report." Judging from the voice, it was Pang Feiji. Silence. After a while, Li Zixuan's voice came from inside the room, "Come in and talk." Pang Feiji pushed the door open and entered. He saw Li Zixuan half leaning on the armchair with an unknown book in his hand. He took out a small booklet from his sleeve and handed it to Li Zixuan. "Marquis, you asked me to investigate whether the Chui family had done anything illegal. After a few months of investigation, I found some things. Marquis, please take a look." At that time, Chui Yunhan brought a group of students to the Li family to cause trouble. Coincidentally, Li Zixuan had just destroyed the 7 cultivators sect. Under the combination of the two, Li Zixuan felt that the Chui family might be behind the 7 cultivators sect. Chui Yunhan innocently took the blame and was exiled to Cheongzhou. The eldest son of the Chui family in Qinghe, Chui Xuanji, was also sent back to his hometown in Zhengzhou by Chui Zhenchuo. Li Zixuan originally wanted to kill Chui Yunhan. However, Li Er didn't allow him to kill Chui Yunhan for the sake of the overall situation. He could only send Pang Feiji to secretly investigate the Chui family's illegal activities. After such a long time, Li Zixuan had almost forgotten about it. He didn't expect Pang Feiji to suddenly bring it up today. His gaze hardened as he looked deeply at Pang Feiji. Then he took the booklet from Pang Feiji's hand and flipped through it. In the first year of Wuda, when the world was just settled, the Chui family cooperated with the local government in Zhengzhou and took over 30,000 mu of land from the local people. This caused thousands of people to have no land to farm and become homeless. In the 7th month of the 3rd year of Wuda, the current emperor killed Wang Shichong in Luoyang. Due to the war, Luoyang city was severely damaged and lacked order. The Chui family took the opportunity to take over 40% of the shops in Luoyang city and forcibly expropriated 70,000 mu of land from some of the people at a low price. Countless people in Luoyang city sold their sons and daughters. The Chui family took advantage of the situation and robbed them. They didn't spend a single copper coin and took away nearly 100 beautiful women from the people. From the 4th year of Wuda to the 9th year of Wuda, the Chui family's direct descendants and branch descendants had been taking over the land in Hunan province. Sometimes there were even cases of people bullying people. There was evidence that a total of 16 poor peasant girls were raped. Most of these girls couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide. Due to the Chui family's power and the fact that the victims' families didn't report it, the local government turned a blind eye and allowed the Chui family's descendants to continue their evil deeds. Reading up to this point, Li Zixuan's face was filled with unconcealable anger. Pang Feiji, who was standing beside him, could even feel that the air in the study room had become colder. Murderous intent. Pang Feiji, who used to be a servant in Wuhou government, knew that this was the murderous aura of an expert. He had felt it before when he was beside Yuqi Jingda. He didn't dare to look directly at Li Zixuan's face and quickly lowered his head. In the 9th year of Wuda, after Chui Shanfu got drunk, he took over a servant named Nianyu. After that, Nianyu became pregnant with his child. When Chui Shanfu found out, he wanted to take her as his concubine. When Wang Shi heard the news, she was furious and ordered people to tie up the servant, Nianyu, and torture her to death. According to some rumors from the servants of the Chui family, every night that year, the cries of women and the cries of babies could be heard. After that, the Chui family even specially invited an eminent monk to perform 2 rituals. At this point, Li Zixuan had finished reading the contents of the small booklet. His face was filled with frost. After a long silence, he opened his mouth and asked bitterly, "What is torture?" Pang Feiji was shocked because Li Zixuan's voice had become hoarse. It sounded like a demon from the abyss. In this cold and quiet night, it was so horrifying. Inexplicably shivering, Pang Feiji hurriedly cupped his fist and said, Marquis, this torture is to turn a person into a human swine. First, they chop off the limbs, dig out the eyes, inject copper into the ears to make them deaf. Then they pour poison down the throat and cut off the tongue to make them unable to speak. After that, they still have to cut off the nose, shave their hair, and finally throw them into the latrine to let them die slowly. Bang! Just as Pang Feiji finished speaking, Li Zixuan couldn't take it anymore. He angrily slammed the table and stood up, saying coldly, "What a Chui family! What a vicious and venomous woman!" Pang Feiji instantly felt a bone-piercing chill. Then he saw the table beside Li Zixuan turn into a pile of powder. Chapter 1087. Swine or swine was a pig. Human swine was a form of torture that turned people into pigs. Different from death by dismemberment, human swine was a form of punishment used in court battles. The ancients often said that no poison was a great man, and the most poisonous was a woman's heart. In the imperial palace, there had always been a lot of fights between concubines. Once a woman with no sense of security gained power, her revenge would be more ruthless than a man's. Human swine was invented by Empress Lu. When Liu Bang became the emperor, he gradually stopped favoring the old Empress Lu and started favoring the peerless beauty Madame Qi. Empress Lu didn't dare to do anything because Liu Bang was in power. After Liu Bang passed away, Empress Lu took power. Her jealousy couldn't be erased, so she sent people to catch Madame Qi, beat her severely, dug out her eyes, cut off her limbs, shaved her hair, and finally threw her into the toilet. Even so, Empress Lu was still not satisfied. In the end, she called her son, the Hui Emperor, to see the human swine. The Hui Emperor had never heard of the name human swine. He was very curious, so he followed the eunuch out of the palace and went to see it. The eunuch took him to a toilet, opened the door and said to the Hui Emperor, "The human swine is in the toilet." The Hui Emperor looked into the toilet and saw a human body. It had no hands, no feet and no eyeballs. There were only 2 bloody holes. The body could still move a little. It opened its mouth wide, but no sound could be heard. After looking at it, he was shocked and scared. He couldn't help but shrink his body and ask the eunuch, "What is it?" The eunuch didn't dare to say. When the Hui Emperor returned to the palace and forced the eunuch to say it, the eunuch said, "Madame Qi." Before the eunuch could say anything, the Hui Emperor was so scared that he almost fainted. Not long after, he passed away. Marquis, calm down. In the study room of the Yunshan residence, Pang Feiji looked at the wooden table that had turned into sawdust. His pupils could not help but shrink. Ever since he had followed Li Zixuan, he had never seen Li Zixuan so angry. Pang Feiji, who was trembling with fear, hurriedly cupped his fists and comforted him. "Humph! Calm down, calm down." Asked the mother and son who were tortured to death whether they could calm down or not. "People say that the big families are the most ruthless, but I didn't expect the Chui family to be so ruthless and dirty. They were born as human beings, yet they are human beings in vain." Li Zixuan's face was full of anger. At this moment he really regretted not killing Wang Shi earlier in the day. That servant girl named Ninyu was originally a victim, but in the end she still had to suffer a second persecution from Wang Shi. Moreover, this kind of persecution was really not something a human could do. It was too light to describe Wang Shi as a venomous woman. Earlier in the day, Li Er had told him to bear with it and wait for the Great Tang to resolve its external threat before dealing with the aristocratic clans. But at this time, Li Zixuan really couldn't take it anymore. He felt that the longer he endured, the more the maidservant who was cruelly killed by Madame Wang in the netherworld would be able to rest in peace. Hell was empty and the devils were in the human realm. Li Zixuan couldn't tolerate a demon like the Wang Consortium, nor did he want to. Marquis, the Chui family has a deep foundation and has many connections with other families. You have to think twice. A complicated look flashed across Pang Feiji's eyes. He cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan and said, "Oh." Li Zixuan suddenly realized that something was wrong. He turned around abruptly and stared at Pang Feiji with a burning gaze. He stared at Pang Feiji for a long time until Pang Feiji was at a loss for what to do. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "Feiji, this information with just the people in your hands, could you have found it?" A trace of undetectable panic flashed across Pang Feiji's eyes. "Marquis, if you think that I have treated you well, please tell me the truth." Li Zixuan turned around and said coldly with his hands behind his back. Pang Feiji's body trembled. The words that were about to leave his mouth could no longer be said. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "I am guilty. This information was found out by me with the help of the right Marquis household." "Then when did you find out about this?" Li Zixuan said expressionlessly. It had been almost half a year since the last time he ordered Pang Feiji to find out about this information. He did not believe that Pang Feiji just happened to find out about this information in these few days. "I found out about this 3 months ago." Pang Feiji's expression changed. He hesitated for a moment and finally gritted his teeth and said, 3 months ago." Hearing this, Li Zixuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. He turned around and looked directly at Pang Feiji. He asked word by word, "Then why didn't you tell me about this 3 months ago? What are your intentions?" Pang Feiji's face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly knelt down on one knee and said, "Marquis, I am guilty. I am asking you why you didn't tell me about this earlier. Don't King kowtow and beg for forgiveness and pretend to be pitiful. Li Zixuan was in a fit of anger. Seeing Pang Feiji like this, he was burning with rage. He could not help but violently smash the book in his hand towards Pang Feiji's head. Pang Feiji could have dodged, but he did not. The book that was originally not heavy, under the influence of Li Zixuan's angry strike, instantly left a big bump on Pang Feiji's head. Pang Feiji opened his mouth but did not say anything. It was Uncle Yuchi who ordered you to do this, right? The room was silent for a long time. Li Zixuan suddenly opened his mouth. In his tone there was a trace of sadness. It was the kind of sadness that came from being betrayed by a friend or brother. Pang Feiji was as if struck by lightning. He was stunned for a while and finally said, "Marquis' guess is correct. However, General Yuchi only suggested it. In the end, I made the decision not to tell Marquis in advance. Please punish me, Marquis." What? Li Zixuan's voice gradually turned cold. It was so cold that Pang Feiji felt like crying. Yes, he felt like crying. Replying to Marquis, "When I received this news, General Yuchi told me in person that if you, Marquis, were to know the contents of the book, based on your usual kind heart, you would definitely be furious and kill the Chui family regardless of the consequences. At that time, Marquis, your wings were not fully grown. Moreover, you had just established Yanhuang College. I'm afraid that your position in the Emperor's heart was not stable. If the Chui family were to fight back with all their strength, it would very likely cause you, Marquis, to suffer a great loss. Moreover, at that time, Marquis would not have the time to take care of Yanhuang College. Therefore, General Yuchi advised me to wait until the time was right to pass this news to Marquis. Ever since Feiji had followed Marquis, everyone knew that Marquis treated his brothers well. Marquis treated his brothers as family. This kindness, even if Feiji were to die 1,000 times, he would not be able to repay it. From the beginning to the end, Feiji only hoped that Marquis and his family would be safe and prosperous for generations to come. He had never been disloyal to Marquis. Feiji also knew that Yanhuang College was a foundation that Marquis valued greatly. In order to prevent Marquis from recklessly attacking the Chui family, and also to allow Marquis to focus on developing the college, Feiji acted on his own initiative and suppressed this information until today. Feiji, please punish me for not reporting it. Chapter 1088. You mean to say that now is the right time to make a move on the Chui family? Pang Feiji's words of loyalty touched Li Zixuan, but at the same time he was also a little angry. Superiors didn't like their subordinates to make decisions on their own. Although Li Zixuan came from the modern world and received the education of everyone is equal, he still didn't like others making decisions for him. It could be said that if Pang Feiji's actions were placed in other big families, he would have been sentenced to death by the head of the family, although he was also considering the long-term interests of the family. Li Zixuan couldn't be so cold-blooded, but he was also very unhappy with Pang Feiji's decision. The main thing was that when he thought of the servant girl who was turned into a human swine by Wang Shi, his heart was filled with anger. Marquis, it's the people who offended the Chui family today that made me feel that the Chui family is currently divided. On Marquis' side, the people's hearts can be used. Compared to the past, Marquis' chances of winning are definitely much higher now. Pang Feiji knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. Li Zixuan laughed lightly and said, "This is also what your General Yuchi told you, right?" He called him General Yuchi and not Uncle Yuchi like before. Obviously, he was very uncomfortable with Yuchi Jingda's arrangement of Pang Feiji behind his back. Pang Feiji understood the meaning behind Li Zixuan's words. He said with a bitter face, "Marquis, these words were indeed said by General Yuchi to me. The general also said that if Marquis and the Chui family were to start a war, the Yuchi family is willing to live and die with Marquis, advance and retreat together." Yuchi Jingda was just a blacksmith in his early years. He didn't have a good impression of the aristocratic families. Moreover, he had always thought highly of Li Zixuan, a junior with limitless potential. Therefore, on this matter, Yuchi Jingda would unconditionally stand on Li Zixuan's side. When Li Zixuan heard that Yuchi Jingda was willing to live and die together, advance and retreat together, his expression finally loosened a little. When Pang Feiji saw that Li Zixuan did not say anything, he quickly added, "Marquis, regarding this matter, your subordinate acted on his own initiative and is indeed guilty. However, this has nothing to do with General Yuchi. When I learned of the Chui family's actions over the years, your subordinate also hesitated whether or not to inform Marquis." "Enough. I know everything." Li Zixuan waved his hand and interrupted Pang Feiji. He paused and said expressionlessly, "You have participated in the military training of the academy. You should know that it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Regardless of whether your intentions were good or bad, Your actions make you unfit to be a good soldier. From today onwards, you are no longer this Marquis personal guard. Captain. The position of captain is temporarily vacant. If you make the same mistake again in the future, this Marquis will not tolerate it. Do you understand? Li Zishuan's words took a huge turn. Pang Feiji thought that Li Zishuan was going to expel him from the personal guard. He was so scared that a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. His face turned pale in an instant. When he heard the second half of the sentence, he could not help but sigh in relief. He could accept any form of punishment, but he did not want to leave the Li family. Thank you, Marquis, for your mercy. Your subordinate will definitely not make the same mistake again. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said loudly. His tone was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Enough. You may leave. Yes, sir. After Pang Feiji left, Li Zishuan sat alone in the study room. He closed his eyes and pondered. After a long time, he heard a long sigh from the room. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. I did not want to make a big deal out of this, but the spirits of hell did not agree, nor did the people of the world. This time I really have to defy the decree. The next day, the headlines on Datong Daily became a hot topic among the people of Chang'an. The Chui family of Qinghe County did not donate. Angry citizens blocked their door and almost lost their lives. Hiss. The Chui family was blocked? When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it? Tiske. Wang Huaihua, didn't you know about the huge commotion yesterday? What commotion? I went out of the city yesterday. What commotion? Don't you know how to read the newspapers? It's written clearly on there. Yo. So the Chui family never donated money to the Nguyen Tang Foundation. Isn't that too stingy? Although I'm not rich, I still donated 500 copper coins. No wonder the Chui family was blocked. If I was in the city yesterday, I would have spat in front of the Chui family's door. Don't brag. Didn't you see that a scholar was almost hacked to death by the Chui family's guards yesterday? This Chui family is too much. Not only did they not donate money, they even dared to hack people in public. Thank goodness the Duke of Yong arrived in time. Rich but not benevolent, two-faced, that's exactly what the Chui family is like. What kind of family is this? They're even worse than us commoners who have never read the books of the saints. That brat of mine is always thinking about how he can rely on the Chui family and marry a girl of the 5 surnames to bring glory to his ancestors. What the hell? I'm going to beat him up when I get back. Rely on the Chui family? Marry a girl of the 5 surnames? How can it compare to the glory of getting into Yanhuang College and becoming a student of the Duke of Yong? And Old Wang, you're right. I heard that Mu Lao-san from Stone Village used to be so poor that he didn't even have a good meal. But after his son got into Yanhuang College, the landlord in his village even wanted to marry his daughter to his son. Unknowingly, the commoners' values had changed slightly. The status of the 5 surnames and 7 great clans in the past was now plummeting in their hearts. Silent nourishment. Not only did it refer to the spring rain, but it also referred to human kindness. Li Zishuan's good deeds for the commoners this year were engraved in everyone's hearts. Compared to the Chui family, Li Zishuan represented justice and the people's will more. Now that the negative news about the Chui family was out, the commoners directly voted with their feet and stood on Li Zishuan's side without thinking. You bunch of foolish commoners only know how to listen to slander. The Chui family has been glorious for 1,000 years, who knows how many good deeds they've done and how many poor people they've helped. How can a small Duke of Yong compare? A group of commoners were loudly discussing the Chui family when a middle-aged scholar suddenly passed by. After hearing their conversation, the middle-aged scholar couldn't help but speak out in dissatisfaction. Tiske, you say that the Chui family has done good deeds, then how many can you list? I've heard people say that the Chui family's disciples bullied people in Hunan. That's right. The Chui family is rich but not benevolent, everyone knows that. But you're here speaking up for the Chui family, I think you're in cahoots with them? I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the Chui family's right-hand man, Mr. Zhu Wentao? No wonder you're speaking up for the Chui family. Speaking against your conscience to think that you're a scholar. Bah. Beat him up. The scholars related to the Chui family used to be high and mighty existences, but at this moment, they were completely despised and became street rats. The storm of public opinion quickly spread from the commoners to the circle of scholars. At Yanhuang College, the students were sending warmth to the poor as they discussed. Little Ku, you say that Yamacho is too mean. They didn't even call us to fight. If we, the 2nd Brigade, go, who can stop the Chui family's dogs? Cheng Chumo said casually to Li Ku with an unknown grass in his mouth. They had all read the newspaper when they were eating in the morning. Speaking of which, what this guy said made some sense. Since the 2nd Brigade's mission was to transport coal stoves, honeycomb briquettes, and clothes, when they were selecting members, they had picked some strong and healthy students. Compared to the members of the other brigades, the 2nd Brigade's members were undoubtedly much stronger. Li Ku rolled his eyes. After being together for a long time, he knew that Cheng Chumo had a violent gene in his bones. He said angrily, "Shonyo, don't you understand what Yamacho is trying to do? He doesn't want anyone to get hurt, or else he wouldn't have gone personally. Of course he wouldn't let us go." Sigh. Yamacho smashed the Chui family's door this time, and I feel that the Chui family will not let this matter rest. Yamacho is probably in trouble. I didn't expect the Chui family to be so arrogant. Sun Zifen patted his horses but inside. Cheng Chumo pursed his lips and said, "Zifen, do you only know what kind of people the Chui family is? I heard that Chui Shanfu had caused trouble for Yamacho more than once. Luckily he was sent to Lingnan, or else he would be impeaching Yamacho in court." Sun Zifen spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, "Bah! What bullshit 5 surnames and 7 sex. I used to want to marry a girl with 5 surnames to bring glory to my ancestors. Now, I only want to marry a girl with 5 surnames to be my concubine, hee hee." Li Ku laughed, "Ha! Zifen, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" In a restaurant in Chang'an City, a few young people were sitting together and eating while discussing. "Brother Wang, this Chui family is too much. They are rich and heartless just because they have 5 surnames, and they even killed people on the street. They have no respect for the law, and we, the disciples of the saints, should hate them." That's right. The Chui family has been glorious for thousands of years, and they are the leader of the scholars, attracting countless talents to join them. But their current actions are not worthy of their position, and they are hated by everyone. I heard that Brother Chow wants to join the Chui family in a few days, so I have to go and persuade him. Yes. That's right. That's right. Anyone who associates with such a Chui family will be despised by the world. I have a good friend who joined the Chui family 2 years ago, and I have to persuade him to leave the Chui family. As the saying goes, repent and be saved. That's right. People like us who have diligently studied the books of the sages should be deeply righteous. At this moment, no matter whether these scholars supported the Chui family or not, they all expressed their opposition to the Chui family's actions without exception. This had nothing to do with the academic faction, because the sacred knowledge they studied also taught them to be kind to others. Inside the Chui mansion, the old housekeeper was holding the latest issue of Datong Daily, and said to Wang Shi worriedly, "Madam, this is bad. Marquis Yong and really published yesterday's incident in Datong Daily, and now the people in the city are saying that the Chui family is rich but heartless." Wang Shi took the newspaper and her expression suddenly changed. She said coldly, "Humph. This kid is really despicable and he only knows how to stab people in the back. Since he is heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless. Housekeeper, tell the gentleman in the residence to immediately write articles attacking Li Zishuan. I want to completely ruin this kid's reputation." The old housekeeper said anxiously, "Madam, this old servant thinks that the best thing to do now is to donate some money to the Warm Tang Foundation, so that we can stop the people's mouths. Otherwise, the Chui family's 1,000 years of reputation will be destroyed." "Shut up." Wang Shi's expression suddenly became ferocious and she roared, "Shut up. Let the Chui family give money to that kid? Don't even think about it. Last time, the Chui family was tricked by that kid, and until now we still haven't earned back the capital of 3,000 strings of coins. You want me to donate money? No way. In my opinion, you should be the one to shut up." At this moment, an old but energetic voice came from outside the house. Wang Shi's face turned pale, but the old housekeeper's eyes lit up with joy. He quickly turned around and bowed, "Greetings, old master." "Greetings, father." Wang Shi took a few deep breaths and bowed as well. That's right, the person outside was the Chui family's old master, Chui Junchuo. The old man received the news and rushed back from the manor outside the city early in the morning. "If I didn't come back, would the Chui family have been ruined by you?" Chui Junchuo walked into the house and with the help of a maid, he sat on the sandalwood chair at the head of the table. Then he glared at Wang Shi and said angrily. Wang Shi quickly bowed and said, "Father, please calm down. This is all because of Li Zishuan. It has nothing to do with me." Bang. Chui Junchuo slammed the table. Although he was old, he slammed it hard. Wang Shi was so scared that she didn't dare to say another word. "Then let me ask you, Why did you order Wan Jingang and the others to kill the people yesterday? The capital is under the feet of the emperor. Who gave you the courage to use your weapons? Do you think the Chui family is still the Chui family from 10 years ago? Also, why didn't you send someone to donate money to the Nguyen Foundation after the people left yesterday? Is that money more important? Or is the Chui family's reputation more important? Why don't you ask around and see if the other families are secretly laughing at us? You short-sighted thing. Shanfu marrying you is really a misfortune for the Chui family. These words were a bit harsh. Wang Shi could order people around all these years because she was the Chui family's legal wife. Now that she heard Chui Zhenchuo's words, her face immediately turned pale. Father, I know my mistake. I know my mistake. Please calm down. Chui Zhenchuo snorted and hurriedly took 2 deep breaths. It was obvious that he was tired after saying so much. At this time, he ignored Wang Shi and looked at the old housekeeper. Wang Yong, go to the accounts room and withdraw 2,000 strings of coins. Donated to the Nguyen Foundation now. The old housekeeper hurriedly replied, Yes, grandfather. Chui Zhenchuo looked at Wang Shi and was silent for a while. Then he said, Let's put aside the grudge between the Chui family and Li Zishuan for now. When the storm calms down, I will settle the score with him. You stay at home obediently and don't ruin things. Yes, father. Chapter 1089. Marquis, this person's mouth is very tight. From yesterday until now, he hasn't said anything. General Yuchi said that he would be sent to the Supreme Court tomorrow. In a dark little room in the Right Marshal Marquis mansion, Wan Jingang's hands and feet were tied and he was hung on a beam. His hair was disheveled and he was in a very sorry state. A soldier of the Right Marshal Marquis mansion was currently explaining the situation to Li Zishuan in a low voice. The Right Marshal Marquis mansion did not have a prison, so Wan Jingang could only be temporarily locked up in this little room. The Supreme Court of the Tang Dynasty as well as the various prefectures and counties all had prisons. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court and the Imperial Censorate were the 3 major judicial organs of the Tang Dynasty. The Supreme Court was the central judicial organ of the Tang Dynasty. It was responsible for investigating the crimes committed by the central officials as well as cases of imprisonment in the capital. The Supreme Court's trials usually took the form of a direct trial. Therefore, the Tang Dynasty followed the tradition of the Northern and Southern dynasties and set up the Supreme Court prison as a place to detain criminals. As the central prison, the Supreme Court prison was mainly used to detain officials who committed crimes and important crimes in the capital. Therefore, Wan Jingang would ultimately be sent to the Supreme Court. Apart from the Supreme Court, the Imperial Censorate of the Tang Dynasty also had a prison. At the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, the Imperial Censorate's main function was to monitor the situation. But sometimes, according to the emperor's edict, they would carry out a trial of a criminal official and directly participate in the trial. On the other hand, the Ministry of Justice, as one of the 3 departments, was not an independent judicial organ. It did not set up a prison nor did it set up a warden. But the Ministry of Justice was the highest authority to manage and monitor the prison affairs of the entire country. No matter if it was the Supreme Court or the Imperial Censorate, they all had to report to the Ministry of Justice before the 25th day of every month. Li Zishuan frowned and said, Is there any torture? Asking this kind of question showed that he had watched too many period dramas in his previous life. As expected, the soldier's expression changed and he hurriedly looked around. After seeing that there was no one else, he hurriedly said, Marquis, our Right Marshal Marquis mansion does not have the right to use torture. Every time we hand a criminal over to the Supreme Court, they will check if there are any traces of torture. If they discover that we use torture, they will definitely find trouble with General Yuchi. Wan Jingang, who was hung on the beam, had a mocking smile on his face. It was obvious that this fellow had nothing to fear. Go get a wooden bucket. Then send someone to fetch a syringe from this Marquis's estate. Just tell Steward Wang directly, he will definitely understand. Li Zishuan's face turned cold as he instructed the soldier. The soldier did not understand and asked, Marquis, what do you want the wooden bucket and the needle for? Li Zishuan smiled coldly and said, Since I can't torture him, then I'll give him acupuncture. Don't worry, this wound is smaller than an ant. The people of the Supreme Court won't be able to see it. The soldier still didn't understand. Marquis, why are you giving this guy acupuncture? A devilish smile appeared on Li Zishuan's face as he said, This person's body has blood vessels everywhere, and these blood vessels carry the blood of the human body. In a while, this Marquis will insert this needle into his blood vessels, and the blood in his body will flow drop by drop into the barrel. When the barrel is full, he will only have 1 breath left and no one will be able to detect the wound. Don't you think it's very satisfying? Oh. The soldier couldn't help but shiver and then subconsciously retreated 2 steps, maintaining a safe distance from Li Zishuan. He then cupped his fist and said, "Ho! Marquis, this little one will go and find you a wooden bucket and syringe." Finishing, he left as if he was escaping. Because Yuchi Jingda had instructed them yesterday that Li Zishuan was here. No matter what he instructed them, they must do it as long as they don't tear down the Marquis government. Wang Jinggang, who was hung on the beam, his face was filled with fear. The scene that Li Zishuan described was too terrifying. He opened his eyes wide and shook his head vigorously. No. Marquis Yong, and you are a marquis personally conferred by the emperor. You using private punishment is against the law. When the time comes, the Chui family will not let you off. Chui family? Li Zishuan sneered and looked at Wang Jinggang with ridicule. You are now just an abandoned son of the Chui family. Do you think the Chui family will care about your life and death? Oh no, it should be said that the Chui family only wants you dead, not alive. You must know that only dead people can keep secrets the best. Wang Jinggang refused to believe. Oh, I was recruited into the Chui family by the old grandfather. When he returns to Chang, and he will definitely think of a way to save me. Old grandfather? You mean Chui Junchuo? Where is he now? Li Zishuan's gaze congealed as he asked. Wang Jinggang suddenly came to his senses. He seemed to have confessed without being pressed. He immediately shut his mouth and did not say another word. Li Zishuan saw the situation and sneered. Looks like you still haven't recognized the reality. In a while, I will let you bleed to wake you up. Wang Jinggang clenched his teeth. Let me bleed then. Do you think the amount of blood I, Wang Jinggang, have bled these few years is not enough? He was obviously strong in appearance but weak in reality. Li Zishuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. After a while, the soldier from earlier brought a wooden bucket and placed it next to Wang Jinggang. Li Zishuan ordered, "Use a black cloth to cover his eyes. I am afraid that he will not be able to take it and will scare himself to death." Yes, Marquis. The soldier and Wang Jinggang shuddered. They secretly thought that Li Zishuan was really ruthless. After a while, the soldier pulled a piece of black cloth out of nowhere and covered Wang Jingang's eyes. Li Zishuan personally cut. Oh no, it was a needle. Fortunately, he was tall and could stand on the ground and directly insert the needle into Wang Jingang's arm. Facing Li Zishuan, a martial arts master, Wang Jinggang did not make any unnecessary struggle. This was because he knew that Li Zishuan had thousands of ways to make him lose the ability to struggle. At this time he only felt that his arm was stung by a bug. It was not painful, so he sneered. I thought it would hurt a lot. This is just scratching an itch for me, Wang Jinggang. Li Zishuan was not angry. He said with a smile, this marquis goal is not to make you feel pain. This marquis wants you to experience the loss of life unknowingly. In the end, you won't even have the strength to open your eyes. During this process you can't do anything. You can only wait for death slowly. Wang Jinggang trembled. It was obvious that he had begun to feel fear in his heart. The soldier next to him saw that the light yellow rubber hose was instantly dyed dark red. Immediately after, there was a drip sound and blood slid into the wooden bucket. Go and get a few datang daily for this marquis. This marquis will read the newspaper here today while admiring how this Wang Jinggang is drained dry. Li Zishuan forcefully endured the disgust in his heart and ordered. In fact, he himself was a little scared when he heard such deliberately scary, perverted words, but in order to make Wang Jinggang speak the truth, he could only suffer himself. Roar, Marquis Yong, and kill me if you dare. What kind of hero are you to use such despicable means? Wang Jinggang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he thought of how all the blood in his body was about to be drained dry and how there was a person admiring the process at the side. He only wished for a quick death now. The soldier of the right Marquis household looked at Li Zishuan as if he was looking at a monster and thought, is this still the great philanthropist Marquis Yong, and that everyone praises? Why does he look like a demon that just came out of hell? Just as the soldier was about to give Li Zishuan the newspaper, he suddenly felt his sleeve being pulled by someone. He lowered his head and saw that it was Li Zishuan who had pulled him. He was bewildered and was about to ask when he saw Li Zishuan shove a ball of paper into his hand with lightning speed and make a shushing gesture. The soldier was also a quick-witted person. He quickly nodded and retreated. Commandant Zhou Marquis, what's written on it? Tell me quickly. In a side hall of the Wu Marquis household, the soldier who previously served Li Zishuan was scratching his ears and cheeks as he surrounded a middle-aged man and asked anxiously. Looking at him, he was obviously illiterate. The note Li Zixuan passed to him earlier was really a waste. Yo. The general usually tells us to read more books when we have time. Shin Sigi, you just don't listen. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhou pointed at the soldier and grumbled. But grumbling was grumbling. He still started to help Shin Sigi read the contents of the note. A jug of water, a funnel, and 2 soldiers? Shin Sigi, are you sure this is the note Marquis gave you? The content of the note was very simple. Commandant Zhou finished reading it very quickly. But he didn't quite understand the contents of the note. Shin Sigi frowned and thought for a while, then said excitedly, I understand. Thank you, Commandant Zhou. With that he ran off like a wisp of smoke. Drip 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 drip. In a dark room, the sound of water dripping could be heard from time to time. A young man sat at the door, calmly flipping through the latest issues of Datang Daily. His face would occasionally reveal a smile. It could be seen that he was in a good mood. But the burly man who was hung on the beam was not in a good mood. His face was pale. Because he wanted to break free, his wrists and ankles were left with deep purple marks. His lips were dry. He didn't shout or shout. Because he had shouted for a long time, but it was useless. The young man was unmoved by his shouts. But it couldn't be said that he was completely unmoved. When he cursed, the young man would fiercely kick him in the stomach. It was so painful that he couldn't even breathe. Marquis, it's already noon. Why don't you go and have your meal first? I'll help you watch. When it was close to noon, Shin Sigi ran over and asked carefully. Li Zixuan put down the newspaper and replied, No need. Go to Drunken Immortal restaurant and get me a plate of lion's head, a plate of fried bean sprouts, and a small pot of immortal drunken wine. This Marquis will eat here for lunch. Let shopkeeper Lu prepare a few more portions, and let the brothers on duty in the Wuho government have a taste. Shin Sigi said in fear and trepidation, Oh, Marquis, you're too kind. The brothers are on duty, how can they drink? Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He secretly thought that the military discipline here was quite strict. He waved his hand and said, Then bring more food over. Treat it as this Marquis's reward to the brothers. Thank you, Marquis. And, as for this one Jingang, don't let him eat for lunch. Based on the speed of his bleeding, he should be able to bleed out by tonight. Letting him eat would be a waste. Marquis Yong'an, you're too much. Ever since Wan Jingang was caught yesterday morning in Wuho government, he had not eaten a single bite of food. And after going through Li Zixuan's torture, he felt that he was really exhausted. Hearing Li Zixuan's words, his lungs were about to explode. Ignore him. Go quickly. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said. Shin Sigi obeyed and left. In the afternoon, the military officials and soldiers on duty in the right Wuho government were considered to have freeloaded a big meal. The Drunken Immortal restaurant's top-quality food and dishes, they usually could not bear to eat a plate of it. But now they could eat heartily. In a moment, the entire Wuho government was filled with the aroma of food. Wan Jingang, who was starving, in the aroma of the food and wine, felt that death was better than living. Every day felt like a year. Marquis, your subordinate heard a news outside. It said that the Chui family donated 2,000 strings of coins to the Nguyen Foundation. Looks like they are starting to give in. Li Zixuan invited Shin Sigi to have lunch at the entrance of the little black room. During the meal, Shin Sigi smiled and said a piece of news. Wan Jingang heard this and could not help but frown deeply. Li Zixuan seemed to sigh carelessly and said, Everyone thinks that the Chui family is high above and will never fall. Let's wait and see. Let's not talk about that. This Drunken Immortal is still the best. TSK. Even an immortal would not exchange it. Gugu. While Li Zixuan was enjoying the food and wine, Wan Jingang's stomach started growling. Li Zixuan smiled at the 2 soldiers who were standing beside Wan Jingang and doing unknown things. Come. The 2 of you take turns to eat. Just keep an eye on him and don't let him commit suicide by biting his tongue. The 2 of them looked at each other. Seeing Shin Sigi nodding at them, they replied, Thank you, Marquis. Thus, only the sound of chewing and the very rhythmic dripping sound was left in the room. The starving Wan Jingang was even more tormented by these 2 sounds. His arms and legs had already lost feeling. It was probably because he had lost too much blood. If he had a knife in his hand at this moment, his first reaction would not be to slash at Li Zixuan but his own neck. In the afternoon. After some time, the dripping sound suddenly stopped. Li Zixuan raised his head and said, What's wrong? Did he bleed dry so quickly? The 2 of you quickly press on his arm and help him squeeze. Maybe he can squeeze out some blood. Shin Sigi, help me get another pot of wine. How can there be no wine for such an elegant thing? Ah! Wang Jingang's face turned even paler. He roared with his already hoarse voice, "Lunatic! Lunatic! You are the devil! I beg you to kill me." "Ah! You want to die? How can it be so easy? Your blood hasn't been drained yet." Li Zishuan laughed. Chapter 1090. Hearing Li Zishuan suddenly ask for wine, Shinsigi was stunned at first, but after seeing Li Zishuan give him a meaningful look, he instantly understood and hurriedly left to carry out the order. Not long after, Shinsigi brought over a pot of wine for Li Zishuan, and the other two martial marquis had already used all their strength to press down on Wang Jingang's arm. Immediately, the ticking sound in the room rang out again, and Wang Jingang's nightmare began again. "Kill me. I beg you to kill me. If you're a man, then give me a quick death. I beg you." His mouth kept repeating these words in a low voice. The heavens had pity on him. He had walked the Jianghu for so many years. What kind of injuries had he not suffered? He had long seen through life and death, but this kind of waiting for death, this kind of torture to his soul and his body, he really could not stand it. At this time, a quick death to him had already become an extravagant hope. Phew. The contents of these few newspapers are a little lacking. 5 in the afternoon, the sun was setting in the west. Li Zishuan stood up, sighed, and said as if he hadn't had enough. "Wang Jinggang, this marquis will give you one last chance. If you are willing to speak honestly, this marquis will give you a way out and ensure your safety. If you are not willing to speak, then this marquis will leave now, and tomorrow the people of Wuhou government will send you, who is on your last breath, to the Supreme Court. TSK. I reckon that by that time you will become a dried corpse. Do you know what is a dried corpse? Just like a dried fish." Li Zishuan looked at Wang Jinggang and said in a cold tone. After a day of torture, Wang Jingang's spirit was already on the verge of collapse, and Li Zishuan's last words was the straw that broke the camel's back, causing his face to be filled with fear, and he shook his head vigorously and said, "No. I don't want to become a dried corpse. I don't want to become a dried corpse. I'll speak. What you want to know, I'll tell you everything." Li Zishuan laughed, and his heart heaved a sigh of relief. He sat down again and said, "Good. A wise man submits to circumstances. If you had cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much, right? Marquis Yong, and you, pull out the needle first, otherwise I will really turn into a mummy." Wang Jinggang said with trembling lips. No rush. This marquis knows what to do. Answer a few of my questions first." "You? Ask away." "What did you do before?" "I used to be a bandit in the Qinling Mountains, and then I became a blacksmith." "When did you enter the Chui family?" "For years. No, it should be 5 years ago. I heard that the Chui family was recruiting a large number of pugilistic experts, so I went to try my luck. In the end, old Master Chui took a liking to me, so I became the Chui family's guard." "Then have you heard of a maidservant named Nianyu?" Hearing this question, Wang Jinggang was stunned. His face was once again filled with fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "You? How do you know her name? Could it be that the female ghost is still lingering around?" "Cut the crap. Let me ask you, how did Nianyu die?" Li Zishuan scolded coldly. "She was raised into a human swine by Madame, and she was tortured to death." Wang Jinggang said the answer with a trembling voice. Sure enough, Li Zishuan heard, and the cup in his hand was crushed into pieces with a bang. "Then tell me, why didn't Nianyu's parents report it to the authorities?" Li Zishuan asked again. Wang Jinggang thought for a moment and replied, "As far as I know, Nianyu's parents sold her to the Chui family a long time ago, and they rarely had contact with each other. After Nianyu's death, the family had ordered people to send 100 strings of cash to Nianyu's parents. It was said that their daughter was pregnant with the Chui family's flesh and blood, but she unfortunately died in childbirth and was buried in the Chui family's cemetery. Nianyu's parents didn't suspect much, and accepted the fact that Nianyu had passed away." 100 strings of cash? Madame Chui is a good-for-nothing. This Chui Shanfu is also a good-for-nothing. Wang Jinggang, you're loyal to such a master. I don't know if you'll feel ashamed after you die." Li Zishuan heard and sneered. Wang Jinggang couldn't help but lower his head at this moment and kept silent. Li Zishuan continued, "How did the Chui family deal with Nianyu's corpse in the end? I presume that with the couple's behavior, they definitely wouldn't bury her in the Chui family cemetery, right?" There was no answer to this question in the information provided by Pang Feiji. Marquis guessed correctly. Nianyu's corpse was buried in the 10-mile slope outside the city. Wang Jinggang replied. "Are you sure? If there's half a lie, I will not only turn you into a human swine, but also cut you into pieces. Everything I said is true. Li Zishuan's mood suddenly became heavy. Apart from this matter, has the Chui family done any other heinous things in recent years? After a long pause, Li Zishuan asked again. Marquis, this I can't remember clearly. Wang Jinggang thought for a while and finally replied. Then let me ask you. How much fertile land has the Chui family seized in recent years? Li Zishuan asked with a cold face. Wang Jinggang was silent for a long time and replied, the Chui family has seized a lot of fertile land in recent years, but I can't say exactly how much. But it should be more than 100,000 mu. Do you know all the illegal things the Chui family has done in Hunan province? This, I know a little. Tell me everything you know. Don't leave out a single thing. The interrogation went on until the third quarter of the evening. The Chui family's old debts were gradually dug out. Although these were not all of the Chui family's evil deeds, but what Wang Jinggang said was enough to shock everyone. Encroaching on land, kidnapping women, forcing women into prostitution, oppressing the poor, and even robbing and killing people. The Chui family, who had been glorious for thousands of years, actually did all of these things in the dark. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were full of evil. Humph! If the Chui family is not destroyed, the heavens will not tolerate it. If the Wang family is not destroyed, the wrong souls will not be appeased. Shin Sigi, bring it over and let him sign it. Li Zishuan had always had a fire in his heart. Following Wang Jingang's narration, the fire in his heart burned brighter and brighter. But he did not lose his temper here. He wanted to wait until the Chui family was destroyed, then he would release it completely. Yes, Marquis. When Wang Jinggang confessed, Shin Sigi quickly found a document from the Wuhou government. So Wang Jingang's confession was recorded. After all, there were no tape recorders or cameras in this era. They could only use pen and paper to record the criminal's confession. Marquis Yong, and you pull out the needle from my body, you can't go back on your words. Chapter 1091. At this time, Wang Jinggang suddenly realized that there was still a needle in his body. If this continued, wouldn't his blood be sucked dry? Pull out the needle from his body, then take this bucket of blood out. Don't scare him to death. Then get him to sign his name. Li Zishuan felt that it was funny. Just the sound of water droplets could scare this guy to this extent. He had been in the martial arts world for so many years. That's right, the dripping sound in the room was actually the sound of water droplets. At first, the needle was indeed inserted into Wang Jingang's blood vessels, but after Li Zishuan secretly stuffed a note into Shin Sigi's hand to get a pot of water and a funnel, the dripping sound in the room became the sound of water. The two soldiers guarding Wang Jinggang said that they were helping to watch over Wang Jinggang to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide, but in reality, they were just taking turns to hold the funnel filled with water. The funnel they were using had a large amount of water at the bottom, so the dripping speed was about the same as the dripping speed of blood. This was also the main reason why Li Zishuan asked someone to cover Wang Jingang's eyes. Only then would he be willing to confess. In the middle there was a situation where the dripping sound stopped. That was because the water was used up, so Li Zishuan had Shin Sigi go out and bring back a pot of wine. Inside the room, they pretended to think that Wang Jingang's blood had dried up, so they let the two soldiers guarding him go up and squeeze out the blood, to further impact Wang Jingang's psychological defenses. Under Li Zishuan's direction, the four of them worked together to complete a textbook psychological warfare drama, completely breaking Wang Jingang's psychological defenses. There were no obvious injuries during the whole process, so the Supreme Court wouldn't be able to find any. Holding the confession that Wang Jinggang had signed, Li Zishuan left the room and returned home. As for Wang Jinggang, who was in the house, he was also a little confused. He stared at the little red dot on his arm and muttered, "Huh? Why is there so much blood on my arm? Why is there still blood on my arm? Strange, did Marquis Yong and show mercy?" Shin Sigi and the other two soldiers knew the truth of the matter. Hearing this, they tried their best to hold back their laughter and quickly left this temporary prison cell. They were afraid that if they stayed here for too long, they wouldn't be able to hold it in anymore. As for the outside world, it was actually quite lively. The Chui family brought 2 carts of copper coins to donate to the Warm Tang Foundation, causing a huge commotion. Some people praised the kind Chui family for finally coming back, while others mocked the Chui family behind their backs for being forced to donate some money as a face-saving project. But no matter what, the Chui family's reputation among the common people had finally stopped falling. Grandfather, the Marquis of Yong, and stayed in the right Martial Marquis residence for an entire day and just came out. Dunhua Square, Chui's study. A black-clothed warrior walked in silently and cupped his fists at East County Duke Chui Junchuo. Marquis Tang? You're saying that Li Zixuan stayed in Marquis Tang for an entire day? Chui Junchuo's squinted eyes immediately widened. He stared at the warrior and asked, "It's absolutely true, grandfather. Right, Marquis Tang? If I'm not wrong, that kid should have gone to interrogate Wan Jinggang, right? With his relationship with Yuqi Jingda, he should be able to move freely in the right, Marquis Tang." Wang Shi, this stupid woman, she actually allowed Yuqi Jingda to bring Wan Jinggang away. So stupid. Chui Junchuo's face showed a trace of anger. If he was present yesterday, he would not have allowed things to develop to such a stage. At the very least, he would not have allowed Yu Qigong to bring a living Wan Jinggang away. Wasn't this giving people something to hold against him? Grandfather is worried that Marquis Yong and will torture Wan Jinggang and get hold of the Chui family's weakness? The black-robed warrior said in a deep voice. Chui Junchuo shook his head and said, "Right, Marquis Tang only has the power to capture people and not the power to interrogate. No matter how good Yuqi Jingda's relationship with Li Zixuan is, he will not agree to torture Wan Jinggang. I'm only worried that after Wan Jinggang is handed over to the Supreme Court in 2 days, he might say something that should not be said. At this critical juncture, if such a situation occurs, the Chui family will most likely be consigned to eternal damnation." The black-robed warrior was silent. Obviously he knew that the Chui family's disciples had done many dirty things in the dark. "Grandfather, Qi Li is willing to make a trip to Marquis Tang tonight to shut Wan Jinggang up." After a long silence in the house, the black-robed warrior cupped his fist and said. A cold light flashed past Chui Junchuo's eyes. Following that he muttered, "Qi Li, your movement technique is outstanding. Logically speaking, sneaking into Marquis Tang shouldn't be a problem. But just in case, bring Mei Lian along as well. But remember, if there is an ambush in Marquis Tang, retreat immediately. Do you understand?" Qi Li obeys. After the black-robed warrior left, Chui Junchuo squinted his eyes. Half leaning on the couch, he pondered for a long time. Suddenly he opened his mouth. "Wang Yong. This old servant is here." The Chui family's old housekeeper walked in from outside the door. It could be seen that Chui Junchuo valued him highly. Otherwise he would not let him serve by his side. "Tomorrow, inform all the retainers in the residence to start writing articles to defame Li Zixuan. No matter if the content is true or not, write it first." Chui Junchuo said in a low voice. He could send people to assassinate Wan Jinggang, but he could not send people to assassinate Li Zixuan. Because if he did that, the Chui family would become the enemy of the entire kingdom. By then, the group of people in the capital would definitely not be able to leave Chang and city. So, towards Li Zixuan, he could only use the literary method to settle it. The Chui family had been in control of the world for thousands of years. There were hundreds and thousands of scholars who relied on the Chui family. In Chui Junchuo's opinion, if he wanted to defame a person, it would be very easy. He originally planned to carry out this plan in 2 days. However, Li Zixuan's actions today made him feel a sense of crisis. So, he had to bring forward the plan. "Taigong, this old servant has something to say." Wang Yong hesitated for a moment before he said. The old housekeeper cupped his hands and said slowly, "Recently, the people have been spurning the Chui family. The public opinion is fierce. Many retainers in the residence have thought of leaving the Chui family. Taigong, what do you think we should do?" Chui Junchuo's face was frosty. He snorted coldly, "Humph? A group of ingrates. The Chui family has raised them for so many years. How can they leave just because they want to? Tell them that if they leave the Chui family, this old man will not let them have the chance to stand out in this lifetime." Aristocratic families were merciless. They were even more merciless to those who betrayed them. At this moment, Chui Junchuo finally tore off his hypocritical mask in front of the world, revealing the ferocious fangs under the mask. "Yes, Taigong." Chapter 1092. "Ah, I didn't expect Xiao Xian to be so talented in interrogating criminals. I'm really curious now, is there anything in this world that can stump him?" Yuqi Manor. Yuqi Jingda listened to his subordinate's report on Wu Ho Manor's situation during the day. He stroked his beard and laughed. In the morning, after Yuqi Jingda finished his morning court, he went straight home. He didn't go to Wu Ho Manor in the afternoon because he wanted to give Li Zixuan enough time to interrogate Wan Jinggang. On the matter of Pang Feiji concealing information, Yuqi Jingda knew that Li Zixuan would have a knot in his heart. He wanted to give Li Zixuan some time to resolve the knot in his heart. So even though he knew that Li Zixuan was in the right Wu Ho Manor today, he didn't show his face. "I thought that Marquis was really going to drain Wan Jingang's blood. I didn't expect Marquis to use such a brilliant method. This subordinate prostrates himself in admiration. Shen Sigi couldn't help but sigh. Ah, this is why Xiao Xian can become a marquis at such a young age while you Xinyi are still a small Sigi at your age. Yuchi Jingda had just learned a new interrogation method and was in a good mood. He made a small joke with his subordinate. Ah, that is, Marquis Yong, and is the literary and martial star of the heavens. How can I compare? But this move of Marquis, I've learned it. In the future when I meet a disobedient criminal, I'll scare him like this. Anyway, the people from the Supreme Court won't be able to find any flaws. Xinyi scratched his head and chuckled. Yuchi Jingda smiled and didn't care much. He walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back and suddenly said in a serious tone, Shen Sigi, listen to my order. Xinyi quivered and quickly cupped his fist. I'm here. Yuchi Jingda said expressionlessly, inform General Song, order all the soldiers of the right Wuho Manor to be on high alert tonight. They must be loose on the outside and tight on the inside. Also, prepare 300 archers for an ambush, in case experts attack at night. Xinyi was shocked. Even though he was full of questions, this wasn't the time to ask. He quickly said, I've received your order. Go. Yuchi Jingda waved his hand and Xinyi accepted the order and left. He had a faint intuition in his heart that this night would absolutely not be peaceful. Cui Junshuo. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yuchi Jingda raised his head to look out the window and muttered. Li Zixuan, did you manage to interrogate him at the right Martial Marquis mansion today? It wasn't just Cui Junshuo and Yuchi Jingda who were paying attention to Li Zixuan's movements. Li Er was also paying attention at all times. The main thing was that he was afraid that Li Zixuan didn't know the severity of the situation and really completely fell out with the Cui family. Imperial Palace, Suite Du Hall. After Li Er finished his dinner, he came here to work overtime. Zhao Song came over and told Li Er about Li Zixuan's movements that night. Li Er frowned and asked. Zhao Song bowed and said, Your Majesty, this old servant does not know. According to the information, there were a total of 3 soldiers who accompanied the Marquis Yong in for interrogation. After the interrogation, they left the Martial Marquis mansion and returned home. Li Er frowned and after a moment he ordered, Tomorrow bring one of the soldiers present into the palace. After the morning assembly, I want to see him. This old servant obeys. Marquis, this subordinate has already sent the letter to General Dugu. Yong Li Lane, Li Mansion West Courtyard. In the study, Pang Feiji cupped his fist towards Li Zixuan. What did Dugu Xian say? Li Zixuan asked. Pang Feiji cupped his fist and said, General Dugu said that he and Fei Ying will arrive at the place that Marquis mentioned on time. During the day, Li Zixuan heard that the old master of the Cui family had sent someone to donate money to the Warm Tang Foundation. After he left the right Martial Marquis mansion, he felt that something was wrong. He estimated that with the Cui family's power, they would definitely know that he had stayed in the right Martial Marquis mansion for an entire day. As for the purpose of him coming to the right Martial Marquis mansion, Cui Junshuo, that old fox, would definitely be able to guess it even with his eyes closed. Following this train of thought, the Cui family might have some ideas about Wan Jinggang tonight. Hence, he asked the Dugu brothers to hide in the surroundings of the Martial Marquis mansion tonight and help capture the assassins sent by the Cui family. He had also thought of asking the expert curly-beard guest to come over, but he felt that it was a waste of talent. No matter how deep the Cui family's background was, it would be difficult for them to send out an assassin of curly-beard guest's level. Hence, after thinking about it, Li Zixuan decided to leave the assassins that might appear tonight for the Dugu brothers to practice on. One of them was a martial arts master while the other was a flying dagger master. He believed that as long as it was not an assassin above the middle stage of a martial arts master, the 2 brothers would definitely be able to handle it. That's good. How's the workshop? According to your instructions, Marquis, the editorial staff of Datang Daily will all stay in the workshop to print all night. We expect to finish printing around midnight. Is the city gate ready? Reporting to Marquis. Fei Ying said that he could help Marquis arrange it. At that time, as long as no one wanted to enter the city, it wouldn't be a big problem. They could use some hanging baskets to transport things into the city. All right, you may leave. This subordinate will take his leave. After Pang Feiji left, Li Zixuan looked out of the window and said coldly, Tonight the show is about to start. Translator, Transin editor, Transin. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Most people in Chang and had already fallen asleep except for the playboys in Peace Square. Swish swish. 2 black shadows dashed out from Dunhua Square. They ran along the roofs of rows of houses, avoiding the patrolling Wuho mansion while dashing towards the right Marquis mansion. Leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls, these two people had performed these 4 words to the extreme. 6 minutes later, on a roof opposite the Wuho mansion, there were 2 black-clothed men. One of the shorter black-clothed men glanced at the situation in the Wuho mansion and said softly, "Big brother, with just these few Wuho mansion with our skills, it would be easy to sneak in without anyone noticing. Isn't Taigong being too cautious? It's obvious that any one of us can do it, why must he send us all at once?" His words were filled with contempt for the enemy and confidence in himself. The other man frowned and reprimanded, "Second brother, don't let your guard down. This is Chang'an City. If we are not careful, we will be wanted by the entire city. In a while you will be in charge of keeping watch outside. At the crucial moment, you can make some movements and help me attract the attention of these Wuho mansion. I will go in and take care of Wan Jinggang. I will be out soon." This black-clothed man was Qi Li. The other one should be Mei Lian. "Big brother, why don't I go? Anyway, these Wuho mansion can't do anything to me." Chapter 1093. Mei Lian, who was rubbing his palms together, did not realize the danger lurking in the darkness. He did not take Qi Li's warning to heart at all. Instead, he eagerly volunteered. "No. Second brother, if you meet an expert with your movement technique, you might be in trouble. It's better for me to go." Qi Li shook his head and flatly refused. "Big brother, it's so late at night, how can there be an expert? Besides, even if there is an expert, isn't there still you? Big brother, are you going to abandon me?" Mei Lian did not give up and continued to persuade him. "That's fine. Second brother, if you find something wrong, retreat immediately. Safety first." Unable to resist Mei Lian's pestering, Qi Li thought for a moment and agreed. "Hey, got it, big brother." Mei Lian excitedly replied and then jumped down from the roof. In the night, he jumped left and right, dodging a few groups of Wuho government patrolling the night. Suddenly, a sense of pride rose in his heart. "Hey, seems like grandfather and big brother are overthinking. It's almost midnight, how can there be an expert?" After knocking out a few Wuho guards without anyone noticing, Mei Lian could not help but mutter softly. At this time, he was less than 20 feet away from the small house where Wan Jinggang was locked up. Wan Jinggang, you're usually so arrogant. Today I'm here to send you on your way." Mei Lian volunteered. Other than being bored and wanting to show off his skills, another important reason was that he and Wan Jinggang had a grudge. Once, when he was doing something good with a servant girl in the Chui family, Wan Jinggang bumped into them and even told Chui Junchuo. Although Chui Junchuo did not punish him and even gave the servant girl to him, this kind of experience of being stabbed in the dark would make anyone unhappy. Bang bang. Outside the room where Wan Jinggang was locked up, there were also 2 martial marquis guarding it. Mei Lian flashed, and before the 2 martial marquis could see who it was, they were knocked unconscious by Mei Lian. Creak, the door opened. "Who is it?" Wan Jinggang, who was hanging from the beam in the room, suddenly opened his eyes and asked aloud. Guess who I am?" Mei Lian let out a sinister laugh, which was particularly eerie in the dark night. "Mei Lian? It's you? Did grandfather send you to save me?" Wan Jinggang was overjoyed. Clang. Mei Lian suddenly pulled out the dagger from her thigh and sneered, "Ha! In your dreams, brat. Grandfather sent me here to shut you up forever." Wan Jinggang was furious and said in disbelief, "Bullshit. Mei Lian, you faked Taigong's orders. When I get out of here, I will definitely complain to my grandfather." Tisk. Mei Lian was even more furious. He sneered and said, Complain. Wan Jinggang, since you like to complain so much, go complain to the king of hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed towards Wan Jingang's throat with the dagger in his hand. Swish swish. In the blink of an eye. Just as Mei Lian's dagger was about to touch Wan Jingang's throat, he suddenly heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. His many years of combat experience told him that someone was shooting at him from behind. If he insisted on killing Wan Jinggang now, he would definitely be hit by 2 arrows. How could he do something that would hurt both sides? "You have a death wish." Mei Lian roared angrily. He quickly turned around and waved his dagger. With 2 clanging sounds, the arrows were pushed to the side by him. Taking advantage of this gap, he realized that there were 2 martial marquis standing outside the door with bows in their hands. "You overestimate yourself." Mei Lian's journey tonight had been smooth sailing. Even now, he looked down on all the martial marquises here. When he saw that someone was shooting at him, his first reaction was not to run but to take the initiative to attack. He wanted to kill the person who shot him to vent his anger. His figure changed and he rushed out of the room in an instant. Then he went straight for the two soldiers who were holding the big bows. Swish, swish, swish. However, the moment he dashed out of the room, dozens of soldiers suddenly appeared from under the tables, cabinets, and bookshelves leaning against the wall. Dozens of arrows were shot at him at the same time. It's an ambush. No matter how dumb Mei Lian was, he knew that he had fallen into an ambush. He was shocked and ran out of the door without thinking. Despicable. Shameless. I'll kill all of you the next time I come. Mei Lian was too fast, even faster than the arrows. In the blink of an eye, he had knocked away a few soldiers and dashed out of the door. As he left, he did not forget to leave a threat. Fire. A general brought 300 archers and rushed to the outside of Wu Ho government. The general pointed at the direction where Mei Lian had fled and shouted. Swish, swish, swish. With 300 people shooting at the same time, no matter how fast Mei Lian was, it was difficult for him to dodge all the arrows. Clang. Second brother, be careful. Just at this moment, Qi Li, who had been lying on the roof opposite Wu Ho government, upon seeing this, immediately pulled out her sword and in a flash she flew over. Her speed was more than 30% faster than Mei Lian. Ding ding ping ping. In the blink of an eye, Qi Li was beside Mei Lian. He danced with his sword, and after a series of ding ding ping ping sounds, all the arrows fell to the ground, and the brothers were unharmed. General Song, there are two assassins. When the Wu Marquis saw that there was an extra person on the battlefield, they quickly said in fear. Fire. All of you fire for me. Those who hit will be heavily rewarded. The general surnamed Song roared. Second brother. Let's go. Qi Li and Mei Lian retreated as they fought. In a short period of time, no one could do anything to them. The main reason was that their martial arts were too powerful. Wanna leave? Not so easy. 9 swords beyond the swords, broken sword style. Even the archers could not do anything to these two experts. Seeing that they were about to fly away, General Song was anxious. At this moment in the dark night sky, there was an extremely clear sound of a sword. Then a young man with a sword in his hand was heading straight for Qi Li. So fast, so powerful. This was also a master expert. General Song was overjoyed, but Qi Li was shocked because he realized that when facing this sword, it was as if his hands and feet were tied, and there was nowhere for him to hide. Although the other party was also a master expert, his strength could completely suppress him. This made him realize that Wu Marquis government had already set up an inescapable trap, waiting for them to come in. Qi Li had no choice but to fight with his sword. Big brother, let me help you. Mei Lian also pulled out his long saber, wanting to help his good brother, but who knew that 2 flying daggers would whiz towards his face. Ah, where are you going? Your opponent is me. Chapter 1094. It's General Dugu. General Zhou, who was on night duty in the Right Marquis mansion, also recognized the 2 brothers from the Dugu family. He exclaimed and quickly said, Soldiers, listen to my order. Set up the formation and surround the enemy. Tonight no one is allowed to leave. Yes, sir. Nearly 1,000 soldiers of the Right Marquis mansion answered loudly and quickly got into formation. The infantrymen held swords on the inside, while the archers held swords on the outside. The military formation quickly pressed down on the 2 black-clothed assassins. Second brother. Don't fight. Leave if you can. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave tonight. Qi Li did not expect the Right Marquis mansion to be surrounded by nearly 1,000 marquises, and the 2 Dugu brothers. These 2 had become famous after fighting Li Zishuan at Snake Spirit Mountain. The 3 of them were actually able to fight Yin Badian, who was at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Now that Dugu Xian had already entered the Grandmaster realm, and Dugu Feiying's flying dagger skill, which could threaten a martial Dao Grandmaster, must have improved as well. Under such circumstances, Qi Li almost did not want to fight. That was what he thought and that was what he did. He shouted at Mei Lian as he dashed left and right. He wanted to escape before the Marquis Mansion soldiers completely surrounded him. He did not want to fight Dugu Xian head-on. His body movements were very strange. He was like a shadow drifting in and out of the crowd, but he could always find the best path and the best time to quickly pass through the gaps between people. It was like a scene of 100 flowers passing through, but not a single leaf touching the body. The lethality of Dugu Xian's swordsmanship was quite high, but it was difficult to use it in the crowd. In such a restricted state he could not target Qi Li with his swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, Qi Li was about to escape the encirclement of the Right Martial Marquis soldiers. Seeing that Qi Li was about to leave, the soldiers of the Right Marquis Mansion quickly released arrows under the command of their general. For a moment, arrows rained down, but it was difficult to hit Qi Li's body. What a strange movement. Seeing this, Dugu Xan was surprised. Immediately, he decided not to pursue Qi Li, and turned to join forces with Dugu Feiying to encircle the other assassin who was weaker in martial arts. Mei Lian, who was already no match for Dugu Feiying, felt even more pressure. Not long after, her body was cut a few times. "Big brother, leave quickly. Leave me alone." Mei Lian saw that the Wu Hou army had also turned around and surrounded him. Furthermore, he still had 2 experts by his side attacking him with all their might. He knew that he had no hope of breaking out of the encirclement. Wu asked his movement technique to be inferior to his big brother's. Thus he roared at the night sky. Whoosh! In the dark night, a roar of unwillingness and anger could be heard. "Second brother, big brother will bring our brothers to save you." It sounded like Qi Li's voice. After that, there was no more sound in the darkness. "Hey, you see, your companions have all run away. I think you should just surrender. Maybe I'm in a good mood and won't kill you?" Dugu Feiying glanced at the direction where Qi Li's voice came from, and then smiled at Mei Lian. Although Mei Lian had already touched the threshold of Grandmaster realm, and his actual strength was slightly higher than normal martial Dao Grandmasters, Dugu Feiying was a man who had just surpassed Grandmaster Pinnacle in a head-on battle. He could completely suppress Mei Lian. Not to mention that his big brother Dugu Xn had also come to help him. Surrender without a fight? Dream on. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. 7 arrows. Mei Lian laughed coldly. Then he swung his sleeves, and 7 short arrows with a cold glint could be seen flying toward Dugu Feiying from 7 different directions. Obviously, Dugu Feiying was the scapegoat he was talking about. Who asked this guy to have such a big mouth? F***CK. You think I'm easy to bully, don't you? You didn't shoot my big brother, but you shot me? Dugu Feiying was hopping mad. Previously, when they were fighting Yin Badian at Snake Spirit Mountain, Yin Badian had used him as a breakthrough point and attacked him with all his might. Now that Mei Lian, a weakling, who was weaker than him, had used him as a breakthrough point, how could he tolerate this? "Feiying, be careful. There's poison on the arrows." Dugu Xn roared, wanting to save Dugu Feiying, but it was obviously too late. 7 arrows were flying in 7 different directions, taking into account Dugu Feiying's possible escape routes. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be dead. But Dugu Feiying was not someone who could be judged by common sense. The more dangerous the situation, the more his potential would be stimulated. As he controlled his body to retreat quickly, he pulled out 7 Shen Li flying daggers from his thigh belt at lightning speed and sent them toward the 7 arrows. It could be said that it was done in one smooth motion. During this process, others could not even see the trajectory of his palm. Half a year ago, when he was fighting Yin Badian, he could only use 3 Shen Li flying daggers at the same time. Although strictly speaking, there was still some time between these 7 daggers. To be able to do this was enough to show that Dugu Feiying's current strength was many times stronger than before. Ding, ding, ding. 7 crisp sounds were heard, and all 7 arrows were hit by Dugu Feiying's Shen Li flying daggers. Seeing this, Dugu Xn heaved a sigh of relief and used the Lonely Wind sword to slash at Mei Lian with all his might. Mei Lian was only good at hidden weapons and assassination. How could she be a match for a martial Dao master like Dugu Xn? In less than 3 rounds she had already been stabbed. Dugu Xn saw a loophole in Mei Lian's defense and changed his move instantly. His long sword was finally less than an inch away from Mei Lian's throat. "Put down your weapons and surrender." The noisy right martial Marquis household's entrance quieted down instantly, leaving only Dugu Xn's cold voice. "Guards, tie up the assassin." Martial Marquis household's General Zhou waved his hand and ordered. Tie me up? Dream on." Mei Lian, the wild beast that everyone thought was trapped in a cage, laughed evilly and then charged at Dugu Xn's long sword without hesitation. Ching. That was the sound of a sharp sword piercing into flesh. Things happened too suddenly, and it was also too unexpected. Dugu Xn did not even have time to retract his sword before Mei Lian killed himself in front of everyone. "Doctor. Call the doctor." General Zhou was shocked and quickly went to check on the situation before shouting loudly. "It's too late. He's not breathing anymore." Dugu Xn said coldly as he placed his finger on Mei Lian's nose to check. There was even a hint of frustration in his tone. I didn't expect this kid to be so decisive. How ruthless." Dugu Feiying muttered in surprise. Chapter 1095. Young Master, there's movement at the right martial manor. At midnight, Li Zixuan had already let Han Yushi sleep while he was reading in the study room. Outside the room, Pang Feiji's low and hurried voice sounded. "Come in." Li Zishuan's eyes flashed and immediately said, "Creak." Pang Feiji walked in quietly. "The Chui family sent experts to the martial manor?" Li Zishuan hurriedly asked. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and replied, "Marquis's prediction is godly. Just 3 minutes ago, an expert infiltrated the martial manor and was discovered by the martial manor on duty. However, that person's martial arts were exceptionally high. Even though General Yuchi had placed 300 archers in ambush in the Wuhou government, they were unable to harm him in the slightest. Thus, the 2 Dugu generals who were guarding outside hurriedly joined the battle. Only then was the situation reversed. It must be said that he used to mingle in the right martial manner. If not, for him to wander around the streets in the middle of the night, it would be strange if he wasn't captured by the patrolling martial manor. How was the battle situation? Did you manage to capture the assassin?" Li Zishuan expressionlessly asked. "Marquis." After the assassin who had infiltrated the Wuhou government was surrounded, everyone then realized that there was another assassin outside who was secretly providing support, but the assassin's movement technique was too brilliant. General Dugu was unable to catch up and let him escape. Although the remaining one's martial arts were not bad, he was not General Dugu's opponent. After he was defeated by General Dugu, everyone thought that he would surrender. But who would have thought that he would directly crash into General Dugu's sword and commit suicide? Committed suicide? Li Zishuan frowned and secretly cursed his bad luck. He had painstakingly set up a trap. In the end, one escaped and the one left behind was a corpse. This was really fate making fools of people. Ping pong. Suddenly at this time, there was a series of knocks on the door. In the middle of the night, it would definitely not be someone from the Li Manor knocking on the door. It could only be someone from outside the manor. Li Zishuan gave Pang Feiji a look. Pang Feiji approached the door and carefully opened a crack. When he saw the person outside, he immediately opened the door completely. "It's Axin?" Seeing that it was Dugu Xin, Li Zishuan stood up in shock. "Little Xian, you should know about tonight's matter, right?" Dugu Xin nodded and walked forward. "I know. Feiji has already told me about it." "Axin, sit down and rest first." Li Zishuan smiled. Dugu Xen said, "Little Xian, I'm sorry. We Xian did not want Xian's alive? Even if we suspect that the Chui family sent them, we have no proof." Li Zishuan wanted to deal with a 1,000-year-old family like the Chui family. The Dugu family had no objections. One of them represented the nobles of Shandong, while the other represented the old aristocratic families. Moreover, since the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Dugu family's glory had always been closely related to the emperor of that time. It could be said that they were the unwavering royalists. In addition, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying had always been on good terms with Li Zishuan. When they heard that Li Zishuan wanted them to help, they agreed without hesitation. It's fine. No one expected that the assassin would suddenly commit suicide. It's not your fault. Moreover, it doesn't matter if we can capture them alive. As long as Wan Jinggang is still alive, it's fine." Li Zishuan smiled and comforted them. Although he said that to comfort them, it was actually the truth. Even if there were no assassins tonight, he would still make a move against the Chui family. "But I think I know a little about the identities of these 2 assassins." Dugu Xen shook his head and said hesitantly, "Oh, just where did they come from?" Li Zishuan was also very curious about what kind of assassins they were. They could actually beat Dugu Xen in terms of movement techniques. Dugu Xen frowned and said, "The leader should be Qi Li. He has 3 brothers, Qi Li, Meilian, Wangliang and Swan and I. Because more than 10 years ago the 4 of them killed and robbed people in the Taibai mountain area and took over the mountain as kings, they were called the Taibai 4 Ghosts. But after the world was peaceful, no one knew where they went. Qi Li, Meilian, Wangliang and Swan and I. Together they became Qi Mei, Wangliang and Swan and I. Calling them the Taibai 4 Ghosts is just right." After Li Zishuan heard this, he muttered to himself. Then he asked, Xen, how do you know that they are the Taibai 4 Ghosts?" Dugu Xen recalled, the leader of the assassins, his movement technique was like a shadow. He could always determine the most suitable place to land in the shortest time. At that time, there were thousands of martial marquis around. Not only did they not obstruct him, they became a barrier to help him escape. This movement technique is very similar to the 5 elements ghost steps that I heard from my second uncle. And this 5 elements ghost steps is the unique movement technique of the Taibai 4 Ghosts, Qi Li. Li Zishuan blinked and said in amazement, "There is such a magical movement technique in this world? After we destroy the Chui family, we must capture this Qi Li and interrogate him." Dugu Xian was speechless. What did he mean by, after we destroy the Chui family? He spoke as if he was drinking soup. Was the Chui family something that could be destroyed so easily? Although he believed that Li Zixuan would not be at a disadvantage against the Chui family, he would never believe that Li Zixuan could destroy the Chui family. Grandfather. Grandfather. Something bad has happened. The Chui family. It was already midnight. At this time, everyone in the Chui family was asleep. However, an old man rushed to the east courtyard and shouted as he approached the room. There was a rustling sound of clothes being put on in the room. Then the lights were turned on. Come in and talk. Then Chui Junchuo's voice came from the room. The old housekeeper quickly went in and bowed to Chui Junchuo. Grandfather, Qi Li and Mei Lian failed in their mission. There were many soldiers in the right Marquis mansion in advance, and the two juniors of the Dugu family were also there. Chui Junchuo's expression changed. He coughed twice and said in a trembling voice, "Were Qi Li and Mei Lian caught?" The old housekeeper said bitterly, "Grandfather, Qi Li's movement technique is outstanding. Dugu Xian could not catch up with him, so he escaped. But Mei Lian did not escape and her whereabouts are unknown." Whereabouts are unknown. Chui Junchuo's usually expressionless face finally showed some panic. It's over. If Mei Lian falls into the hands of the imperial court, the Chui family will be doomed. We have to make other plans. Otherwise, we won't even be able to leave Chang and city in 2 days. The old housekeeper opened his mouth and wanted to say something to comfort him, but he realized that he could not do anything in the end. Continue to pay attention to Mei Lian's whereabouts. If there is any news, inform me immediately. Also, where is Qi Li? Ask him to come and see me. Chui Junchuo said after a long time. But his voice seemed to have aged a lot. Chapter 1096. Reporting to Taigong, Qi Li was worried that Wu Ho government would track him down, so he sent someone to send the news back, while he went to hide somewhere else. Chui residence, East Courtyard Wing. The old butler bowed and replied. That's good too. Chui Junchuo stroked his beard and nodded, then he looked at the old butler and said, Wang Yong, quickly pack up. Once there's any movement, we'll leave Chang and immediately and return to Zhengzhou. That's where our Chui family's roots are. Taigong, those articles that you asked the guests to write, do you still want to continue tomorrow? The old butler suddenly remembered what Chui Junchuo told him a few hours ago, so he asked again. Forget it. Let's wait first. Although Wu Ho government might not have caught Mei Lian, but if Wan Jinggang knew that Qi Li and Mei Lian went to Wu Ho government to assassinate him, he would definitely betray the Chui family. I have to plan early. You can leave first. Yes. Taigong. You should rest early. The old butler looked at Chui Junchuo worriedly and left. Li Zixuan, Li Zixuan. I've really underestimated you. In the house, Chui Junchuo could not help but sigh. When he had just returned to Chang'an this morning, he was still scolding the Wang family for making so many bad moves, causing the Chui family to fall into an extremely passive situation. But now, he found that he seemed to have made a bad move as well, and the Chui family's current situation was only one step away from despair. This made him regret sending Qi Li to assassinate Wan Jinggang, and at the same time he started to face Li Zixuan as an opponent. At such a young age he was outstanding in both civil and martial arts, although his scheming was not mature, but he was always able to predict the enemy's moves at the most crucial moment. Such a young man, even Chui Junchuo who had lived his whole life felt a little apprehensive. This kid is definitely a big enemy of the aristocratic families. If the 5 families and 7 hopes do not unite to get rid of this kid, there will be a disaster in the future. In the silent night, Chui Junchuo sighed. This night was very short for ordinary people. It was nothing more than lying in bed and dreaming. However, for people like Chui Junchuo, Li Zixuan and Pang Feiji, this night was very long. The long Chui Junchuo couldn't sleep because he was worried. The long Pang Feiji couldn't sleep because he was excited. The long Li Zixuan couldn't sleep because he needed to be in command and strategize. Bang bang. Marquis, your subordinate has something important to report. At midnight, Pang Feiji knocked on the door of Li Zixuan's study room. There was a hint of urgency and excitement in his voice. Come in. Pang Feiji pushed the door open and entered. Marquis, the things that you asked for have all been printed. General Fei Ying informed the city gate officer and used more than a dozen hanging baskets to move them into the city. It's in the courtyard now. Li Zixuan was shocked. He turned around and said, Okay. Follow the plan immediately. Pang Feiji was stunned. He pointed at himself and asked, Marquis, you want your subordinate to go up? Li Zixuan kicked him in annoyance and said, Nonsense. If you don't go up, do you want me to go up? It's not like you don't know how to use it. Go quickly. Okay. Your subordinate will go right away. Pang Feiji laughed and covered his butt as he went out. It was obvious that he was very happy. Half an hour later. Marquis this. If your subordinate can't get down later, what should I do? Li Residence West Courtyard. Pang Feiji was about to take off in the basket of the hot air balloon. However, at this moment he suddenly felt a little scared. After all, the ancient people were very respectful of the sky, and he was about to fly. While he was excited, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Cut the *king crap. How can you not get down? Won't you come down when the kerosene on the lamp runs out? Li Zixuan stepped forward and kicked Pang Feiji's butt again. Pang Feiji almost cried when he heard this. Marquis, if the kerosene runs out, won't your subordinate fall from the sky and die? Although he was stupid, he wasn't stupid. He could still understand this kind of thing. Li Zixuan said impatiently, Enough. Stop talking nonsense. Go quickly. You have to know that what you're doing tonight might be something that will go down in history. When the Chui family is destroyed, you'll definitely have a part to play. This was a very tempting picture. Pang Feiji's breathing quickened when he heard this. He was just an insignificant bodyguard, but now he was going to participate in such a great undertaking of destroying the Chui family. He might even be able to leave his name in history. It was hard not to be excited. Okay, Marquis, watch carefully. Your subordinate will definitely make it snow in Chang, and tonight. Hehe. Pang Feiji laughed heroically. Then he started the fire and untied the rope. His movements were smooth and it was obvious that he had practiced before. After a while, the hot air balloon carrying Pang Feiji slowly left the ground. The rest of the bodyguards in the courtyard looked at Pang Feiji enviously. Their eyes were also filled with anticipation because they were going to fly up in a while. Snow. Wouldn't it be more fitting to call it Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers? Looking at Pang Feiji, who was gradually ascending, Li Zixuan's lips curled into a smile as he muttered to himself. According to the plan, Li Zixuan would hand over the confession signed by Wan Jinggang to the workshop. The workshop would work overtime to make hundreds of thousands of copies and send them to Chang'an. Then, Pang Feiji would bring the hundreds of thousands of copies up into the sky. Then he would scatter the confession to all the people in Chang'an. When the people woke up in the morning, they would be surprised. As for why he didn't go up and asked Pang Feiji to go up, it was because he was tired. A piece of paper was about 0.01 millimeters thick. 100,000 pieces of paper piled up together would be 10 meters. A few 100,000 pieces of paper would be tens of meters. It would probably weigh a few tons. It wouldn't be easy to scatter the confession all over the city. The hot air balloon would have to make more than 10 trips up and down. Of course, Pang Feiji wouldn't be able to handle such a huge workload alone. Tonight, almost all of Li Zixuan's bodyguards would have to take turns going up. Walala. Pang Feiji, who was floating in the sky, immediately began to scatter the flowers. Luckily, the wind wasn't strong that night. At this time, almost all the people were asleep. Otherwise, if people saw him scatter the papers in the sky, they would think that he was crazy or was in the middle of a funeral. The hot air balloon today, after Li Zixuan's improvements, was equipped with flapping wings in all 4 directions. Could now turn around, front, back, left, and right. It didn't need to be like before, where it needed to be laboriously punched in the opposite direction. Therefore, Pang Feiji could control the direction and scatter the papers at the same time. It was quite easy for him. *CK. This bastard. Doesn't he know how to throw it further away? Throw it all back to me. Li Zixuan took down the confession that was covering his forehead and complained with a little annoyance. Chapter 1097. Extorting a confession, rubbing, setting up an ambush, scattering flowers. Too many things had happened on this day. Li Zixuan had basically filled the entire day to the brim. Even his sleeping time had been arranged by him. It looked like he was racing against time. That's right. He was indeed racing against time. The Chui family had a rich heritage and many capable people. In terms of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, Li Zixuan was no match for the Chui family. If he couldn't destroy the Chui family in the shortest time possible and turn to a war of attrition, Li Zixuan would only be on the path of failure. In addition, as the ruler of a country, Li Er had many spies under him. It wouldn't take long for him to know that Li Zixuan had interrogated Wan Jinggang in the right Marquis household. When that time came, Old Li would definitely come over to stop Li Zixuan's plan against the Chui family. Therefore, no matter what the reason was, Li Zixuan had to start this plan in the shortest time possible. Husband, you haven't slept yet. Li Zixuan instructed his personal guards to look for him immediately if there was an emergency. Then he returned to his room. Perhaps the sound of the door opening woke Han Yushi from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Li Zixuan with sleepy eyes. Did I wake you up? Li Zixuan stroked his wife's smooth hair and said apologetically. No, husband. It has nothing to do with you. Han Yushi quickly said, Husband, are you done with your work now? Li Zixuan smiled knowingly and said, I'm done. I'll sleep now. There's a good show tomorrow. Li Zixuan had told Han Yushi about the plan to deal with the Cui family. So Han Yushi understood what Li Zixuan meant by a good show. She said with anticipation, After tomorrow the people will see the Cui family under the mask. Good and evil will be repaid. The Cui family should pay for what they have done all these years. Not only did Han Yushi know about the plan to deal with the Cui family, but she also saw Wang Jingang's confession. So, she didn't have a good impression of the Cui family. As kind as she was, she also hoped that the evil people of the Cui family would receive their retribution. Wife, let's sleep early. Li Zixuan took off his coat, got into the bed and hugged his wife. Very quickly the two people in the bedroom fell into a deep sleep. Outside, Pang Feiji, the poor child who was handing out flyers in the sky, was still enjoying the cool breeze. The next day. The sun, the sky, Chang, the sky, the sky, the sun, the sky. For the hard-working commoners, a new day of life had already begun. Mother. Is it? What are you? It was fine yesterday. How could it possibly snow today? Mother. Quick look. It's white outside just like snow. In a residential area in Chang and City, a little boy woke up early and found a lot of white paper in the yard. He shouted excitedly into the house and then rushed to the white paper in the yard. The father of the child. Come and see. There's a lot of paper in the yard. I don't know where it came from last night. A woman came out to take a look and exclaimed. Soon a man in his 30s came out of the house. Father. Mother. There are words on the paper. Also, I recognize the 3 words on it. Read confession book. The little boy looked at the content on the paper and read it out loud proudly. A child at such a young age could read. It could be seen that this family was an intellectual family. Confession? Father, why do we have a confession? The woman was puzzled. Yulin, show father the paper. The man's expression changed. He quickly walked to the boy and took a piece of paper from the boy's hand. He began to read it seriously. Gradually, his face was filled with anger. But then, a trace of fear appeared on his face. Father, what's written on it? The woman saw the man's expression change several times and could not help but ask. Mother, quickly collect all the papers in the yard. If these things get out, our family will be in big trouble. The man said with difficulty. Husband, what happened? Don't ask. Go. Sigh. Forget it, I'll go myself. The man did not want to explain and went to the yard himself. Wow. Father. Mother. Come out and take a look. There's a lot of paper in our yard. At this moment, the words similar to what the little boy said came from the yard next door. The middle-aged man was stunned. The woman came up and asked, Husband, I don't think we're the only ones who have this. Master Wang's house next door should have it too. Are we still going to pick it up? No. He wasn't going to pick it up. Chang and City is going to change. The man muttered absent-mindedly. Bastard. This Madame Cui is really a good-for-nothing. Bah. The Cui family likes to bully the common people and bully men and women. They should be struck by lightning. Bah. Yesterday I saw the Cui family donate money to the Nuantang Foundation and thought they changed their mind. Now it seems that the Cui family is not good people. We should report them to the authorities and arrest them. They're worse than pigs and dogs. This Madame Cui is worse than pigs and dogs. How could he do such a deranged thing that would incur the wrath of both man and God? She's really a vicious woman. If she's not killed, the heavens will not tolerate it. As more and more people found the pieces of paper in their yards, the cursing of the Cui family could be heard everywhere in the 108 streets of Chang'an. Obviously, these common people had seen the crimes committed by the Cui family over the years from the pieces of paper. Master, where did these pieces of paper come from? Is the content on these pieces of paper real or not? The Fang estate. Fang Xianling tidied up his clothes and was about to go to the morning court when the servants suddenly brought a few pieces of paper over, saying that they were found in the courtyard. He and his wife each took a piece of paper and looked at it carefully. After a while, Lady Fang put down the paper and said with a puzzled expression. Fang Xuanling's face was solemn. He waved his hand and said, Madam, something big is going to happen. I have to go to the palace quickly. I'll tell you in detail when I come back. Okay. Master, be careful on the road. Although Lady Fang had a jealous personality, she usually listened to Fang Xuanling's words on important matters. Fang Xianling nodded and quickly walked out of the room. The servants outside had already prepared a carriage for him. The Chui family. Someone wants to touch the Chui family. At this juncture, alas. I hope Chang and city won't fall into chaos. In the carriage, Fang Xianling tightly held the confession letter, frowned, and sighed with a worried expression. Chapter 1098. What? Assassins infiltrated the Right Marquis household last night? Is it possible to capture the assassins? In the west court of the imperial palace, Li Er was dressed in his imperial robe and crown under the service of a palace maid. He was about to go to morning court when Zhao Song suddenly came to report that the Right Marquis household had encountered 2 assassins last night. Old Li instantly lost his composure. In the capital, assassins actually appeared under the emperor's feet. Furthermore, the assassins attacked the imperial court's official residence. Wasn't this openly challenging his dignity as the emperor? Zhao Song replied, Your Majesty, last night Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying happened to be present. Of the 2 assassins, one escaped and the other was killed on the spot. Their bodies are still in the Right Marquis household. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying were also present? Why didn't they capture them alive? Li Er frowned and asked curiously. Zhao Song bowed. This old servant does not know why the 2 Dugu generals happened to be present. But it was said that the assassin had already been defeated by Dugu Xian. But no one expected him to seek death and directly collide with Dugu Xian's sword. Li Er's heart sank. Rather die than surrender. This kind of assassin obviously had an unusual background. Recalling that Li Zixuan went to the Right Marquis household yesterday, his face darkened. Investigate. Investigate the assassin's background. Let Jun Xian pay attention to the Chui family's recent movements. Although he did not want to start a war with the Chui family, but he would not allow the Chui family to jump. Sending assassins to infiltrate the Marquis household had obviously crossed his bottom line. And it was a blatant slap to the emperor's face. This old servant obeys. Zhao Song was not surprised and immediately bowed to receive the order. Your Majesty, not good. Not good. Just at this moment, a servant ran in frantically with a piece of paper in his hand. Li Er frowned. What's the matter? That servant raised the paper above his head and said, Your Majesty, this morning outside the imperial palace, there were white pieces of paper. The content of the paper was a confession written by a person named Wan Jinggang. As this matter concerns the Chui family, the courtiers are all waiting outside the Taiji Palace to see His Majesty. Li Er's expression changed greatly. He personally went up and took the document from the eunuch's hands and read it with furrowed brows. At this time, Empress Zhangsun also walked out from behind the screen. She stood behind Li Er and looked over, also reading the contents. What a Chui family. What a good Wangshi. Human swine? For our great Tang to have such a venomous woman, she deserves death. Although Li Er did not intend to touch the Chui family at this time, the more he read the contents of the paper, the more shocked and furious he became. When he saw that Wang Shi had made Nianyu into a human swine and cruelly tortured her to death, he, the emperor of the human world, could no longer hold it in. Your Majesty, ever since Empress Lu murdered Lady Qi, such a tragic incident has never happened in the Central Plains for hundreds of years. I didn't expect that there would still be someone who would be so deranged. It's truly shocking. Empress Zhangxuan's beautiful eyes also revealed a trace of hatred. Clearly, Wang Shi's actions had reached a point where even Empress Zhangxun, who had always been good-tempered, could not stand it anymore. A murderous intent flashed in Li Er's eyes. Then he turned around and patted Empress Zhangxuan's hand, saying, Guanyin, don't be too sad. If the contents are true, I will definitely punish this evil woman severely. Yes. Empress Zhangxun nodded, but she lamented in her heart, so what if I punish her severely? The dead cannot be brought back to life. Let me ask you, when did this confession letter come out? Li Er looked at the eunuch and asked in a deep voice. The eunuch hesitated and said, Your Majesty, it is said that it came out early this morning. I reckon it should have come out last night. But I don't know who has such great ability to actually receive at least one confession letter from every household. Last night? Li Er's eyes were filled with doubt. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility, and his face immediately darkened. Zhao Song. Order Dugu Xn to bring the imperial army and lock down all the gates of Chang'an City. Today only entry is allowed, no exit is allowed. Li Er's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Zhao Song and said. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song smelled a trace of unusual information. He felt that something big was going to happen in Chang and City today. Also, tell Li Zishuan to come and see me after the morning court. Yes. All right. I will go to the morning court first. The rest will be discussed after the morning court. Outside Taiji Palace. Compared to the past, today was especially lively. Even the word lively was not enough to describe it. Perhaps, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was boiling. Preposterous. The Chui family has enjoyed 1,000 years of reputation, but they have committed countless evil deeds. If Your Majesty cannot punish the Chui family severely, I, Wei Zheng, will kill myself on the coiling dragon pillar outside the main hall today. Even though Troll Wei liked to scold people, he was a man with a strong sense of justice. Otherwise, he would not have donated so much money to the Nuantang Foundation a few days ago. He had almost sold everything he had. This morning, when he saw the confession letter in the courtyard, he was shocked. After the shock, he was filled with endless anger. He did not even bother to eat breakfast and rushed into the palace in a huff. Left Prime Minister Wei, please calm down. We still do not know if what is written on the letter is true or false. Let's wait for Your Majesty's verdict before we talk about other things. An imperial censor saw that Wei Zheng was so angry that his face turned purple. He hurried over to calm him down. Bah, bullshit. This confession letter is full of facts. Every evil deed that the Chui family has done is recorded in great detail. Even Wan Jingang's signature has been copied. How can it be false? Besides, this Wan Jinggang is now being held by the right Marquis household. We will know when the trial begins. Qing Yaojin spat a mouthful of old phlegm at the place where the imperial censor was standing and shouted at the top of his voice. He did not have a single good impression of the Chui family. He would not let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. General Yuchi? This Wan Jinggang is really in the right Marquis household? Towards Qing Yaojin, this shameless old man spitting at him, the imperial censor was of course cursing in his heart. However, he knew that he could not argue with this old hooligan. Thus he found Yuchi Jingda to ask. Yuchi Jingda stroked his beard and said, Jijia is right. Wan Jinggang is indeed in the right Marquis household. In a while, he should be handed over to the Supreme Court. This confession letter was also personally signed by him. Only, I do not know how it spread throughout the entire city. This last sentence was half true and half false. He knew that this was arranged by Li Zishuan. However, he did not understand how Li Zishuan was able to spread the confession letter to every corner of Chang and city in one night. At the same time, he did not expect that Li Zishuan would make a move on the Chui family so quickly. Chapter 1099. After Yuchi Jingda admitted that the confession was written by Wan Jinggang, the officials outside the Taiji Palace were in an uproar. It's true? Under the glory of the heavens, such a dark and filthy thing actually happened. As an important official of the empire, I'm ashamed to face the people. Wei Jing opened his mouth and pounded his chest as he lamented bitterly. This Chui family is so despicable, they did so many filthy things. If we don't punish them severely, the people won't be angry. That's right. Later we must ask the emperor to punish them severely. At this moment, no matter if it was the civil officials or generals, all of them were infuriated, and they gave the Chui clan the harshest condemnation. Many of the court officials that were attached to the Chui clan or related to the Chui clan in Qinghe didn't dare speak at this moment, and all of them wished for nothing more than to stick their heads into their clothes as they were deeply afraid of being recognized. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Xiaoyu, these civil officials couldn't help but look at each other. They all sighed in their hearts that today's court would not be peaceful. Duke of Yi, when did the right Marquis Mansion have the right to interrogate? Why didn't I know? Lu Dui, the minister of the Supreme Court, looked at Yuchi Jingda with displeasure. This had nothing to do with personal grudges, it was just his duty. Interrogating criminals should be done by the Supreme Court. If the right Marquis Mansion did it, it would be overstepping their authority. Dui, you've misunderstood this old man. Ever since Wan Jinggang was captured and brought to the Marquis Mansion, no one has interrogated him. These things were voluntarily confessed by his conscience. If you don't believe me, you can go back to the Supreme Court and check his body. See if there are any traces of torture? Yuchi Jingda laughed out loud. Lu Dui was suddenly choked. It's time for the morning court. Officials, go to the court. At this moment, the head eunuch came out of the palace and shouted to the civil and military officials below the stairs. The noisy officials immediately quieted down. They carried the imperial edicts and walked into the Taiji palace. After a round of greetings, the morning court officially began. Without waiting for the officials to start, Li Er directly said, "Dear officials, you must have received Wang Jingang's confession this morning?" The officials all said yes. Fang Xianling stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, not only have we received it, millions of people in Chang, and have also received it. The most important thing now was to stabilize the hearts of the people. Otherwise Chang would be in chaos. I hope your Majesty can make a decision soon." Fang Mao's reputation as Du Duan was not for nothing. While the rest of the people were arguing about whether the confession was true or false, Fang Xianling had already seen the most urgent and important thing. Li Er nodded approvingly. "Official Fang is right. Due to the urgency of the matter, today's morning court session will be temporarily postponed." Present. Immediately, a golden guard in bright armor entered the hall. Li Er said in a deep voice, "Go to the East House of the East County immediately. No matter what method you use, I'll give you an hour to invite Cui Junchuo and Wang Shi over." Now that things had developed to this point, even if he didn't want to touch the Cui family at this time, he had to. Otherwise there might be civil unrest in Chang'an City, and the losses would outweigh the gains. He had to choose the lesser of two evils. On the way to Taiji Palace, Li Er had already made his decision. Of course, after this matter he would definitely settle accounts with Li Zixuan. Because to some extent, Li Zixuan's action was tantamount to forcing the emperor to abdicate. However, it was not forcing the emperor, but forcing Li Er to punish the Cui family in advance. "Yes, your Majesty." The soldier's face turned serious and he quickly left. Time was money and time was life. Li Er continued, "Official Fang." Fang Xianling stepped forward and bowed, "Yes, your Majesty." Li Er said in a clear voice, "I order you to immediately draft a notice to pacify the people in the side hall. Inform the people that in the bright and clear universe and with the majesty of heaven, I will not let any evil person off. No matter who it is, once it is verified that they have violated the laws of the Tang dynasty, there will be no tolerance. I will give justice to the ghosts in hell and the people in the world. After the notice is written, immediately take it to make a copy and post it in the city." Fang Xianling bowed and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty, your Majesty." After that, the little eunuch in the hall quickly led Fang Xianling to the side hall. Li Er looked at the officials and said, "Yuqi Jingda." "Your Majesty." Yuqi Jingda stepped forward and solemnly cupped his fist. Li Er looked at Yuqi Jingda with a complicated expression. Obviously, Yuqi Jingda's shadow was also in this action against the Cui family. Yesterday he wanted to call the two soldiers who were present when Li Zixuan interrogated Wang Jinggang to the palace for questioning, but now it seemed that there was no need to ask. In the whole matter, even if Yuqi Jingda did not add fuel to the fire, he still turned a blind eye. Otherwise, how could Li Zixuan interrogate Wang Jinggang so easily? Is Wang Jinggang in the right marquee mansion now? Li Er put away his complicated thoughts and then asked. Yuqi Jingda replied, "Your Majesty. Wang Jinggang is still in the right marquee mansion now. But last night, there was an assassin who wanted to kill him. Fortunately, your Majesty had arranged for 300 archers in advance and the two generals of the Dugu family to arrive in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Once this was said, the civil and military officials were shocked again. There was actually an assassin who dared to sneak into the yamen to carry out an assassination right under the emperor's nose. "We already know about this matter. Jingda, you must investigate the identity of the assassin. If necessary, you can ask for help from the Supreme Court." Li Er furrowed his brows and ordered, "Go and bring Wang Jinggang over right now. Let him confront the Cui family in a while." "Your Majesty." Yuqi Jingda received the order and left. "Where is Duan Zixuan?" "Your Majesty." A general in his 30s stepped forward and bowed with cupped fists. "You are ordered to lead your subordinates, Zhuo Wei, to patrol the city to prevent the people from causing chaos." "Your Majesty." Duan Zixuan also received the order and left. Now that everything had been arranged, Li Er was slightly relieved. Next, he just had to wait for the Cui family to come to the court to confront. At the same time, outside the palace, the people were already in an uproar. Some people woke up in the morning and saw the confession letter in the courtyard. Although they were angry, they did not dare to voice out their anger because the other party was the Cui family. Hence, many people's first reaction was to hide the confession letter and not let the Cui family know that the confession letter came from them. But when they discovered that there were confession letters in other places, The anger that had been suppressed in their hearts for a long time finally did not need to be suppressed anymore. With the example of the people blocking the Chui family a few days ago, today the angry people called their friends and headed towards the Chui family in groups of 3 to 5. They felt injustice for the wrong soul, so they wanted to eliminate the evil. Their hearts were filled with anger, so they wanted to destroy the Chui family, this place of hiding evil. Chapter 1100. Grand Duke. Bad news. Bad news. Half an hour ago, Chui Manor. Old housekeeper Wang Yong held a few pieces of paper and hurried towards Chui Junchuo's room in the east courtyard. After Chui Junchuo let him in, he hurriedly said, "What is it now?" Chui Junchuo did not sleep well last night. When the sky was about to brighten, he barely managed to take a short nap. Now that his sleep was disturbed, he was a little annoyed. Wang Yong said, "Grand Duke." Bad news. When the servants woke up this morning, they found that there were papers everywhere in the manor. And not only our manor, other families also have them. Chui Junchuo frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "It's just a few pieces of paper, how can it make you so flustered?" Grand Duke. This paper is Wan Jingang's confession. The old housekeeper's voice had a sobbing and sorrowful tone. Confession. These 3 words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Chui Junchuo until he could not find north. Wan Jinggang confessed? How is this possible? He has not been sent to the Supreme Court, and the Right Marquis Manor does not have the authority to interrogate him. Could it be that he confessed without being pressed? Chui Junchuo stared and said in disbelief. It was just that he probably didn't expect that his unintentional guess was already close to the truth. Wan Jinggang was more or less confessing without being pressed. Grand Duke, I received news this morning that Mei Lian was captured in the Right Marquis Manor last night, but he chose to commit suicide. This old servant guessed that Wan Jinggang might have known that Qi Li and Mei Lian tried to assassinate him last night, so he revealed the truth to the Right Marquis Manor. The old housekeeper cupped his hands and said, "Suicide?" Chui Junchuo's eyebrows jumped and he rejoiced. But when he thought of the confession from the housekeeper, his mood instantly turned bad. "Show me that confession." Yes. Taking the confession from the old housekeeper, Chui Junchuo frowned and looked at it carefully. After a while he angrily snorted, "Good Wan Jinggang. I really hate that I recruited this ingrate into the Chui family." The old housekeeper carefully said, "Grand Duke, now that the confession is everywhere, this old servant is worried that as more and more people read the confession, there will definitely be many people coming to the Chui Manor to cause trouble. Furthermore, there would definitely be officials in the imperial court who would impeach the Chui family. You should have made plans earlier." Hearing this, Chui Junchuo's expression changed. If the old butler could think of it, how could he not? However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable to the Chui family. It could be said that the current situation was worse than the worst that he had expected. He didn't expect Wan Jinggang to confess so quickly. He also didn't expect Li Zixuan to make a move on the Chui family so quickly. He also didn't expect Li Zixuan to use such a method. This was forcing the emperor to destroy the Chui family. After a long time, Chui Junchuo let out a long sigh. Yes. What should he do now? The public was furious, and the officials in the imperial court were eyeing the Chui family like a tiger watching its prey. The Chui family was facing a great calamity, and they could only do their best to reduce the Chui family's losses. As long as we can leave behind a bloodline, the Chui clan will definitely rise again. The old housekeeper was shocked. He had never seen Chui Junchuo so dispirited. He hurriedly said, "Grand Duke, why don't you and Madame leave Chang, and before the imperial edict is issued? After returning to Zhengzhou you will be sick at home. I don't think the emperor will make things difficult for you. Once the storm is over you will be safe and sound. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer." Chui Junchuo was very tempted by the old housekeeper's words. However, at this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the Chui family's gate. Judging by the sound, there should be hundreds of people. "Grand Duke, something bad happened. Something bad happened. There are many scholars and common people at the gate." A servant ran over in a panic and shouted as he ran, "Grand Duke, it seems that the common people have already heard the news. You and Madam should leave from the back door." The old housekeeper's expression changed as he hurriedly advised, "Sir, we can't leave. Now the Chui family's reputation has been ruined, and we have completely become a target of scorn. I guess we will be surrounded by the common people before we can even see the gate of Chang. And Wang Yong, come with me to take a look." Chui Junchuo sighed deeply and shook his head. Yes, Grand Duke. Confession letter? Bastard. Damn Wanjin gang. Damn a group of unruly people. In the backyard, Madame Wang, who had just woken up, couldn't help but fly into a rage when she heard about the confession letter and the common people at the gate. The servants were afraid and didn't dare to look at her. They didn't say a word. Sun Xiang. Quick. Bring people to the 10-mile slope outside the city and dig out that bitch's body and feed it to the dogs. Otherwise, when the imperial court finds out, they will definitely use that bitch to punish me. Suddenly, Madame Wang screamed crazily. Yes, madam. The servants in the house hesitated for a moment, but still followed the order and left. The rest of the servants suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. To meet such a vicious and merciless master, it was really a kind of tragedy. Hand over Madame Wang. Hand over the murderer. Hand over Madame Wang. Hand over the murderer. Outside the Chui mansion there were more than a few hundred people, almost 1,000. The angry common people, led by the students of Yanhuang College, shouted in unison. That morning the students of the academy came from Cloud Mountain. They planned to gather at the Warm Tang Foundation as usual and continue their charity work. However, when they entered the city, they couldn't help but see the confession papers that were strewn all over the city. Out of curiosity, many students went to pick one up. After reading the content, the 600-plus students of the academy were all enraged without exception. They were doing good deeds every day, but there were people in the city who were doing evil deeds that were devoid of conscience and humanity? How could they tolerate this? Under the shouts of Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the other students who hated evil, more than 600 people shouted the slogan, "Hand over Madame Wang, hand over the murderer," and directly killed from Yanxing Gate in the east of Chang, and city to Dunhua Square in the southeast of the city. Most of the common people along the way had seen Wan Jingang's confession letter. Some of them wanted to cause trouble at the Chui mansion, but they were afraid that they would be killed by the Chui mansion's guards like the troublemakers 2 days ago. They were full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. Now that they heard the students' slogans, how could they endure it? They all joined the army of anti-Chui. When they arrived at the Chui mansion, the original group of 600 people had become more than 3,000 people. Other common people in Chang and city were also rushing here after hearing the news. The crowd was increasing. The voices were getting louder. The anger was also getting stronger. It all depended on whether the Chui mansion could withstand the anger of the common people. Chapter 1101. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Outside the Chui mansion, the students and commoners were shouting loudly. The servants of the Chui mansion were on high alert, but with Wan Jingang as an example, no one dared to come out and attack the commoners. They only guarded the entrance of the Chui mansion, not letting this group of people in. Damn. Why are the Chui family being so cowardly today? I still want to beat up those 2 blind guards. Cheng Chumo saw how the servants of the Chui mansion were cowering and could not help but feel bored. He complained to Li Tai and the rest. Chumo, you think too highly of this group of people. We are students of Yanhuang College, they dare to come out and lay a finger on us? Sun Zifan sneered. Even if they were not students of the Yanhuang College, this group of people were either rich or respectable, each of them having an extraordinary status. The servants of the Chui family would definitely not dare to act so rudely like last time. But we can't just waste time like this. Qingke, you have a lot of ideas, come up with an idea. Why don't we just charge in? Cheng Chumo was a little anxious. Chumo, don't be rash. Li Tai shook his head. He looked at the group of servants who were blocking the entrance of the Chui mansion. His eyes flashed and he whispered, "Oh right, Chonyo, bring a few people to guard the back door of the Chui mansion. See if there's a chance to enter from there." Cheng Chumo was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Hee hee. Qingke, you're still the most cunning one. Then I'll go take a look with Bao Lin and the rest." After that, he did not care about Li Tai rolling his eyes at him. He called a few skilled students and squeezed through the crowd to go to the back door of the Chui mansion. "Grandfather, there are so many people outside, I think you should go to the manor outside the city to lie low for a while." At the entrance of the Chui manor, Chui Junchuo peeked through the crack of the door and looked at the densely packed crowd outside. He couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Because he felt that those angry commoners outside looked like they wanted to eat people, eat their Chui family's people. To think that he, Chui Junchuo, had lived a glorious life. Now that he was old, he had to suffer the curses of the people. It was truly a pity. Wait for the imperial edict. It should be soon. We can only wait for His Majesty's decision. Chui Junchuo sighed and with her hands clasped behind her back, she walked into the manor with a desolate face. The Chui family has occupied fertile land, oppressed the common people, abducted common women, and tortured and killed the maidservants. Hand over the Wang family and the murderer. Hand over the Wang family and the murderer. Outside the Chui manor. As more and more people came, more and more people came. In less than 15 minutes, more than 2,000 people came. Naturally, the cries of the people became louder and louder. Towards the end, the students of the academy did not even need to organize them. They spontaneously began to shout slogans over and over again. Ever since the establishment of the Tang Empire, there had never been such a grand event in Chang'an City. However, today's grand event was indeed a funeral for the Chui family. It was also a matter of life and death for the Chui family. You better behave yourself. Get over here. Don't even think about running. Come, kneel. Hey, make way. Make way. At this moment, a group of people slowly squeezed from the back of the crowd. After a lot of effort, they finally squeezed into the group of Yanhuang College students. Chonyo, what are you doing? Li Tai saw Cheng Chumo, who had gone to the back door of the Chui manor to look for an opportunity, come over with 2 servants of the Chui manor. He could not help but ask with a puzzled face. Chinke, Ziffin. I just caught 2 sneaky and shifty-eyed servants of the Chui family at the back door. After questioning them, I actually got a big piece of news. Cheng Chumo made the 2 unlucky servants kneel down and then smiled proudly at Li Tai and the rest. What news? Li Ku asked. Cheng Chumo did not directly answer. Instead, he kicked the servant in front of him and said, Hey, Sun Xiang, right? This person in front of you is His Highness King of Han and this is His Highness King of Wei. Hurry up and tell them what your mistress wants you to do. Only then will you be safe. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. When he heard that the 2 young men in front of him were both kings, the servant was first afraid. Then he seemed to see some hope. The Chui family was now in a precarious situation. If he could cling onto the thighs of these 2 kings, he might really be able to survive. Thus he quickly said, Young Master Cheng, I'll talk. Cheng Chumo nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he turned around and looked at the people behind him. He used his internal energy and said loudly, Everyone quiet down. I just caught a servant at the back door of the Chui manor. Everyone quiet down and listen to what this servant has to say. Cheng Chumo's voice was mixed with internal energy and transmitted to everyone's ears. The noisy crowd immediately quieted down. Sun Xiang, mistress has always treated you well. How can you do something that betrays her? A servant guarding the entrance of the Chui manor couldn't help but shout at this moment. Noisy. Cheng Chumo dashed forward and gave him a big slap on the face. Receiving this angry slap, the servant spat out a mouthful of blood and was no longer able to speak. Sun Xiang, quickly say it. Cheng Chumo clapped his hands and said lightly. Sun Xiang shrunk his neck and looked at Cheng Chumo, this violent maniac, with some fear. Then he said, I'm a servant of the Chui manor. This morning, after mistress found out that the entire city was filled with Master Wan. No, the entire city was filled with Wan Jingang's confession. She was worried that the imperial court would find Miss Nianyu's body based on the clues in the confession. Thus, she ordered me to go to the 10-mile slope outside the city, to the 10-mile slope to dig out Nianyu's body and feed it to the dogs. Wow. After hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The people who were already angry became even angrier. When their anger couldn't be tolerated, they could only explode. She didn't even let go of a dead person. This mistress of the Chui family is so cruel. Beast. She's worse than pigs and dogs. Wang deserves to die. It's really intolerable that such a vicious woman is not killed. Kill Wang. Kill Wang. Thousands of people were about to riot in an instant. The servant guarding the entrance of the Chui manor suddenly felt the pressure. How can this Mistress Chui be so inhumane? Chinke. I can't stand it anymore. After hearing this, Li Kun gnashed his teeth. If it wasn't for his special identity as a prince, he would have already killed his way in. Nianyu. Nianyu. Mother has let you down. At some point, an old woman and an old man squeezed to the front of the crowd. The old woman collapsed in front of the Chui manor and cried bitterly. Her sobs were like the wail of a dying beast. The people of Chang, and at the entrance of the Chui manor all shed tears. Evil woman of the Chui family, give me back my daughter's life. This old man will not rest until the Chui family is dead. The stooped old man beside the woman also sat down and said with a bitter expression. Chapter 1102. These 2 people seem to be Nianyu's parents. Look at them. Did they only know that their daughter was killed today? The sudden appearance of a couple in front of the Chui mansion instantly attracted the attention of the people. "Old man, are you Nianyu's family?" Di Jishuan was closer to the couple, so he squatted down and asked softly. "Yes. I'm Zhang Debao and Nianyu is my poor daughter." "My Nianyu." The old man wiped his tears and said sorrowfully. "Old man, didn't you know that your daughter was killed before?" Di Jishuan saw that the grief on the old man's face didn't seem to be fake, so he was a little puzzled. Before the old man could say anything, the old woman interrupted and said sadly, "In the past, the Chui family only said that our daughter died in childbirth because she was pregnant with Master Chui's flesh and blood, but who knew that she was made into a human swine by Madame Chui? My poor you." Hearing the word human swine, Zhang Debao could no longer control his emotions. He beat his chest and said sadly, "If I had known that Nianyu was tortured like this in the Chui mansion, I would have rushed into the Chui mansion to save her even if I had to give up my life. Hateful. Madame Chui is a beast in appearance. How dare she mistreat my Nianyu like this? I regret it. I regret that I sold Nianyu into the Chui family, into this den of tigers and wolves. A debt must be paid with money and a life for a life. I know that I can't do anything to Madame Chui, but I can kill myself in front of the Chui mansion and bring them some bad luck." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Debao's head had already slammed into the stone lion in front of the Chui mansion. "Oh man, wait." Although Di Jishuan sensed that something was wrong, his reaction was still half a beat slower. He only managed to grab the corner of Zhang Debao's clothes. Rip, perhaps the material of Zhang Debao's clothes wasn't good enough, or perhaps Zhang Debao was running too hard, but the corner of his shirt that was pulled up by Di Jishuan was torn into two like a thin piece of paper. However, his speed didn't slow down at all. Bang! Di Jishuan could not help but close his eyes. To be honest, he couldn't help but secretly wipe away 2 drops of tears when he read about Nianyu's experience in the confession letter in the morning. Now, he really couldn't bear to see Zhang Debao's miserable appearance with his head broken and bleeding. Little Ku, are you alright? It's His Highness, the King of Han. His Highness King of Han saved Zhang Debao. Great. Di Jishuan, who had his eyes closed, didn't hear the expected miserable cries. Instead, he heard the cheers of the people around him. He couldn't help feeling curious and opened his eyes at once. Zhang Debao's head was pressed against Li Ku's stomach, and Li Ku's back was leaning against the stone lion. He looked like he was in pain. Obviously, Li Ku had relied on his superior agility to act as a meat cushion at the crucial moment. Otherwise, Zhang Debao's head would have been smashed. Old man, if you die, how am I supposed to live?" The old woman finally reacted. She rolled and crawled to Zhang Debao's side and cried loudly. "Old woman, if you have any grievances, you can report it to the government. The government will definitely give you justice. But don't do such a thing that hurts your loved ones and makes your enemies happy. I believe that your daughter's spirit in heaven doesn't want you to do this." Li Ku grinned. Although he knew Kung Fu, he didn't learn external Kung Fu such as Golden Bell Shield or Iron Shirt. Just now, he almost vomited out the breakfast he had in the morning. Of course, the main reason was that Zhang Debao hit too hard in grief and indignation. At this time, Li Ku pressed Zhang Debao's shoulders and said solemnly word by word. "The government? Justice. How powerful is the Chui family? How can the government uphold justice for me? I don't expect it. Little Lang Jun, get out of the way. I'm sorry for my Nianyu. Let me die." Zhang Debao shook his head gloomily. "Old man, you can't die. What will I do if you die?" The old woman cried. Li Ku frowned and said in a low voice, "Old woman, I am the current king of Han, and this is His Highness King of Wei. Today this prince promises you that this prince will help you get justice for your daughter. Anyone who violates the Tang Empire's law should be punished accordingly. The Chui family is no exception." "That's right. Old woman, don't worry. I will help you get justice for Miss Nianyu." Li Tai also stepped forward and said. The old man and the old woman were shocked and hurriedly bowed to Li Ku and Li Tai. "Greetings to your Highness King of Wei and King of Han. I just offended your Highness King of Han. I really deserve to die." Li Tai and Li Ku said, "You don't have to be so polite." Then Li Ku said, "Old woman, look carefully. Today I will get justice for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ku turned around and stared at the group of servants that were guarding the entrance of the Chui estate as he said, "All of you are clearly aware of the Chui clan's actions. Presently there are only 2 paths before all of you. The first is to continue following behind the Chui clan and act as their accomplices, and the other is to abandon the darkness for the light and move aside immediately. Choose the first choice, death. The second choice, life. I will only give you half a cup of tea's time to think about it. What happened today was too shocking. Although Li Ku knew that Li Er didn't intend to hurt the aristocratic families, and he also knew that if he interfered in this matter with his identity, it would definitely bring criticism. But some things could be tolerated and some things could not be tolerated. Especially Zhang Debao's words and actions before, which touched his heart, made him not want to care about anything else at the moment. He just wanted to help the maid he had never met before to get justice. As soon as his voice fell, the servants suddenly looked at each other. But even after half a cup of tea's time, they still didn't move. Perhaps they believed that the Cui family, which had been glorious for thousands of years, would not fall just like that. Li Ku sneered and shouted to the people behind him, "Good. Today the lady of the Cui family Wang Shi is vicious and merciless. She cruelly killed the maid Nianyu and turned her into a human swine. This is really shocking and infuriating. What's more hateful is that after Nianyu died, Wang Shi still didn't let her go. She sent people to dig up her body and feed it to the dogs. Such a wicked woman who was born as a human should pay with her life. According to the law, she should be punished. Arrest Wang Shi." Even the dignified king of Han was so moved in his heart, so how could the people who had long been filled with anger, eager to fight, and eager to give it a try remain indifferent? They heard this and shouted, "Arrest Wang Shi! Arrest Wang Shi!" They said so and at the same time they did so. When an ordinary man is angry, blood splatters 5 steps. The thousands of people began to slowly press forward. Looking at this posture, it was as if they were going to flatten the Cui family. Chapter 1103. Don't come over. Don't come over. You dare to barge into private residences in broad daylight. Be careful that I don't send you to see the officials. Seeing the army pressing in, the servants of the Cui family started to feel terror. There were only a dozen of them. How could they be a match for thousands of common people and students? Also, many of these students were of noble status. Even if they wanted to attack, they did not dare to. Capture Wang Shi. Capture Wang Shi. At this time there was no need for anyone to command. Wang Shi had sent people out of the city to destroy the corpses and evidence. Zhang Debao had angrily hit the stone lion. These two matters ignited the anger of the common people. The people of Guangzhou never lacked courage. Previously they had been angry, but due to the power of the Cui family, they did not dare to act rashly. But when a person's anger could not be suppressed, then they would either die in silence or explode in silence. This group of people filled with courage chose to explode in the end. The anger of the Son of Heaven, millions of corpses, blood for thousands of miles. The anger of an ordinary man, 2 corpses, blood for 5 steps. Even a clay figurine had a temper, much less these strong men of Guangzhou. The prestigious families that had been high up for almost 1,000 years were so insignificant and lowly in front of the angry common people. The servants of the Cui family retreated again and again. In the end, they had no place to retreat because behind them was the gates of the Cui family. Charge! Charge in! Capture Wang Shi! Capture Wang Shi! Someone shouted loudly. The common people threw away their fear and pressed towards the servants in front of the gates of the Cui family. It was really pressing. Facing this enormous flow of people, the servants of the Cui family were like small boats in the ocean, insignificant and powerless. This was the power of the common people. This was the power of the common people that those high and mighty people usually said to be weak. After today, after knowing how powerful they were, there might be fewer people in the aristocratic families and fewer tragedies like Nianyu. Nianyu, today these common people will help you get justice. While they are late, justice has not been absent. On a beam across from the Cui mansion, Li Zixuan was holding a jug of wine and coldly watching from the sidelines. At this moment, he saw the citizens rushing towards the Cui mansion, so he poured himself a cup of wine and murmured. Of course, the main reason he came here was because he was worried. If the Cui family sent out powerful experts to kill the commoners, he could take care of them. After all, there were many of his students here. Boom. Just at this moment, the Cui Manor's iron gates, which had stood tall for thousands of years, under the impact of the commoners, were basically unable to put up any resistance and instantly collapsed. It was a pity that the door had just been fixed after Li Zixuan damaged it a few days ago. But now he was being stepped on again. Run quickly. The people outside are rushing in. The maids and servants of the Cui Manor, upon seeing the manor's door collapsing and countless people rushing in, screamed and screamed as they frantically ran for their lives towards the direction of the backyard. Although the martial artists and guards in the yard knew martial arts, when faced with thousands of commoners, no matter how high their martial arts skills were, they would not dare to rush in and send themselves to death. The qualified martial artists had already flown over the walls of the yard with the advantage of their Qinggong skills. The unqualified martial artists, whose Qinggong skills were not good, could only escape to the backyard with the maids and servants. Instantly, like an eagle chasing a flock of chicks, a flock of eagles was chasing a flock of chicks towards the backyard. As time passed, the space for these chicks to survive would only become smaller and smaller. Capture the Wang family. Capture the Wang family. The flood of 4,000 to 5,000 people pushed towards the backyard while letting out earth-shattering shouts. F***CK. Who is that bastard? How dare he take the opportunity to bully the Chui Manor's maids? Baolin. Bring people to capture that bastard. After the commoners rushed into the Chui Manor, although most of them were heading towards the backyard to capture the Wang family, there were still some who wanted to take advantage of the chaos, such as stealing, molesting, or raping the maids of the Chui Manor. The ugliness of human nature was revealed in the chaos. Cheng Chimo's sharp eyes saw a rascally young man hugging a maid and trying to molest her. He immediately roared in anger. Yes, Brother Chonyo. Yuchi Baolin responded. Without calling for anyone else, he strode up to the man and lifted him up with one hand, then slammed him onto the ground. Qingke, Virgo. We can't go on like this. Although the Chui family is despicable, there are only a few people who have committed crimes. These maids are innocent. If we don't take any measures, many innocent people will suffer today. When that happens, Father will definitely blame. Yamacho. Li Ku frowned as he spoke to the people around him. Obviously, he had already guessed that the source of this turmoil, or rather, the initiator, was Li Zixuan. It was not hard to guess. Anyone who had interacted with Li Zixuan and knew about his recent activities would be able to guess it. Li Tai nodded and said, Little Ku, you are right. We can't let the commoners do as they please. I think it's better to have all the students of the college spread out in groups of 10 to maintain order. Little Ku, you are skilled in martial arts, so you take command. Li Ku did not decline. Under his command, the people from the Yanhuang College immediately split into over 60 small teams. They spread out in groups and scattered around the Chui residence. If they saw anyone doing something illegal, they would go forward to stop it. They were from the college and represented Yanhuang College. Normal hooligans would not dare to do anything to them in front of so many commoners. As a result, the number of rapes and thefts was greatly reduced. These unruly commoners are really lawless. Guards. Call the guards. Call the martial artists. Call the martial arts experts in the Chui Manor. Let them kill all these unruly commoners. Kill them all. The backyard of the Chui residence was in a mess. Wang Shi was in a state of madness. She was throwing things at the servants while shouting incoherently. Trash. You are not allowed to run. The Chui family has always provided you with good food and drinks. Now all of you. Otherwise you will not be fed in the future. I will turn all of you into human swine. At this moment, Wang Shi saw a group of maids and servants escaping from the front yard. She took out a sword from somewhere and slashed at those people. Ah! The maidservants and servants hurriedly scattered in all directions. Wang Shi wanted to chase after them, but she couldn't. She could only stand there and curse. Capture Wang Shi. Turn Wang Shi into human swine. At the door of the backyard, the commoners finally appeared. When Wang Shi heard that the commoners wanted to turn her into human swine, she was so scared that her legs trembled. Unruly commoners. A bunch of unruly commoners. Guards. Whoever can kill these unruly commoners, I will give you 10,000 strings of cash. No. 100,000 strings of cash. Wang Shi held her sword and retreated. Her eyes were wide open and her face was full of fear. Chapter 1104. 100,000 strings of cash. If this were any other time, many people would be willing to help Wang Shi kill someone for 100 strings of cash, let alone 100,000 strings of cash. But now, even if they were offered 1,000,000 strings of cash, no one would be willing to help her at this time, let alone 100,000 strings of cash. Look, that's Wang Shi. It didn't take long for the citizens to swarm into the backyard. Someone recognized Wang Shi, who was holding a sword and hysterical as if she had gone mad, and pointed her out loudly. Catch Wang Shi. Make her into a human swine. Yes, we have to let this evil woman have a taste of being made into a human swine. The citizens roared one after another. Don't come over. Don't come over. When had Wang Shi ever encountered such a situation before? With a panicked expression, she actually placed the sword against her own neck. She retreated while speaking in fear. The maids and servants around her had already run far away from her. Even when they saw her move, no one came to stop her. The old master of the Chui family is here. At this moment, someone shouted, and the citizens immediately quietened down. The crowd opened up a path, and Chui Junchuo walked over with more than a dozen armed guards. "Oh, don't come over. I don't want to be made into a human swine. Don't come over." At this moment, Wang Shi's mind was no longer that of a normal person's. Chui Junchuo and the others walked toward her, but she mistook them for citizens who wanted to kill her. Her body trembled, and she didn't even notice that the sword had left a bloody mark on her neck. "Wang Weizhu, take a good look. I'm here." Chui Junchuo growled at Wang Shi with a dark expression. "Oh, don't come over. I don't want to be made into a human swine." Wang Shi was even more terrified. She screamed and exerted force with her hand, and the sword in her hand slit her throat without any resistance. She immediately collapsed to the ground, leaving behind a pool of blood. Bam! Everyone fell silent. No one would have thought that the dignified matriarch of the Chui family would be so frightened by a group of citizens that she committed suicide. Although this venomous woman deserved to die, the commoners felt that such a death was too easy for her. Chui Junchuo took a few deep breaths. He did not expect that the people would invade the Chui residence in such a large scale. Now that the Chui residence had been destroyed, Wang Shi had committed suicide, and the Chui family had become the laughingstock of the world. This result was worse than the worst that he had expected. He glanced at Madame Wang's corpse, then turned to look at the vast crowd behind him. With all his strength, he said in a deep voice, "I am Chui Junchuo." He was the former master of the Chui family. The Chui family has indeed done a lot of wrong things in recent years, and Wang Weizhu really shouldn't kill Nianyu privately. It's my fault for not managing the family well. But now that the Wang family is dead and the mastermind has been eliminated, why don't all of you disperse? The East County Duke Chui Junchuo. Many people knew about this person. Hearing him say this, many people subconsciously prepared to give up. In any case, the most vicious Wang Shi in their eyes was already dead. There was no point in staying here any longer. Although Madame Wang is dead. But what about the people that the Chui family has invaded and kidnapped over the years? Just when some people wanted to leave, someone in the crowd shouted, and the crowd became restless again. That's right. The Chui family has done a lot of evil in the past. They have invaded so much land and kidnapped women. How can the death of Madame Wang solve it? Yes. All the evildoers of the Chui family must be punished. Chui Junchuo frowned, but he was secretly anxious. He was anxious that the people from the imperial court had not arrived yet. That's right, at this time he would rather go to the imperial court to be judged than to reason with these people. Because most of the civil and military officials in the imperial court were gentle people, and because of the large number of these people, they might directly rush up and kill all the people of the Chui family. As the saying goes, those who do evil are doomed to destruction. When the Chui family did those evil things back then, did they think that they would be punished today? At this time, a faint voice came from afar. Although the voice was not loud, it reached the ears of everyone present. Who's that? Chui Junchuo's gaze froze as he saw Li Zixuan flying over the heads of the crowd and landing steadily at the front of the crowd. Marquis Yong, did you enjoy watching the show from the side? When enemies meet, their eyes are exceptionally red. At this time, Chui Junchuo of course hated Li Zixuan, but more than that, there was a trace of indescribable complexity. At first he did not think that he would lose. Yesterday he even had the thought of turning defeat into victory, and retaliating against Li Zixuan. But he did not expect that after just one night, Li Zixuan had successfully made the Chui family, a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family, into a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. A 1,000-year-old reputation in the end could not win against that thin confession. But in the end, whose fault was this? If the Chui family did not do those dirty things, even if Li Zixuan had a grudge with the Chui family, could he make up something out of nothing? A 1,000-mile dike collapsed by an ant hole. A 1,000-year-old aristocratic family, in the end, was destroyed in the hands of a pig like Madame Wang. Watch the show. This marquis is not watching the show. This marquis is using this grand scene to pay tribute to Miss Nianyu in the underworld, to ask her to rest in peace. Li Zixuan stood with his hands behind his back and said in a low voice. At the same time he was secretly sizing up Chui Junchuo. He had fought with Chui Junchuo several times, but it was always in the dark. Today was their first time and probably their last time. Hearing this, Chui Junchuo's expression changed several times. After a long time he said, That Nianyu is just a little maid in the Chui family. If she knew that in the future she would be able to make the Marquis of Yong, and bring so many people to seek justice for her, she would probably feel lucky, right? Li Zishuan sneered. Lucky? The dead cannot come back to life. If possible, who in the world would not want to keep living? Dead is dead. Even if this Marquis avenged her, she would not feel lucky. She should regret entering the Chui family and meeting Madame Wang, this poisonous woman, and Chui Shanfu, this coward. You. Chui Junchuo was a little angry. The Chui family was almost dead, and Li Zishuan still wanted to step on the corpses. This was too much. The imperial edict has arrived. Unrelated people immediately make way. At this moment, a group of imperial guards rushed into the Chui family and rushed into the backyard. Then they spread out and barely surrounded the people in the backyard. Why was it barely? This was because there were too many people in the backyard. The less than 100 imperial guards that they had brought with them were simply not enough to deal with them. Then a general in silver armor came forward and said loudly, "His Majesty has decreed that all people should immediately disperse. His Majesty will personally deal with the matter of the Chui family. He will definitely give justice to Nianyu and the people of the world." Chapter 1105. The young general in silver armor was Sun Jiping. He had participated in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain and could be considered as an old acquaintance of Li Zishuan. After such a long time, he had been promoted from a small leader to a guard with a sword in front of the palace. He could be considered to have a prosperous career. When the people heard Sun Jiping say that Li Zishuan would deal with this matter personally, they did not want to make a fuss and left. The students of the academy did not leave. At this time, Li Ku went to Li Zishuan and whispered a few words in his ear. Li Zishuan nodded gently and did not say anything. Sun Jiping did not have time to chat with Li Zishuan at this moment. He looked at the people of the Chui family and said loudly, "His Majesty has an order. Chui Junchuo, East Commandery Duke of the Chui family, and Madame Wang, enter the palace immediately. There must be no delay." Chui Junchuo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Finally, the people from the palace came. It was better for the imperial court to judge the Chui family than the people. After all, the imperial court would be reasonable. It was difficult to reason with the angry people. "General, Madame Wang committed suicide a quarter of an hour ago. I'll go with you." Chui Junchuo stepped forward and said. After that, he looked back at Madame Wang, who was lying in a pool of blood. Although this woman was really hateful and even dragged the Chui family into the abyss of public opinion, she was still the former Madame Wang of the Chui family. Saving some dignity for her was saving the Chui family's dignity. Sun Jiping frowned. He followed Chui Junchuo's gaze and saw a woman in gorgeous clothes lying in a pool of blood. There was a blood-stained sword beside her. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "East Commandery Duke, it's not that I don't understand people's feelings, but His Majesty personally ordered me to invite you and Madame Wang into the palace no matter what. Guards, prepare an ox cart and carry Madame Wang's body into the palace." "Yes, General." After Sun Jiping finished speaking, 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward and carried Madame Wang's body. "General Sun, can you make an exception?" Chui Junchuo could not help but be angry. But after thinking of the Chui family's current situation, he restrained himself. Sun Jiping shook his head. His meaning was self-evident. Therefore, Chui Junchuo could only watch as the 2 imperial guards carried Mrs. Wang's body away. Blood flowed all the way. Most of the members of the imperial army had been on the battlefield before, so they didn't fear corpses and blood. However, the students of Yanhuang College were different. This was the first time most of them had seen a dead body, and it was the first time they had smelled such a thick stench of blood. Many of the students bent down and vomited. Li Zishuan did not say anything. He felt that there was nothing wrong with letting the students see the light of blood earlier. Perhaps some of them would have to go to the battlefield in the future. "East County Duke, please go ahead as well." After Wang Shi was loaded onto the ox cart, Sun Jiping pointed to a prisoner's cart next to him and said to Chui Junchuo, "There was no other way." Lier had given him a strict order. There was only 1 hour in total. He couldn't possibly let Chui Junchuo run behind the horses right? Or let Chui Junchuo ride a horse behind him. If the criminal got lost, how was he going to explain himself? After thinking about it, only the prisoner's cart was more reliable. It could guarantee the speed and ensure that the criminal wouldn't escape. Anyway, in Sun Jiping's opinion, the Chui family would definitely not be able to make a comeback this time. There was no need to be afraid of Chui Junchuo's identity. Chui Junchuo's expression changed. After hesitating for a moment, he finally sighed and walked toward the prisoner's cart. Before entering the prison carriage, he looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated gaze and said, "This old man never thought that there would be a day when I would become a prisoner. This old man also never thought that I would be defeated by you, Marquion, and I have underestimated you after all. You are the variable of the aristocratic families, and also the variable of the Tang Empire." Li Zixuan shook his head and said expressionlessly, "East County Duke, you are not a stupid person. You should understand that the Chui family's ending today is not because of me, but because the people of the Chui family don't know how to respect and do all kinds of evil." Hearing this, Chui Zhenshuo sighed and then got on the prisoner's cart. Sun Jiping waved his hand, and the imperial guards quickly left the backyard of the Chui family. At this time he had time to say goodbye to Li Zixuan. "Marquis, His Majesty's order is urgent. I will chat with Marquis another day. I will leave first today." "General Sun, please wait." Li Zixuan smiled and cupped his fists in return. He pointed to the dozen or so commoners who were tied up in the corner of the courtyard and said, "These people are all criminals who took the opportunity to steal property and molest maids in the chaos just now. They have been tied up by my students. Now, I'll have to trouble General Sun to bring people to send them to the Supreme Court." Sun Jiping was a little surprised and said, "There is such a thing? Marquis, please help me catch these criminals. I will report it to His Majesty and ask for a reward for Marquis." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "No need. This has nothing to do with me. It was all done by the students of the academy. If you want to ask for a reward, you should ask for a reward for them. General Sun, you should quickly return to the palace and report." Sun Jiping suddenly woke up and quickly said, "Then I will leave 20 imperial guards to help Marquis take these criminals to the Supreme Court. I will take my leave first." Li Zixuan nodded. Sun Jiping took Chui Zhenshuo and Wang Shi's corpse and rushed to the palace. Chui Zhenshuo, who was standing in the prisoner's cart, might be thrown vegetables or rotten eggs by the people on the road. Li Zixuan didn't care about this. What he needed to consider now was the problem of dealing with the aftermath. "Today you all performed very well. If it wasn't for you stopping these people from doing evil, more innocent maids would have been harmed today. At that time I would have become a sinner. I am very pleased that you all were able to plan and act according to the situation. I am very satisfied with this batch of students from Yanhuang College. You are the pride of the academy." Li Zixuan turned around and looked at the group of travel-worn youths. He thought that if it wasn't for them organizing at the last minute to maintain order, those ruffians who had mixed into the crowd would have taken advantage of the chaos to do whatever they wanted. Once those people lost the restraint of the rules, they could do anything evil. Therefore, he said to the students with a gratified face. He wasn't being modest, nor was he being pretentious. He was sincerely grateful to this group of students. Without them, today's good thing would have turned into a bad thing. He would also blame himself for the innocent maids for a long time. "Yamacho, you are too serious. These are all things that we should do," Li Ku said with a smile. "That's right, Yamacho. These are all things that we should do," the rest of the students said one after another. Today's experience filled them with a sense of accomplishment. They would probably never forget it for the rest of their lives. "Thank you, Marquis Yong, and thank you all young gentlemen." At this time, the Chui family's maids spontaneously came over and bowed to Li Zixuan and the students to express their gratitude. Chapter 1106. "All right. You can all go about your own business. I will personally send these rascals to the Supreme Court." In the backyard of the Chui residence, after receiving the heartfelt gratitude from the maids of the Chui residence, this group of young lads who were in the middle of puberty suddenly felt a little smug. Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand and chased them away. "Yamacho, why don't we help you send these people to the Supreme Court?" Sun Zifan chuckled. Li Zixuan slapped the little fatty's head and said crossly, "I think you're just trying to slack off and not work, aren't you? Quickly go to the foundation and help." "Oh. Yamacho, you are wrongly accusing a good person. I'm just afraid that you will be tired," Sun Zifan shouted mischievously. The students laughed, but they still followed Li Zixuan's request and returned to the Warm Tang Foundation. Li Zixuan watched the students leave with a complicated gaze. He was about to order the guards to take away these rascals when the Chui residence's servants all knelt down in front of him. "Marquis, now that the Chui family is gone, please take us in, Marquis. We are all able to endure hardships." The other servants were also eager to try. Li Zixuan's family treated the servants well. This was basically known by everyone in Chang'an. For these servants, to be able to enter the Li residence was tantamount to entering heaven. Li Zixuan frowned and said, This marquis's residence does not lack servants. Moreover, the emperor has not made a decision on how to deal with the Chui family. You should wait a little longer. Even if the Chui family is really gone, you can go back to your hometown and find other ways to make a living instead of continuing to be servants. Now that the world is peaceful and the emperor is very kind to the people, this marquis believes that as long as you are hardworking, your life will not be bad. Marquis. But we are all slaves, how can we make a living? Everyone says that Marquis is unparalleled benevolence. I hope that Marquis can be kind and take us in. The crowd hesitated for a moment, and a slightly beautiful servant girl said pitifully to Li Zixuan. In ancient times there were 5 types of household registration. The first was noble registration, usually for aristocratic families. The second was good registration, which was for ordinary people. The third was merchant registration, which, as the name suggested, was for merchants. The fourth was slave registration, which was the status of slaves. Once sold, they may be slaves for life, unless the master was generous and was willing to give the government a large sum of money. The fifth was cheap registration, which was for prostitutes, entertainers, and so on. Li Zixuan's frown deepened. Not to mention that his residence didn't lack maids and servants. Even if he did, he wouldn't hire them here. First of all, who knew which of these people were loyal and which were traitors? Furthermore, that maid's way of talking about moral coercion made him feel disgusted. If the Chui family really falls apart, this marquis will petition His Majesty to abolish your slave status and return you the status of good citizens. As I said before, the world is peaceful now. As long as one is diligent, one will definitely not starve. Li Zixuan said expressionlessly. After saying that, he turned around and called for a group of imperial guards to pick up the thugs in the corner. They left the Chui residence and headed in the direction of the Supreme Court. After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, although Li Zixuan had become a high-ranking official, this was the first time he went to the Supreme Court. Speaking of which, if it weren't for a few imperial guards leading the way, he probably wouldn't have known which direction the Supreme Court's door was facing. Who asked him to be an otaku? Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would definitely not go out, let alone wander around aimlessly. If it was someone else who transmigrated, they would definitely tour the entire Chang and city in less than a week. After all, this was a traditional Tang dynasty building. The Supreme Court was located in Yining Lane. Yining Lane was beside the Kaiyuan Gate, in the northwest corner of Chang and city. The Chui family was located in the southeast corner of Chang and city. From the southeast corner of Chang and city to the northwest corner of Chang and city, the journey was about 30 kilometers. Luckily, the imperial guards found a horse and a few ox carts from the Chui family. A group of people rode on the horses and tied the criminals to the ox carts. The speed was much faster than walking on foot. Otherwise, if they were to walk on foot, it would probably take half a day. Even so, Li Zixuan's group still had to spend nearly 2 hours to reach the Court of Justice in charge of the Great Tang's prisons, the Court of Judicial Review. If one were to compare it to the modern system, the Court of Judicial Review was equivalent to the Supreme Court. Normally, when there was a major case, the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice and the Censorate would send people to try it together. It was called the Three Departments Trial, but later on, it had a more popular name, Three Departments Trial. Greetings, Marquis Yong-an. Seeing Li Zixuan and the rest walking towards the Supreme Court, the 2 soldiers at the door hurriedly bowed. Although Li Zixuan did not know them, they recognized Li Zixuan. After all, this fellow was the man of the hour in Chang and city this year. Is Lu Tingwei here? Or is son Xiaoqing here? Li Zixuan nodded and asked. The current minister of the Supreme Court was Lu Dui, and the head of court was another title for the minister of the Supreme Court. Normally, people would not directly address him as the minister of Court X, but as the head of Court X. This was because when the Supreme Court was first established in the Han Dynasty, the highest official in it was called the head of court. Although the title was changed to the minister of the Supreme Court during the northern and southern dynasties, the Tang people were still used to calling him the head of court. This was a common knowledge that Li Zixuan had learned after being in the officialdom for so long. There were 2 Xiaoqing in the Supreme Court. One was Sun Fujia, who was an old acquaintance of Li Zixuan. The other was Dai Zhou, who was promoted by Li Zixuan in October this year. Li Zixuan had never met him before, but he had heard of him in his previous life. Replying to Marquis Lu Tingwei and the 2 Xiaoqing are not in the office. They should still be in the morning court. The soldier cupped his fists and replied. They are still in the morning court? Li Zixuan could not help but mutter. It was almost 5 in the morning. According to the usual practice, the morning court should have ended by now. It seemed that today's morning court would be very lively. These people have committed the crime of theft and indecent assault. Lock them in the prison first. When Lu Tingwei returns later, I will explain to him in detail. Li Zixuan pointed at the people who were tied up behind him and said to the soldier, "Yes, Marquis." The soldier shouted. Immediately, more than a dozen yamen runners ran out to help. A moment later, all the criminals were brought in. After everything was done, the soldier saw that Li Zixuan still had no intention of leaving. He could not help but feel puzzled. However, Li Zixuan's next sentence scared him out of his wits. This Marquis Li Zixuan incited the people to riot in a fit of anger. This crime is unforgivable. I surrender myself to the Supreme Court and ask the Supreme Court to take me into custody. This Marquis will wait in the prison for the Emperor's judgment. Chapter 1107. Under Li Zixuan's strong request, the Supreme Court soldiers could only fearfully invite Li Zixuan to the cleanest prison cell in the Supreme Court. The blanket was changed to the newest one, and they even brought over a table, a few copies of Datang Daily and some teapots and wine cups. It could be said that all the conveniences they could provide were provided. Li Zixuan's prison cell just happened to be the prison cell that he sent in today. Seeing that Li Zixuan's prison cell was as comfortable as an inn, the group of people's eyes turned red with envy. But they also knew that they would not receive such treatment, so they could only sit on the floor and wait for the Supreme Court's judgment. Other than this new blanket, take away the rest. This Marquis is here to go to prison, not to stay in an inn. This Marquis appreciates the intentions of these few little brothers. What was surprising was that Li Zixuan actually rejected the special treatment given by the officials, and requested for the Supreme Court's officials to take away all the things. As for leaving the new blanket behind, it was really because he could not stand the dirty and hard blanket from before. But then again, as a big brother, it was reasonable for him to ask for a new blanket, right? Marquis, you are still innocent, you don't have to torture yourself like this, right? The soldier had a difficult expression on his face. They knew that Li Zixuan was a good official who wholeheartedly served the people, otherwise they would not spend so much effort. I have already made up my mind, there is no need to persuade me anymore. Just do as I say and then go do your own things. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said. He did this not to put on a show, nor was it purposely pretentious. It was because the current era that he was in required him to do so. This time, although he had used the power of thunder and successfully pushed the Chui family into a state of eternal damnation, but the method he used was somewhat taboo, because he had used the public's will. In this era where the imperial power was greater than the heavens, you, as an official, actually dared to use the public's will to force the emperor to do something he did not want to do. Today you forced the emperor to deal with the Chui family, then tomorrow you would use the public's will to force the emperor to abdicate the throne. In the era of imperial power, whether the emperor's mind was big or small, he would not like such an official. The big-minded ones might tolerate you for a period of time, but the small-minded ones would directly kill you, a potential threat. Therefore Li Zixuan didn't have anything else to do today. Instead he took the initiative to turn himself in. He had to show this attitude. Now he was still in charge of his family. Even if he didn't think for himself, he had to think for his family, right? Seeing Li Zixuan's insistence, the soldier had no choice but to remove the things from the prison cell. Li Zixuan sat cross-legged on the couch and closed his eyes in deep thought. After an unknown period of time, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside the prison cell. Li Zixuan opened his eyes and saw a middle-aged man wearing a dark red official's robe with a dark blue belt around his waist walking over with a few soldiers. The man had a head full of black hair, a pair of indifferent tiger eyes and a straight figure. He could be considered to have a dignified appearance. This official, Dai Zhou, greets the Marquis of Yong'an. The middle-aged official asked someone to open the cell. Then he cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zixuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Although he was older than Li Zixuan, his official position was lower than Li Zixuan's. Since he was in the officialdom, he should follow the rules of the officialdom. So it's Dai Xiaoqing. Nice to meet you. Li Zixuan stood up and cupped his hands in return. This Marquis's body is guilty, Dai Xiaoqing shouldn't be so courteous. Dai Zhou shook his head. Whether Marquis is guilty or not, His Majesty has yet to make a conclusion. But just based on the fact that Marquis is willing to seek justice for a maid he doesn't even know, this Dai Zhou still admires Marquis. This Dai Zhou dared to say anything. Now, the officials in the imperial court who had some brains basically knew that the confession letter was related to Li Zixuan. But Li Zixuan's methods were obviously taboo. Under such circumstances, Dai Zhou still dared to publicly praise him. If it fell into the ears of someone with ulterior motives, it might become a weakness. Dai Xiaoqing must be joking. This marquis is young and impetuous, I don't know the severity of the matter. Fortunately, this marquis didn't cause any big trouble. Otherwise, I'm afraid my conscience will not be at ease for the rest of my life. Li Zishuan shook his head and sighed with emotion. Then he asked, May I ask Dai Xiaoqing how His Majesty dealt with the Cui family in the morning court today? Dai Zhou replied expressionlessly, Madame Wang killed people. Although she had committed suicide, her behavior was so vile that it angered people and gods alike. His Majesty ordered the Cui family to bury Madame Wang's body in the wilderness. They are not allowed to enter the Cui family's ancestral mausoleum, and they are not allowed to look for a place with good feng shui for her. East County Duke Cui Junchuo didn't manage his family well. He allowed his family to embezzle the land of the common people and allowed his family members to kidnap women. His Majesty decreed that he was stripped of his title of East County Duke and sent back to Zhengzhou. He was ordered to return all the land that he had embezzled in the past 10 years to the common people within a month. Those who kidnapped women must also be handed over to the local government within a month. In addition, His Majesty sent the left Prime Minister Wei Zheng to Hunan Province to thoroughly investigate all the officials who have covered up or colluded with the Cui family in Zhengzhou in recent years. He wanted to clean up the local government and return the common people to the common people. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was relieved. Old Li was finally willing to completely deal with the Cui family. His plan was not in vain. Moreover, sending Wei Zheng to Hunan Province was the most ruthless move. Didn't your Cui family get wind and reign in Hunan Province in the past? Wasn't it all because the local government took care of you? Now I will remove those officials who took care of you. Let's see how you can continue to be lawless in Hunan Province. His Majesty is wise. In this way Miss Nianyu can finally rest in peace. Li Zishuan murmured. Marquis, I have something to say but I don't know if it's appropriate. Dai Zhou hesitated for a moment and asked. Li Zishuan's first impression of Dai Zhou was not bad. Hearing this, he smiled slightly and said, Vice Minister Dai, please. Dai Zhou waved his hand and dismissed his attendants. Then he looked at Li Zishuan with shining eyes and said, I believe that with Marquis's wisdom, he must have known that this method would hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt 800 times. But why did Marquis still use this method? Just for an unknown little maid, is it really worth it? Li Zishuan was silent. After a moment of silence he said, Some things can't be measured only by whether it's worth it or not. Since I encountered this matter, I must take care of it. If I don't do anything, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. And in my opinion, conscience and justice are not silent. They know it's impossible and do it. The Cui family is powerful and seemingly invincible. But the sword of justice is not forged for the strong, it is for the weak. If I don't stand up today, there will be more wronged souls in the netherworld. I will never regret what I did today. Chapter 1108. The news of Li Zishuan being imprisoned in the Supreme Court quickly reached the palace and Li Er's ears. Who is he putting on an act for? Let's ignore him and see what tricks he has up his sleeves. Li Er's gaze was as cold as ice. After listening to Zhao Song's report, he paced back and forth in the main hall in frustration. His hands behind his back were clenched into fists and then completely unclenched in the next moment. He would never have thought that the high and mighty Cui family would collapse before the imperial power could even show its might. He did not feel the joy of getting rid of the aristocratic family. Instead, he felt some fear because the power Li Zishuan could mobilize was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it could even threaten his imperial power. Kill. Or not kill. At this moment, Li Er's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. In the end, he waved his hand and said angrily, Yes. Zhao Song sighed in his heart and cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Li Zishuan disregarded his own glory and got rid of evil for the people. Zhao Song admired him from the bottom of his heart. However, in the end he ended up in prison. Zhao Song was both regretful and vexed. Vexed that Li Zishuan was so foolish. Yongla Lane, Li Mansion. Mother, why isn't brother back yet? Lunner is hungry. The whole family was waiting for Li Zishuan to return for lunch. However, after waiting for a long time, he was still nowhere to be seen. Lan could not help but rub her stomach and said pitifully, He should be back soon. Mrs. Li had been feeling uneasy since the morning. When she saw that Li Zishuan hadn't returned yet, the ominous premonition in her heart grew even stronger. She patted Lanner's little head and called out, Sanbao, didn't you say 4 hours ago that the Cui family's turmoil had ended? Why isn't Shen back yet? Sanbao said anxiously, Madam, the Cui family's turmoil had ended 4 hours ago. However, the young master took a group of people to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is far away from Dunhua Square. The young master is probably still there. Madame Li nodded, but the ominous feeling in her heart did not dissipate. Father. Mother. Not good. I found a letter left behind by my husband in the room. At this moment, Han Yushi hurriedly ran in with a letter in her hand and said anxiously, Yushi, what happened to Xianer? What does he mean by leaving a letter? Mrs. Li immediately panicked. She subconsciously thought that something had happened to Li Zixuan. Li Jingma had always been calm. He patted his wife's hand and said, Yushi, what did the letter say? Han Yushi looked around and said softly, San Bao, little he, you all go down first. It wasn't that she didn't trust the servants in the residence, but the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Yes, young madam. Although San Bao and the rest wanted to know what had happened, they had to listen to their mistress. After all the servants in the hall left, Han Yushi said, Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, my husband said in his letter that he will go to the Supreme Court to reflect on himself for a few days. As long as we don't think about it, and don't tell anyone about it, he will be back in less than 10 days. Reflect on himself for a few days? Why would Xianer go to the Supreme Court to reflect on himself? Old master, did something happen to Xianer? To ordinary people, the Supreme Court wasn't a good place to go. After all, most people didn't want to be involved in a lawsuit. Therefore, Mrs. Li was at a loss after hearing this. So, in the end, it's a loss of 800 to hurt the enemy. Yi Guozhong was old and experienced. How could he not understand the meaning behind this letter? He sighed heavily and said to Mrs. Li, Yuzhu, you and Jingma don't have to worry. Although Xian destroyed the Cui family, the hidden danger is also quite big. Now that he has tied himself up in the Supreme Court, retreating in order to advance, he might be able to resolve the danger for himself. We can only do as he says. Don't think about it, and don't tell anyone about it. This is the only way to help him. Li Jingma understood immediately. Although he was worried about his son, he couldn't say it out loud. He could only force himself to calm down and comfort her. That's right. Don't worry, madam. Xian has always been very confident. If he says nothing will happen, nothing will happen. We'll just do as he says in the letter. Let's eat. Li Zixuan quietly lived in the Supreme Court. Of course, there were very few people who knew about it. His family didn't say anything. The officials who knew that he was in prison were basically the big shots in the court. Naturally, they wouldn't be so bored as to spread rumors. The collapse of the Cui family made the common people unable to adapt for a while. Of course, this matter also became the most talked about matter in the first year of Jingguan. It could also be said that it was the biggest news in the first year of Jingguan. 3 days had passed, but the enthusiasm of the commoners in their discussions about the Cui family had not diminished in the slightest. The commoners who had participated in the Cui family operation had been bragging to the people around them for the past 3 days, but they still enjoyed it. After all, they were the awesome people who had defeated the Cui family, a 1,000-year-old family. Of course, in these 3 days, the common people didn't know that Li Zixuan had been locked up in the Supreme Court's prison. The students of Yanhuang College also didn't know. The upper echelons of the Tang dynasty, without exception, chose to deal with this matter coldly. They chose the three-nose policy: don't talk, don't ask, and don't say anything. The people of the Li family firmly followed Li Zixuan's three-nose policy: don't think, and don't say anything. As a result, it was naturally difficult for others to know that Li Zixuan was in prison. However, it didn't mean that everyone didn't know. Father, is our Yamacho locked up in the Supreme Court by you? That night, Sun Zifan returned home and found his father. He asked angrily, "What's wrong with you?" When the students of Yanhuang College participated in the warm winter operation, in principle, the students who lived close to the school could go home at night. Sun Fujia raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Fan, where did you hear this news from?" Asking this meant that Sun Fujia tacitly agreed that Li Zixuan was in the Supreme Court. Sun Zifan couldn't help but open his eyes wide and said, "It can't be? Father? You guys really locked up Yamacho?" "No, Yamacho is such a good person, why do you guys want to lock him up?" Sun Fujia knew that he had misspoken and scolded with a straight face, "You're just a child, so don't interfere in this matter. It's because the Marquis of Yong is too good a person that he has to stay in the Supreme Court's prison for the next few days. This is to help him get rid of a disaster. If you really want what's good for your Yamacho, then keep this secret for this old man. If this is made public, only death awaits your Yamacho. Do you understand?" Chapter 1109. An entire night had passed, But Sun Zifin's mind was still replaying the words his father said to him last night. He did not understand why good people had to go to jail if they were too good. He did not understand why he could not spread the news that Li Zishuan was in jail and get more people to help. He also did not understand why Sun Fujia refused his request to visit the prison. He didn't sleep much the entire night because the person he respected and admired the most was still locked up in prison. He felt very uncomfortable. Chinke, you're right. The mountain elder was really locked up in the prison. Sigh. In the morning, Sun Zifin did not eat breakfast at home and went straight to the Warm Tang Foundation. The students had just come from Yunshan and were eating breakfast there. He, Li Tai, and Li Ku squatted under a tree and ate steamed buns while speaking gloomily. Don't worry. Yamacho will definitely be fine. My father will not do anything to Yamacho. Li Tai patted Sun Zifan's shoulder and said while chewing something in his mouth. Obviously, Sun Zifin had heard the news about Li Zishuan from him. But I don't understand, why did my father tell me? Sun Zifin hesitated for a while and finally asked the question in his heart. After he finished speaking, Li Tai and Li Ku were silent for a while. In the end, Li Ku said, Zifin, your father is right. At this time, the fewer people who know that Yamacho is in jail, the better. What? Li Ku paused for a moment and said, because with Yamacho's reputation among the people, if the people know about this, they might cause a huge commotion. At that time, Yamacho will become a treacherous official who forced the emperor to abdicate and will never be able to rise again. Sun Zifin could not help but be stunned. He was not stupid and quickly understood the crux of the matter. Then, a layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his back. He finally understood the seriousness of the matter and that his father did not lie to him last night. The fewer people who knew about Li Zishuan's situation, the better. Gulp. Sun Zifin nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a low but serious voice, Chinke, little Ku, we have to think of a way to help Yamacho hide this matter. In the future, if the students ask where Yamacho is, we will say that Yamacho is in seclusion writing books. Yes, writing books in seclusion. What do you think? Li Tai nodded and said, let's say that. But in my opinion, Yamacho will not stay in the Supreme Court for long. He will definitely be out in a few days. Sun Zifin sighed worriedly, I hope so. Zhao Si, are you sure you want to go that way? Oh, I'm not sure. Marquis, please allow me to think about it. You wish. As the saying goes, do not regret your moves. With your chess skills, how can you play chess? In the Supreme Court's prison, Li Zishuan and a soldier sat opposite each other. There was a chessboard on the stone table between them and they were playing chess. In the past few days, Li Zishuan had been either playing chess with others or writing books. Coincidentally, the reason that Sun Zifin had used to fool people had actually come true. Li Zishuan was really in seclusion writing books. He was writing the academy's teaching materials for next year. However, his seclusion was too unprofessional. Who would find someone to play chess with during seclusion? At this moment, the officer named Zhao Si opposite Li Zishuan looked like he was about to cry. He thought to himself, since you don't want me to regret my move, why did you ask before? Smack. Ah, I checkmate you. Li Zishuan's single carriage directly attacked the root of the problem, checkmating Zhao Si. Ah, checkmate again? Zhao Si scratched his head, looking depressed. He stared at the chessboard without blinking, thinking of a way to break the game. Li Zishuan saw this and laughed. Ah, no need to look anymore. You have nowhere to go. Give me the money. Zhao Si looked at it again, unwilling to give up. In the end, he still couldn't see a way out. He could only take out a copper coin from his pocket and put it in Li Zishuan's hand. Unconvinced, he said, again. This time I'm so close. Next time I'll definitely beat Marquis. 1 copper coin per game. Oh no, to be precise, if Zhao Si lost, he would give Li Zishuan 1 copper coin. If Li Zishuan lost, he would give Zhao Si 100 copper coins. In order to attract people to play chess with him, Li Zishuan set up a bet where one put in twice the effort and 100 times the return. In the past few days, he had actually won a few dozen copper coins. He was truly a heartless abuser. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was not a chess expert. It was mainly due to the influence of the elders in his village that he started playing chess when he was young. Later on, when he grew up, he knew how to use the computer. He also often went to penguin games to abuse or be abused by experts. Occasionally, he would study a few endgames online. To modern professional chess players, he was very noob. However, to the people of the Tang dynasty who had not experienced the information explosion era, he could already be called an expert. At least, it was not much of a problem for him to completely abuse the people in the Supreme Court prison. Scram. Brat, you only have that little bit of skill and you still have the nerve to show it off? Let me do it. Just at this moment, Dai Zhou silently arrived behind Zhao Si and fiercely kicked Zhao Si's butt as he said. This prison cell was very special. It was not locked, so Dai Zhou was able to silently walk in. Hey. This subordinate greets Dai Xiaoqing. Dai Xiaoqing, please? Zhao Si rolled and crawled up from the ground. Not only was he not angry, he even smiled cheekily at Dai Zhou. If this was in the modern world, he would definitely be a bootlicker. Marquis Yong, and how about this Dai play a few games with you? Dai Zhou smiled. Li Zixuan had a good impression of Dai Zhou. This was a rigid but humorous person. Thus he smiled and said, since Dai Xiaoqing is in the mood, how about we play a few games? Dai Zhou smiled even more happily. He did not clean up the chessboard but said, then this bet, I wonder if you can raise it by 10 times? Li Zixuan was stunned. He could not help but laugh. Ha! Looks like Dai Xiaoqing wants to earn money from this marquis? But this game has not even started yet, and Dai Xiaoqing is so confident that he can win? Dai Zhou waved his hand. So what if I can't win? It's just 10 coins for a game. But if I win, this Dai can get 1,000 coins. This kind of deal is worth it. This Dai does not believe that I can't win 1 out of 100 games? This fellow did not hide his intention to earn some extra money from Li Zixuan. Hearing this, Li Zixuan felt both angry and amused. 100 games is definitely not enough. This marquis will play 3 games with Dai Xiaoqing. Li Zixuan smiled slightly. If he remembered correctly, Dai Zhou was a good official and an honest one. If this person really had the ability, Li Zixuan didn't mind losing some money to Dai Zhou to supplement his family. But if he really was a noob, then Li Zixuan wouldn't purposely go easy on him. Chapter 11:10. In the Supreme Court's prison cell. The most popular Marquis Yong, and was actually playing chess with the Supreme Court's newly promoted vice minister. They were even gambling. If news of this got out, it would probably shock everyone to the core. Dai Zhou sat opposite Li Zixuan. At this time he had already put away his smile. After a moment of deep thought, he started with a move horse 2 into 3. Li Zixuan was naturally not to be outdone. His counterattack was a pawn 2 into 5. Generally speaking, the openings of Chinese chess were similar. They could be divided into 2 types, the defensive type and the offensive type. For example, Dai Zhou's opening was, in a strict sense, a cautious defensive type, while Li Zixuan belonged to the aggressive offensive type. Li Zixuan relied on some of the combinations he learned from the internet in his previous life. In the early stages of the game, he slaughtered his opponents. On the other hand, although Dai Zhou lost a lot of pieces, he was not anxious at all. He continued to follow his own train of thought and slowly deployed his own defensive circle. The two of them moved to the middle of the game and gradually entangled with each other. In this kind of entanglement, the side with the sharper attack should have the greater advantage. However, from the current situation, it seemed that Li Zixuan was gradually at a disadvantage. Li Zixuan could not help but frown. He had underestimated Dai Zhou's ability. In terms of chess style, Li Zixuan's chess style was extremely bold and fierce. His footwork was wide, and it seemed like he wanted to fight to the death. He often liked to pursue thrilling situations in his games. From the standpoint of a bystander, watching his games was the most satisfying. To sum up his style of chess in one sentence, it could be called infinite scenery at the perilous peak. On the other hand, Dai Zhou's chess style was steady and his footwork was solid. Under his moves, the originally disadvantaged chess game was revived by him. Not only that, as the game progressed, he made the changes in the board very complicated. It was as if he had set up a Dragon's Gate formation. It was both real and fake, and it confused Li Zixuan many times. Time and time again he set up ambushes to lure the enemy deep. Dai Zhou quickly killed Li Zixuan's carriage and horse. The scales of victory were slowly tilting towards his side. Gulp. Zhao Si's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched from the side. Such an exciting game made him feel like he was watching 2 peerless experts exchange blows. The flashes of swords, the neighing of horses, it was very intense. Only then did he realize that Li Zixuan hadn't used his full strength when they were playing chess. Ah, thank you for letting me win. Marquis, you have lost the first round. Under Dai Zhou's careful planning, all the advantages that Li Zixuan had gained in the beginning were finally wiped out. Moreover, in the process, Li Zixuan suffered heavy losses. After the final battle, all the escape routes of Li Zixuan's commander were blocked by Dai Zhou. Finally, Dai Zhou raised his head and chuckled. He was as happy as a child in his 30s. One is a vice minister of the Supreme Court, while the other is a marquis of the current dynasty. Yet, they are actually gambling and playing chess in this prison. If news of this were to spread, would you feel honored? Or would I feel honored? Unknowingly, Li Er was standing outside the prison cell with his hands behind his back. It seemed that he had been standing there for a long time. Beside him was Zhao Song, who was gasping for cold air. His forehead was sweating in the middle of winter. The three unlucky fellows in the prison cell quickly came over to greet him. Li Er directly said to Dai Zhou, "Minister Dai, you are in such a good mood. You can leave first. I will look for you later." Dai Zhou's forehead was full of sweat. He thought to himself that today was really an unlucky day. In his own territory playing chess to earn some extra money, he actually met Li Er. How unlucky. Most importantly, he was about to get the 1,000 copper coins when Li Zishuan came. How should he ask Li Zishuan for money later? "Yes, Your Majesty." Dai Zhou was thinking about how to get the 1,000 copper coins back. He saluted Li Er and left with Zhao Si. At the same time, to prevent the other prisoners from affecting Li Er and Li Zishuan's conversation, he also ordered the prison guards to transfer all the prisoners in the nearby prison cells away. "I heard that you were reflecting on yourself here. But now it seems that you are living quite well here." Li Er stood in front of Li Zishuan and said expressionlessly. Li Zishuan smiled helplessly and sighed, 3 feet of land without any sunlight. "I am just trying to find joy in hardship." Li Er's gaze froze and said, "Are you blaming me?" "No. Then do you feel wronged?" Li Er's face was expressionless as he spoke again. "Also no." Li Zishuan shook his head and said in a low voice, "Eating from the monarch and sharing the monarch's burdens is the duty of a subject. But what I did this time, not only did I not share your majesty's burdens, but I also added trouble to your majesty. If it was in any other dynasty, my head would have already left my body. How could I still have a place to play chess and write books like now? So, I do not blame anyone nor do I feel wronged. Instead, I am filled with gratitude." Hearing this, the depression in Li Er's heart dissipated a little. With his hands behind his back, he paced around the cell and said, "Do you know that in these 3 days, the Empress has come to find me 3 times, Chang'e has come to find me 5 times, and Qingqian has come to find me 3 times. They were all speaking on your behalf. In the end, if I did not let you go, I would become a fatuous monarch in their eyes." Li Zishuan was moved. He hurriedly said, "I am grateful for the friendship of the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the Princess. But entering the prison to reflect on myself was my own choice. I feel very uneasy for causing trouble for your majesty." "Ah. If I had known that you were such a troublemaker, I would not have placed you in the imperial court." Li Er shook his head and scolded unhappily. Then he did not speak again. At this time, he noticed a thick stack of manuscripts on the bed and asked casually, "What are these?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and answered, "Your Majesty, these are the teaching materials of the academy for next year. I happen to have nothing to do in the prison, so I settled down to write books." "So many? You wrote all of them in the past few days?" Li Er's face was suddenly shocked. This was because even if 3 scholars worked together to compile this thick stack of manuscripts, they would not be able to write so much in 3 days. Subconsciously, he went forward and flipped through it to see if the contents were scribbled by Li Zishuan to make up the numbers. But when he opened it, the word "awkward" was written on old Li's face. This was because he had flipped through some of the contents in the 2nd volume of chemistry. He could not understand the equations in it at all. "Ahem. I did not expect you to be so concerned about your academy. Even in prison you did not forget to compile teaching materials." In order to hide the embarrassment on his face, Li Er hurriedly coughed and said, Chapter 11:11. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by my academy?" "That's your academy? You're the dean of the academy?" "I'm just a gardener, using the academy to realize my dreams. The one who really uses it is your Majesty, and the one who benefits is Tang Empire. When these seedlings of Yanhuang College grow up, they will definitely hold up the vast blue sky for Tang Empire." In the Supreme Court's prison, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said to Li Er. He had no choice. Being born in such a feudal society, if he wanted to develop the academy well, he had to hug the thigh of the royal family. Li Zishuan didn't want to rebel against Li Er. This boss was too strong and he couldn't do anything. Whoever didn't want to do it, he wouldn't do it anyway. Even in the modern world, if you want to do well, don't you need to hug the thigh of others? Li Er's gaze was deep. He was satisfied with Li Zishuan's attitude. Although what happened a few days ago made him angry, Li Zishuan still knew when to advance and retreat most of the time. "Brat, if you had always been so sensible, how could you have fallen to the point of being imprisoned? If it weren't for the fact that the Empress and Chang'e were pleading for you, I would have beheaded you long ago. Li Er said resentfully. Li Zishuan said with a smile, Your Majesty is magnanimous and wise. Naturally, it's not something that ordinary people can compare to. I believe that under Your Majesty's leadership, Tang Empire will definitely be able to catch up with the era of Qin Huang and Han Wu. Since old Li was willing to come to the prison, it meant that he had no intention of killing Li Zishuan. He was only here to find a way out. For the sake of his family, Li Zishuan was willing to give old Li a way out. Besides, he wasn't bragging. The golden age of Zhenguan in history was indeed catching up with the era of Qin Huang and Han Wu. Now that he, a transmigrator, joined, Tang Empire would only be stronger. When did you learn how to flatter? If Wei Xuanqing was here, he would definitely accuse you of flattering the emperor. Li Er pointed at Li Zishuan and said unhappily. However, the slight smile at the corner of his mouth showed that he did not reject this kind of flattery. Brat, your intelligence is outstanding. In all of the great Tang, there's probably no one who can compare to you. But why was he so muddle-headed this time? I've repeatedly ordered you not to touch the Cui family, but you've caused me such a big mess in one night. You can't even bear it for a year or two. After rambling for a long time, Li Zishuan finally got to the point. Li Zishuan could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Anyone who had quarreled with friends before would know that under normal circumstances, if the other party didn't even pay attention to you after a quarrel or kept talking about other things, it meant that the other party was really angry. However, if the other party was willing to talk to you about the source of the quarrel, it meant that the other party wanted to resolve the conflict and eliminate the differences between them. Your Majesty, you have the world at heart, so of course you have to consider the big picture. However, I don't have to think so much every time. The Cui family is heartless and has killed so many people. Since I've seen it, I can't stand it anymore. Otherwise, I'll definitely dream of the cries of the ghosts in hell. I know that I've let my emotions affect my decisions, but if I were given another chance, I would still do the same. Even if I'm punished by Your Majesty, I won't regret it. Li Er fell silent. For some reason, he suddenly recalled what Empress Zhangsun had said to him last night. Your Majesty. The Marquis of Yong, and inciting the anger of the people to destroy the Cui family was indeed a little impulsive. However, I don't believe that with the Marquis of Yong'an's intelligence, he wouldn't have not thought of the severe consequences. However, he still did it in the end. This shows that he dares to love and hates evil. He isn't an ambitious and scheming person. Thus, I believe that Your Majesty's worries are unnecessary. The great Tang needs a righteous hero like the Marquis of Yong'an, and Your Majesty also needs a loyal and capable official like the Marquis of Yong'an. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong'an's own initiative to bind himself to the Court of Judicial Review was for Your Majesty's sake. He knew that with his current reputation among the people, if Your Majesty were to punish him, Your Majesty's reputation among the people would definitely be affected. With such a straightforward official, I don't wish for Your Majesty to make the wrong decision because of some groundless suspicions. I implore Your Majesty to reconsider. After a long silence, Li Er finally recovered from his contemplation. He inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he also felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated gaze and said, The Cui family is truly abominable, but you, a brat, inciting the people to riot is also unforgivable. If not for the imperial court doing its best to clean up your mess, Chang, and would have been thrown into chaos in the next few days. Seeing that you were able to reflect on your actions in the last few days, we will punish you with 2 months of seclusion. While you're at it, you have to submit a letter of self-reflection within 3 days. Hearing the light punishment of 2 months of seclusion, Li Zishuan couldn't help but rejoice, thinking that old Li was finally willing to let this matter pass. However, when he heard the letter of self-reflection, Li Zishuan's eyes widened and his forehead was covered in black lines. What's wrong? You're not willing to write? That's fine too. Li Er glared at Li Zishuan and was about to say something, but Li Zishuan quickly interrupted and said, No, no, no. Your Majesty. I'm willing to write. I'm very willing to write. In his heart, he was silently criticizing old Li Zishuan for forcing his son, Li Tai, to write a letter of self-reflection. Li Er snorted and finally dropped the subject. After a pause, he sighed deeply and said, Obtaining the world has the Tao. Obtaining the people is the same as obtaining the world. Obtaining the people's Tao and obtaining their hearts is the same as obtaining the people. The collapse of the Cui family overnight can be considered as a wake-up call for me. Li Zishuan secretly nodded. Li Er was indeed Li Er. After realizing the power of the people, the first thing he thought of was not to suppress them, but to obtain their hearts and use them for himself. What a bold spirit. Your Majesty, as the saying goes, a ruler is a boat, a commoner is water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. The Chui family thought that the people were weak and powerless, so they wantonly oppressed the people and harmed the servants. They had no respect for the people and finally died in the vast ocean of the people. Your Majesty is diligent and loves the people. You are wise and mighty and will definitely be supported by the people. The big boat of Tang Dynasty will also be carried by the people and will never sink. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said with emotion. He could only say sorry for unintentionally stealing someone's famous words. Li Er's eyes lit up and said, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. Ah, well said. Well said. Hearing this, my trip today was not in vain. Li Er, who had a clear mind, laughed and walked out of the prison. The power of the people united was indeed great, but as long as the people became the water that carried the boat, what was there to fear? Chapter 11-12. Many people subconsciously thought that it was Li Er's famous saying, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. Actually, it was not. This sentence first came from the chapter of Sun Zi Duke Ai. It was Sun Zi narrating a conversation between Confucius and Duke Ai of Lu. At that time, Confucius said, Qiu Wenji, a ruler is a boat, a commoner is a river. Water can carry a boat, but water can also capsize a boat. If a ruler thinks of danger, how can danger not come? In the 17th year of Jingguan, Wei Zheng wrote in 10 Thoughts of Admonishing Taizong, resentment is not great, but it can be feared by people. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. Wei Zheng also said this. Li Er often used this saying to warn people. After a long time, it became Li Er's famous saying! Ah, Dai Shaoqing, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. After Li Er left, Li Zishuan patted his butt and also left. If he did not leave, was he going to stay here to celebrate the new year? Under Zhao Xi's lead, he left the prison cell. However, he met Dai Zhou outside the prison. He cupped his hands and smiled. When Dai Zhou saw Li Zishuan come out from inside, he did not look surprised at all. Obviously, he had already guessed that this would be the result. Marquis, you're too polite. I won't tell Marquis to come again when you're free. It was rare that Dai Zhou actually knew how to joke. Li Zishuan laughed loudly 3 times before taking his leave. Zhao Xi reluctantly watched Li Zishuan leave. In his heart, he felt that it was a pity that there would no longer be that kind of gamble where one investment, 100 times the return. However, Dai Zhou's next sentence made his eyeballs fall to the ground. Li Zishuan also almost fell to the ground. Marquis, you still haven't paid the previous 1,000 coins. Yongla Lane, Li Mansion. In the past, this place was filled with laughter, warmth, and harmony. However, recently this place suddenly became silent. The mischievous Lan no longer went to play with her friends. She only leaned on the big stone lion outside the mansion and looked at the end of the lane, hoping that someone would come back soon. Although Madame Li was very worried, she could not show it in front of Yi Guochong and old Madame Yi. She could only force a smile. Han Yushi usually appeared to be very strong on the surface, but only Xiao He and Xiao Shi knew that every night, there would always be faint sobbing sounds coming from the bedroom. Although Li Jingma looked calm on the surface, he kept thinking about his son in his heart. He was very irritated. The servants of the Li residence felt the heavy atmosphere and worked even harder. Although they were wondering why Li Zishuan hadn't been home for the past few days, no one dared to ask. They could only pray in their hearts that their young master would be safe and sound. Because Li Er and Li is Li Er Shi. They were bound together for good or ill. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. This was the 4th day since Lan leaned on the stone lion and waited for Li Zishuan to come back. The stone lion was very cold in winter. However, the little girl was wearing layers of cotton clothes. She was like a stupid penguin. She did not feel cold leaning on the stone lion. Instead, she could relieve the tiredness of her feet. Lan who had been disappointed for 3 days, did not have much hope today. She stared at the lane for a while. When she still did not see Li Zishuan, she pouted and looked up gloomily to read the magpies in the book. Magpies were resident birds in China. They would not move to the south to survive the winter. During the winter, they would often feed on a large number of animal carcasses. Sometimes they would even tail the predators and pick up the leftovers. Today, on the ginkgo tree in front of the Li residence, there were 4 to 5 magpies chirping noisily. At Lanner's age, she was at the age where she liked to play. She watched the magpies frolicking for a while and couldn't help but be engrossed in it. She didn't even notice that someone had walked past her. Hee. So cold. Lanner, why aren't you in the house enjoying the heater? What are you doing out here? A familiar voice, a familiar loving tone. Lan was stunned. She looked in front and saw Li Zixuan standing in front of her with a smile. Surprise. Excitement. Grievance. Wow. Brother. You're back. Sob sob. Brother, you're finally back. Lan missed you so much. Lan rushed forward and hugged Li Zixuan tightly. She pressed her face against the latter's stomach, laughing and crying at the same time. Yo. Isn't this the Duke of Yong'an? I haven't seen him for a few days. Yeah. It seems that ever since the Chui family fell, the Duke of Yong'an has not appeared in Yongla Lane. Maybe the Duke of Yong'an went to do something else. A few people in Yongla Lane happened to pass by. When they saw Li Zixuan, they could not help but be surprised. They discussed in private. Seeing this, Li Zixuan quickly patted Lanner's little head and said, Hee hee. Brother misses Lanner too. Let's go. Let's talk at home. Brother, how many days has it been since you last bathed? You stink. Lanner suddenly covered her nose and screamed as she retreated far away. Li Zixuan's face darkened. He almost vomited blood. When he entered the residence, his father, mother, maternal grandfather, maternal grandmother, and his own daughter-in-law naturally came forward to express their condolences one by one. Even Yi Fashion, a taciturn person, came forward to say, Cousin is fine now. This child had been helping out at the Warm Tang Foundation for a while. Later, when Li Qingqian sent some people from the Eastern Palace over, Yi Fashion saw that there was no shortage of manpower and returned. Today is a joyous occasion. Wang Zhong, tell the kitchen to prepare a big banquet. Everyone in the residence will have good meat and good wine at noon. The simplest way to express happiness was to share it with others. Li Jingma ordered simply. Yes, old master. Wang Zhong relayed the news with a smile. Instantly the servants were all jubilant. Not only because there was good wine and good meat, but more importantly because their backbone had returned. That joyous and warm Li residence had also returned. The news that Li Zixuan had personally come to the Supreme Court's prison and pardoned Li Zixuan quickly spread through the upper circles of Chang'an. This time, when Li Zixuan had voluntarily gone to prison, everyone in the imperial court had remained silent. This was because the problem of the people's hearts was too big. If it was not handled properly, it would bring trouble to oneself. Those who wanted to impeach Li Zixuan saw that the 1,000-year-old families had fallen under Li Zixuan's feet, and a layer of sweat had formed on their backs. Who would dare to impeach Li Zixuan? Troll Wei was not afraid of Li Zixuan's revenge. However, most of Li Zixuan's actions were commendable. He even secretly supported Li Zixuan in his heart to get rid of the Chui family. Why would he impeach Li Zixuan? As for the officials close to Li Zixuan, they all knew that the more coldly this matter was handled, the better it would be for Li Zixuan. Therefore they did not prematurely plead for leniency. However, after only 3 days, Li Zixuan had personally come to the prison cell and released Li Zixuan. This greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. At the same time, Li Zixuan's imperial favor had once again refreshed everyone's understanding of him. Chapter 11-13. At the Qing estate. Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Qin Xiong, Li Jing, and Yo Jinda were all gathered around a stove to eat hot pot. Unlike Li Zixuan's home, where the stove was stuffed under a perforated table to cook hot pot, Qing Yaojin felt that this seemed stingy, so he had someone place a large iron pot on the stove. The group of people gathered around the iron pot to eat, each person having a small table with cut vegetables and sauces on it. It could be said that it was both lively and warm to eat. Ah, I told you that this kid would be fine. Once His Majesty's anger subsides, he'll naturally be released. Halfway through the meal, Qing Yaojin laughed heartily as they talked about Li Zixuan. I wonder who was it a few days ago who was like an ant that had stirred up trouble, rushing to find His Majesty to reason with him. If second brother Qin hadn't held him back, who knows how many times His Majesty would have quarreled with him these past few days. Yuqi Jingda dipped his chopsticks into a large mouthful of mutton, dipped it in sauce and happily ate a mouthful. He then took a sip of wine as he mocked. Speaking of which, right now he was already infatuated with the way mutton was eaten. Recently, the servants in Yuqi Fu would often see their Laoi enter the kitchen. Ping ping ping. Immediately after, they would see Yuqi Jingda carry out a plate of bright red mutton rolls. Only the heavens knew that the mighty Duke of Yi, the Right Martial Marquis Great General, and a martial arts grandmaster expert would actually do the business of cutting vegetables. If people from other countries heard this, they would mistakenly think that the Great Tang lacked chefs. The Great Tang truly did lack chefs, martial arts grandmaster chefs, chefs with superb knife techniques. Old Black, shut up. We still haven't settled accounts with you for this matter. Since you knew in advance that little Xian was going to make a move on the Chui clan, why didn't you tell us old fellows? Do you think that our ranks aren't as high as yours and that we can't help you? Or do you think that our old arms and legs aren't as good as your martial arts? When Qing Yaojin heard that, he slammed the table and exploded. They only realized after the fact that Yuqi Jingda had long predicted that Li Zishuan would move against the Chui family, and even helped Li Zishuan secretly add fuel to the fire. Otherwise, how could they explain the 300 crossbowmen and a large number of martial marquises lying in ambush at the Right Marquis mansion that night? Qing Yaojin's words couldn't be said to not be poisonous. Yuqi Jingda's old face darkened even more. If he said something wrong, he would offend everyone in this room. Pa! Yuqi Jingda slapped the table and said angrily, "Madman Cheng, don't you dare slander this old man. Even if you knew in advance, what can you do to help little Xian? The Chui family has a deep foundation, and it's impossible to defeat them with ordinary methods. Madman Cheng, if you knew about this in advance, it would only spoil the situation. Besides, this old man didn't expect Xiao Xian to take action so quickly. However, the reason why Xiao Xian was able to succeed this time was because he launched an attack on the Chui family at lightning speed. Otherwise, when His Majesty or the Chui family reacted, he wouldn't have another chance." Twisting words and forcing logic. Qing Yaojin refused to accept this and wanted to continue arguing, but he was interrupted by Qin Qiong. Jingda's words are reasonable. Since the Chui family has been destroyed and Xiao Xian has been released from prison, there's no point in talking about these things. Eat hot pot. Eat hot pot. Ah. Second brother Qin is right. Eat hot pot. Ah. This thing tastes really good. Niu Jinda laughed loudly. Afternoon. Li Zishuan, who was reflecting on his mistakes behind closed doors at home, was waiting for Li Qingqian and Chang'e to arrive. The brother and sister pair came in a carriage, specially coming to visit Li Zishuan. "Xiao Xian, why do I feel that the heating in your house is warmer than in the Eastern Palace?" Li Qingqian asked in surprise as soon as he entered the house. The recent changes in Chang and city did not affect the progress of the heating in the palace at all. Now the Eastern Palace, Lijing Palace, Ganlu Palace, Chang'e Palace, and other places were all installed with heating. This thing could not be removed if one was used to it. Therefore, Li Qingqian had people install heating in Taiji Palace, which was the place where all the officials held morning court every day. This way, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court could enjoy the treatment of heating in their spare time. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, "Hee. How can the size of this house compare to your Eastern Palace? Qingqian, if you want to be warm, you have to install at least 3 times the amount of heating in the Eastern Palace, right?" The imperial palace buildings were much larger than ordinary houses in terms of length, width, and height. Under the same environment, if the palace wanted to be warm, it naturally had to install more heating. Li Qingqian patted his head and said in realization, "Yes, that's true. When I go back today, I'll have the craftsman quickly modify it." Li Zishuan smiled and looked at Chang'e. He asked, "Chang'e, when it's winter, the air outside is cold. You have qi disease, so it's best if you don't go out as much as possible. Also, you have to install more heating in your bedroom as much as possible. This can reduce the chances of you getting sick." Ever since Chang'e entered the house, her eyes could not move away from Li Zishuan. However, she was also afraid that Li Zishuan would notice her abnormal state. Therefore, she only occasionally looked at Li Zishuan so that no one could sense her thoughts. At this moment, when she heard Li Zishuan suddenly call her name, she was first shocked and then said, "Thank you, Brother Xiaoxian, for your concern. However, Chang'e's palace has always been warm." Li Zishuan nodded. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Chang'e, have you been practicing the Taiji fist that Yushi taught you?" Chang'e nodded crisply and said, Yes. Chang'e has been practicing and I feel much better than last year. Brother Xiaoxian, do you want to see?" Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. Li Zishuan hurriedly shook his head and said, No. Chang'e, you've been practicing. Although this boxing technique may not be useful for your qi disease, it's still very beneficial for strengthening your body. What a joke. How many people could bear to see the princess of the Tang Empire practicing Taiji fist for you? Moreover, Li Qingqian was sitting next to her. Chang'e was slightly disappointed. She really felt that her Taiji fist was good and wanted to show it. However, with her special status, it was indeed inappropriate to show it in this kind of situation. Glancing at Li Zishuan's handsome face, Chang'e suddenly said, "Brother Xiaoxian, next time don't quarrel with my father, okay? When you quarrel, Chang'e doesn't know who to help. Chang'e, don't talk nonsense." Li Qingqian hurriedly patted his sister's arm and said. Li Zishuan was startled and then said with a wry smile, Changel, people are born in this world. Sometimes they can't help themselves and sometimes they can't help themselves. However, I'm still very grateful that you and Qingqian spoke up for me in front of His Majesty 2 days ago. Otherwise, how could I have gotten out of prison so quickly? Chapter 11:14. How could one not be attacked when one was in the pugilistic world? Where there were people, there would be pugilistic world. Where there was pugilistic world, there would naturally be conflicts. Li Zishuan didn't want to have a conflict with old Li, but many things couldn't be changed according to his subjective will. Inside the Li residence. Hearing Li Zishuan's bitter laughter, Changel frowned. After thinking for a while, she said something that made one not know whether to laugh or cry. All right then. But Brother Xiaoxian, the next time you have a conflict with my father, remember to tell us in advance. That way Brother Crown Prince and I can think of an excuse in advance and intercede for you in front of my father. Li Qingqian was speechless. Was his sister siding with her own family or someone else's family? Ahem. Changel, it's getting late. Let's go back. Otherwise, father and mother will be worried. He was determined not to stay here any longer. Otherwise, his sister might say something scary later. Although he wanted to stay and chat with Li Zishuan, he felt that the way Changel looked at Li Zishuan wasn't right. Brother Crown Prince, it's not even 5 p.m. yet. How is it too late? You haven't seen Brother Xiaoxian for so long. Don't you want to catch up with him? Changel looked at the sky and said unwillingly. Li Qingqian almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, you're the one who wants to catch up, okay? Why do you have to drag me into it? Although he thought so, he couldn't say it out loud. After all, in front of outsiders, he had to leave some face for his sister, right? Changel is right. I do have a lot of things to talk to Xiaoxian about. Then let's stay for another half an hour. Li Qingqian had no choice but to compromise. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel happy. This scene was very similar to the scenes of people in internet cafes in his previous life. Manager, give machine number 5 another 2 hours. TSK, this scene was too beautiful. Hee. Changel looked at Li Zishuan gratefully. Then she said to Li Zishuan, right? Brother Xiaoxian. The song Dedication of Love, that was sung in Chang and City last time was composed by you, right? Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes. It's me. What? Changel's eyes were twinkling. Wow. Was it really composed by you? The song is so nice. The rhythm and lyrics were very different from the previous songs, but it was still very nice to listen to. I didn't expect Big Brother Little Xian to be proficient in music as well. Coincidentally, at this moment, Han Yushi brought over 3 cups of steaming hot tea and greeted with a smile. Come. The weather is dry. Your Highnesses, have a cup of tea and moisten your throats. Husband. Drink some water. Xian SS Li Qingqian and Changel hurriedly got up to thank her. Changel walked over and held Han Yushi's hand affectionately. How many times have I told you? Sister Yushi, you can just call me Changel. Why are you still so polite? The corner of Li Qingqian's mouth twitched when he saw this. He didn't know why his younger sister, who had always been quiet and gentle, behaved so familiarly here as though she was in her own home. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of Li Zishuan's home. Everyone here was very happy and the atmosphere was always very warm. Blame me. Changel, drink your tea. Han Yushi didn't dwell on this small issue. She laughed and said, what were you talking about earlier? When I came in, I saw you chatting so happily. We were talking about the song Dedication of Love, that was widely sung in Chang and City a while ago. Brother Xiaoxian is so awesome. He's good at studying, good at martial arts, and even knows how to compose songs. Sister Yushi, you're so lucky. Changel held the teacup and said with sparkling eyes. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan with jealousy. She also admitted that Dedication of Love was indeed nice, but the person Li Zishuan taught was not her, but the top courtesan of 100 Flowers Tower, Fang Fian. Although she didn't say it out loud, she couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. Stop praising me, Changel. If you continue, Brother Xiaoxian will go to heaven. The corners of Han Yushi's mouth held a smile as she spoke. Changel smiled and said, it's not as serious as you say, Sister Yushi. By the way, Brother Xiaoxian, it's going to be the New Year soon. Do you have any new songs recently? It'll be lively then. A New Year song? Li Zishuan was stunned. Andy songs, good luck, I wish you good luck, echoed in his mind. He hurriedly shook his head. Wasn't it a little too out of place to create this song in ancient times? No. I don't have any free time these days. How would I have time to think about this? Chang'e replied with a slightly disappointed, "Oh." Li Qingqian then asked, "Xiao Xian, speaking of the new year, Curious Pavilion Workshop has made a lot of money this year. And I didn't expect that there would be so many big deals as the new year is approaching. This is a good sign. Curious Pavilion will definitely be more glorious in the coming year." Li Qingqian had shares in Curious Pavilion as well as Chang'e. So when he saw that Curious Pavilion had made a lot of money in the past year, Li Qingqian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. So many big deals recently? What kind of deals? Why didn't I know? Li Zishuan listened to the end, but he was puzzled. "Husband, it's like this." Han Yushi hurriedly took over and said, "2 days ago Faubert came to our house to look for you, but you weren't there at the time. I asked Faubert what happened, and Faubert said that he didn't know why the news of the heaters suddenly spread. Many people went to the workshop and asked Faubert to customize a set of heaters for their house. The price was negotiable. Many of them represented the officials of the imperial court. Faubert didn't want to offend them, so he came to ask for your opinion. Then wife, did you agree?" Li Zishuan asked. Han Yushi nodded and said, "If you don't agree, it's a small matter if you don't make money, but it's a big matter if you offend people. Since our house is open to doing business, there's no need to offend people because of such a small matter." "Yes, wife, you're right. But in this way, can the workshop's coal furnace and honeycomb coal production keep up?" He didn't intend to introduce the heaters to the market so quickly at first, because it needed to be customized for every household. It was very troublesome and time-consuming. However, since so many people came to buy it with a small amount of money, he didn't need to reject them. "I've also asked Faubert about this and he said that it can keep up." Han Yushi replied. "Ah, Xiaoxian, you should be content. The workshop can now make nearly 1,000 strings of cash by customizing a set of heaters for every household. Where else can you find such a good business? But you have to thank my father. If he didn't get people to install heaters in Taiji Palace, the civil and military officials wouldn't know about the benefits of heaters." Li Qingqian laughed loudly. Li Zishuan was secretly speechless. A customized set of heaters could make nearly 1,000 strings of cash. There were so many rich people in Chang'an City. Chapter 11:15. "Oh, husband. The Warm Tang Foundation is almost done with work. There are close to 60,000 poor people around Chang'an City. Almost all of them have received coal stoves, honeycomb briquettes, food and clothing from the foundation. Now there are only some finishing touches left. As for Dr. Sun, he has already held free medical services in 7 counties. I estimate that he will only be able to visit all 20 counties after the new year." At the mention of the workshop, Han Yushi thought of the Nuantang Foundation and asked softly, 60,000 households? They finished delivering so quickly?" Li Zishuan was surprised. "It's all thanks to the assistance of the people sent by the Crown Prince. Otherwise it wouldn't be so fast." Han Yushi pursed her lips and smiled. Li Qingqian said half-jokingly, "Ah, this winter, Xiaoxian, you've not only brought warmth to the poor, but also to the rich." "Ah." Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile. He thought for a moment and said, "Then let's reward the students tonight. Let's have a hot pot together. It'll be lively. 600 people eating hot pot together? That's a good idea. I'll be there too." After hearing Li Zishuan's suggestion, Li Qingqian's eyes lit up. Chang'e's eyes also sparkled. She was eager to give it a try. "Qingqian, don't even think about it. The students are eating hot pot at the academy tonight. How are you going to come back if you go?" Li Zishuan said mercilessly. The brother and sister pair immediately wilted. Han Yushi smiled. Then she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "Husband, His Majesty said that he wants you to reflect on yourself at home for 2 months. You can't go tonight, right?" Silence. But then Li Qingqian laughed loudly. "Ah, that's good too. None of us can go." This guy was clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "His Majesty said that I'm grounded at home for 2 months, but I was still at the Supreme Court this morning. So strictly speaking, these 2 months should start from tomorrow. I can still go out tonight." "Puchi." Chang'e giggled. Her delicate little face was like a blooming white orchid, fresh and refined. She was really charming when she looked back and smiled. She had the potential to be the most beautiful woman in the world at such a young age. She covered her mouth and said happily, "Big brother Xiaoxian, you're really cunning. If Imperial Father finds out, he'll definitely be furious." "Imperial Father is so angry, why are you still so happy?" Of course, this was only what Li Qingqian thought in his heart, and he wouldn't voice it out at a time like this. At this moment he first glanced at Chang'e and then looked at Li Zixuan. Little Xian, you're clearly twisting words and forcing logic. If my imperial father knew about this, he would definitely come looking for trouble with you. I think you'd better not go. It's just hot pot. Han Yushi nodded, indicating that she agreed with Li Qingqian's words. Since ancient times, the words of the emperor had always been of great weight. There was basically no official like Li Zixuan who didn't take the emperor's words seriously and always wanted to take advantage of loopholes. Han Yushi felt that if this went on, it wouldn't be good if Li Zixuan came to settle accounts at an opportune time. Li Zixuan glanced at Li Qingqian in annoyance. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, "Hey! His Majesty only ordered me to be grounded at home to reflect, but he didn't specify which home. I'll stay in Yunshan to reflect these 2 months. This way, it won't be considered disobeying His Majesty's imperial edict." He was so insistent on going to Yunshan to make hot pot for the students. First, it was to reward them. Recently, these students had been running around for Operation Warm Winter. Second, a few days ago the people had caused a ruckus in the Chui family. If it weren't for the students maintaining order on the spot, many dirty things would have happened. At that time, not only would he be impeached by the officials, but he would also feel guilty in his heart. He had to thank this group of students. As soon as these words came out, Chang'e was stunned. There was such a quick-witted person in this world? Li Qingqian was stunned. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? The more Li Zixuan thought about it, the more pleased he became. He said, "Ha! It's settled then. Wife, quickly have the servants in the residence prepare the ingredients. Tonight, the academy will have a hot pot feast for more than 600 people. Have Wang Zhong take out all the frozen mutton in the freezer. I'll cut the mutton." Han Yushi was stunned, then she nodded and said, "Okay. Husband, please wait a moment. I'll go arrange it right away." Although the mutton in the freezer at home was reserved for the new year in a few days, Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan was in high spirits and didn't want to dampen his spirits. At worst, she could just buy some more in a few days. "Qingqian, Chang'e, have you eaten hot pot in the palace before?" Yes. We've eaten." The siblings nodded fiercely. Not only had they eaten it before, they had eaten quite a bit. Then who cut the mutton in the palace? Li Zixuan was suddenly curious and asked. Li Qingqian looked a little embarrassed. He looked around and said, "I heard Imperial Father say that Steward Zhao and the old consecrators in the palace took turns cutting it." The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. He didn't think that his initial worry would become a reality. Old Li was really deranged. For the sake of good food, he didn't even care about his face. "Okay, then I'll have to cut the mutton next. I don't have time to accompany you. You two can do as you please. Anyway, you two seem to be more familiar with this residence than I am." Li Zixuan waved his hand speechlessly. Then he turned and left to cut the mutton. Li Qingqian and Chang'e looked at each other, then followed Li Zixuan out the door. In the kitchen of the Li residence, the two of them witnessed the peerless swordsmanship of a grandmaster expert. Only then did they understand why the mutton they ate in the past had to be cut by Zhao Song or the imperial consecrators personally. It was because ordinary people couldn't possibly have such amazing and dazzling swordsmanship. After admiring Li Zixuan's peerless swordsmanship for a while, Li Qingqian saw that it was getting late. He quickly pulled Chang'e back to the palace. Everyone in the Li residence was busy. Madame Li and Li Jingma didn't have any objections to Li Zixuan treating the students to hot pot. In their opinion, their son had just been released from prison and should be celebrated. However, they were a little dissatisfied that Li Zixuan was going to Yunshan to do closed-door cultivation. It was almost the new year, and Li Zixuan was obviously going to Yunshan for the new year. However, the old couple still couldn't bear to leave their home in Chang'an City. However, these were all trivial matters. With Madame Li's love for her son, she was naturally obedient. As for Li Jingma, what choice did he have? At 5 in the afternoon, Li Zixuan and his family, along with dozens of servants, set off for Yunshan. Li Zixuan planned to give up 2 villas in Yunshan for his parents, as well as the Yi family's Yi Guichong and old Madame Yi to temporarily live in. This way the family wouldn't feel crowded even if they spent the new year in Yunshan. As for Li Zixuan, he went to the Warm Tang Foundation and personally waited for the students who had gone to the nearby counties to send warmth back. Chapter 11:16. Master. Yamacho, you're here? When Li Zixuan arrived at the Warm Tang Foundation, there were a few people lining up outside to donate money. In the courtyard, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao led the 3rd Brigade to help with the donation collection. Seeing Li Zixuan, who had disappeared for many days, suddenly appear, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao put down their work and came over to greet him with a surprised expression. How are you? Have you been busy recently? Li Zixuan asked with a smile. Meng Wenhao looked at Li Zixuan from head to toe and asked instead of answering, Yamacho, I haven't seen you recently. Are you all right? Iron Egg also looked over with a worried expression. Although he didn't know the inside story, he had vaguely sensed that something was wrong in the past 2 days. What could have happened to me? I've just been busy with writing books recently. Don't worry about it. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said lightly. Yamacho, you've really been writing books recently? What do you mean by really? Are you saying that it's fake? No, I thought Sun Zifan was lying to us. After all, that guy doesn't speak the truth. Meng Wenhao scratched his head suspiciously, then replied, We haven't been that busy recently because there aren't as many people coming to donate money as before. Maybe it's because it's almost the new year? The people are busy stocking up on New Year goods now. After the initial madness of the donation storm caused by the Warm Tang Foundation, people had gradually returned to rationality. Now, people had started to treat the foundation as a place of spiritual sustenance, such as a temple or a Taoist temple. If they wanted to do good, they would come here to donate money. Not only could they accumulate merit, but they could also seek peace of mind. Are there fewer people donating money? Li Zixuan muttered thoughtfully in a low voice. After a while, he asked again, Are there statistics of the foundation's donation consumption these days? It's done. Meng Wenhao nodded. He ran into the room and took out an account book. After turning to one of the pages, he said, The Academy's Operation Warm Winter has consumed a total of 43,512 strings of cash so far. As for Dr. Sun, because he needs to consume a lot of herbs every day, he has consumed a total of 5,074 strings of cash. So the total is 93,586 strings of cash. These accounts have already been calculated by all the members of the 3rd Brigade. More than 90,000 strings of cash? Thank goodness. Even if Sun Simiao were to provide free medical services in all the counties around Chang and City, the total cost would only be around 200,000 strings of cash. The foundation can still afford it. Li Zixuan thought for a while and sighed. When will the rest return? Li Zixuan asked again. Iron Egg glanced at the door. Should be soon? Coincidentally, at this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. There were also some youths talking and laughing. Haha, we're really lucky today to have met such a big rabbit. Iske, let's sneak to the west of the academy and roast the rabbit tonight. That's a good idea. The roast chicken from last time really makes me miss it. TSK. These 2 rabbit legs are mine. I was the one who injured the rabbit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to catch up with Chuo. Bullsh*T. Even if you weren't there, I could still catch up with him. Needless to say, these were the bastards who had sneaked out of the academy to steal chickens during the military training. Li Zixuan's old face darkened. He secretly thought that this bunch of brats really didn't learn their lesson. They wanted to sneak out of the academy at night to barbecue again. Most importantly, these bastards didn't even call him along when they went out to barbecue. He couldn't tolerate this. In order to show his presence, Li Zixuan put his hands behind his back and coughed a few times with a serious face. Gosh, so, Yamacho is here too. Cheng Chumo felt that the cough was somewhat familiar and looked towards the source of the sound. When he saw Li Zixuan standing in the middle of the courtyard, he was stunned. Yamacho, are you okay? Are you done with your work? Sun Zifan was just about to say, Are you okay? When he suddenly realized and quickly changed his words. I just heard some people say that they wanted to sneak out to roast rabbits at night. Is that true? Li Zixuan said lightly. No, absolutely not. Cheng Chumo quickly hid the rabbit behind him and shook his head. Give it to me. Li Zixuan glanced at him and said unhappily. No. Yamacho, we spent a lot of effort to catch it. Cheng Chumo insisted. Li Zixuan said with a faint smile, You really don't want to give it to me? Then you won't have a share of the hot pot tonight. Hot pot? Yamacho, you want to treat us to hot pot? Li Tai's eyes lit up. He was the first batch of people to try hot pot. When he heard that he could eat the hot pot personally made by Li Zixuan, he immediately became excited. Although there was hot pot in the palace, he always felt that Li Zixuan's hot pot was better. Li Zixuan nodded. He hadn't eaten wild game in a long time. He thought that it would be good to eat roasted rabbits tonight. Li Tai quickly pushed Cheng Chumo and said, Shonyo. Quick. Give the rabbit to Yamacho. That hot pot is much better than rabbit meat. Quick. At the end of his sentence he couldn't wait anymore. He directly snatched the rabbit that Cheng Chimo hid behind his back and handed it to Li Zishuan. "Jinke, what's hot pot?" Sun Zifan was puzzled. His father was a civil official and didn't usually hang out with Qin Xiong and the other generals, so he didn't know what hot pot was. You'll know in a while." While they were talking, the academy students who went out had already returned. When they saw Li Zishuan, the academy students were very surprised and came over to greet him. Li Zishuan let Li Tai do a head count. When he knew that everyone had arrived, he gathered the students together and announced a piece of news that made everyone happy. Of course, Cheng Chimo was an exception. "This month, students, you've all worked hard for the Warm Tang Foundation. In order to reward everyone for their hard work, the Academy is holding a special banquet tonight and treating everyone to a new dish that you've never eaten before. Now everyone pack up and follow me out of the city, to the Academy." Oh. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a thunderous cheer. Who didn't know that Li Zishuan was very particular about food? Since Li Zishuan valued this new dish so much, they would definitely have a good meal tonight. Most importantly, their recent efforts were recognized by Li Zishuan. This was more important than anything else. In the noisy cheers, Cheng Chimo spat out a mouthful of blood. F***ck. This is too much. Too much. A rabbit was actually tricked by the mountain leader. What a loss. Li Zishuan didn't hear Cheng Chimo's complaints. When the cheers died down, he led the students out of the city. Yunshan Zhang should be almost ready by now. Chapter 11:17. Priest Li, will there be any strong winds tonight? Li Zishuan asked as he bumped into Li Chunfeng when he arrived at the academy. He was just a fake Taoist priest and a fake astronomer. How could he know anything about the weather and the weather? Li Chunfeng thought that Li Zishuan was not good at this and did not suspect anything. He looked up at the sky and said, "Marquis, there is no strong wind tonight." Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly ordered his men to set the banquet at the academy's field. He was worried that the wind would blow tonight, so he set the banquet at the cafeteria. However, since Li Chunfeng said that there was no wind tonight, he had nothing to worry about. Li Zishuan trusted Li Chunfeng's weather forecast, 100%. "If you are free tonight, how about having hot pot with me?" Although Li Chunfeng was not an official teacher of the academy, Li Gang had assigned him a dormitory because he often observed the sky at night in the Cloud Mountain. This way he would not have nowhere to stay at night. "Since the Marquis has invited me, how can I not go? This is the first time I've heard of hot pot. Today is a good opportunity to broaden my horizons." Li Chunfeng placed his hands behind his back and chuckled. Li Zishuan was curious to see how Li Chunfeng would look like when he ate the hot pot. He wondered how Li Chunfeng would look like. "Ah, I won't disappoint you." After knowing that the hot pot banquet was going to be held at the field, the students of the academy moved the tables, chairs, coal stoves, and even torches. The group of servants that Li Zishuan had brought along distributed the mutton, fish slices, bean sprouts, and other hot pot ingredients to each table. Strictly speaking, there were 8 people around one stove tonight. Just the students alone had more than 80 stoves. Including the academy's teachers, there were more than 100 stoves. It was a spectacular scene. Fortunately, there was no wind tonight. Otherwise, they would have to hold the hot pot banquet in the cafeteria. With so many coal stoves in the cafeteria, wouldn't they be poisoned? With all the ingredients on the table, there was no opening speech. Li Zishuan only shouted, "Let's eat." Then the students and teachers around the stove began to dig in. In the beginning, only Li Zishuan, Li Tai, Cheng Chimo, Qin Huayu, Yuchi Baolin, and the others were eating. This was because the others didn't know how to eat the raw ingredients around them. Fortunately, humans were very good at imitating. When the people nearby saw how Li Zishuan, Li Tai, and the others ate, they all followed suit. They began to dip the ingredients in the pot and dip them in the sauce to eat. It was like a stone falling into a lake. In the beginning, only the area near the point of impact was affected by the ripples, but as the ripples spread, the water surface further away would also be affected. Not long after, word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Basically, all the teachers and students on the field knew how to eat the so-called hot pot. Oh, delicious. It's so delicious. Is this still mutton? How come I've never eaten such delicious mutton before? Sun Zifan dipped his chopsticks into the mutton, dipped it in the sauce and put it into his mouth. The freshness of the mutton combined with the saltiness of the sauce almost made him swallow his own tongue. Delicious, it's really delicious. Li Tai didn't even raise his head. He was stuffing food into his mouth as he spoke vaguely. It wasn't that he was a reincarnation of a hungry ghost, but that the people around the stove were a bunch of animals. If he was like Sun Zifan, that idiot, he wouldn't be able to eat anything in a while and could only drink the soup. No one in the academy would accommodate him just because he was the Prince of Wei. F***CK. Ching Chimo, are you a F***King Pig? Bao Lin, why did you steal my food? Little Ku, you eat so fast too? Sun Zifan, who was lamenting for a while, looked down and was shocked. He could only hear him wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. Oh, this way of eating has a different flavor. I've eaten dozens of years of food before, but it doesn't seem to add up to the amount of food I've eaten in a year at the academy. Yanhuang College is really a paradise on earth. Li Gang, Yan Silu, Li Zishuan, and the heads of the 5 academic departments were originally sitting at the same table. However, Li Gang's grandson Li Anren was called to another table by the drunkard. Li Gang's little grandson Li Anren was able to take the seat as he wished. At this time, Li Gang tasted the mutton rolls that were dipped in the sauce with his chopsticks. He squinted his eyes and praised. Li Wenji, I might not agree with other things you said, but I agree with this sentence very much. In the entire academy, there was only one person who dared to call Li Gang that. It was probably only the bearded man. This old hooligan didn't submit to anyone but Li Zishuan. As for Li Gang, this great scholar, he used to disdain him. However, after getting along with him for a long time, he would often bicker with him. At this moment, the bearded man ate a large portion of the mutton and drank a mouthful of iced wine. The hot and cold wine stimulated all the taste buds in his mouth. The mellow wine aroma made the fresh taste of the mutton roll even more intense. The bearded man had traveled all over the world in his life, but he had never enjoyed so much. At this time, when he heard Li Gang's praise, he couldn't help but loudly echo. Li Gang shook his head. He didn't get angry because of the bearded man's rudeness. He must have gotten used to it. Mr. Bearded Man, why is your wine still smoking? Did you put it in the pot to cook? Li Anren's eyesight was quite good. He could actually see the white smoke coming out of the bearded man's cup under the light of the torch. Hey, Anren. When you grow up, you must go to Yanhuang College. Don't be like your grandfather and spend your whole life studying. Do you understand? The bearded man smiled at Li Anren and said, You're not allowed to talk about my grandfather. Li Anren pouted and said crisply, Hey. The bearded man shook his head. He pointed to the wine cup in his hand and said, Do you know why I told you to go to Yanhuang College? Do you see? When ordinary people see that my cup is smoking, they think that the things in the cup must be hot. However, the students from Yanhuang College don't think that way, because they know that an ice-cold cup will also emit white smoke in a hotter environment. You said that your grandfather's studies were superficial. Are there such things in it? Definitely not. The heavens took pity on him. The dignified pirate leader who traversed the 4 seas actually understood science. Li Zishuan, who was drinking a mouthful of wine, almost spat it out. If the pirate leader understood science, then those small island nations on the sea would have no way to survive. Wasn't this too cruel? Chapter 11:18. Come. Eat meat. There's still a lot of mutton left. During the meal, Li Zishuan kept persuading Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the rest to eat more mutton. As for himself, he only took a few bean sprouts. Ma Zhou was touched. He thought that Li Zishuan would leave the meat for them and only eat vegetables. Yamacho, you should eat some mutton too. There's still so much left. We can't finish it with so few people. Ma Zhou wanted to rinse the mutton with his chopsticks and put it into Li Zishuan's bowl, but Li Zishuan quickly stopped him. Hey. Stop. Brother Ma, I'm allergic to mutton. I can't eat mutton. So, to prevent me from getting sick, you must finish all the mutton on the table. If you don't finish it, you're not giving me face. In a moment of desperation, this guy started to talk nonsense. Yamacho, what's allergy? Ma Zhou said with a puzzled expression. Li Zishuan was stunned. He quickly explained, It's just that you're not used to it. You'll feel uncomfortable all over if you eat it. There's such a thing? Ma Zhou was even more puzzled. How could anyone eat mutton until they felt uncomfortable? Seeing old Ma's dumbfounded expression, Li Zishuan hurriedly called out, Mr. Li, Mr. Yen, Mr. Mo, hurry up and eat. And Ren, hurry up and eat. You have to know that you can't eat this kind of tender mutton anywhere else. Although the few big shots of the academy felt that Li Zishuan was a little strange, they couldn't pinpoint what was strange about it. They could only eat as they were told. Young master, I've brought the things you wanted. Halfway through the hot pot, Sanbao came over and whispered in Li Zishuan's ear. I got it. Li Zishuan nodded and replied softly. The ears of the bearded guest, who was eating large chunks of meat and drinking large bowls of wine, trembled slightly, but he did not take any further action. After a while, Li Zishuan left the table without anyone noticing. But after a while the teachers and students on the field smelled that something was wrong. Why did he say that he smelled something wrong? Because it smelled so good. What was that smell? It smells so good. Oh, it smells like barbecue. Yamacho is barbecuing meat. A group of people raised their heads and sniffed, trying to find the source of the fragrance. Someone shouted, and everyone's eyes instantly turned to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was leisurely barbecuing a rabbit on a square grill. He kept turning it while sprinkling salt, pepper, cumin and other condiments on it. The rabbit's body was already golden brown, and drops of oil dripped from it from time to time, making sizzling sounds when they landed on the flames. Just looking at this rabbit was enough to whet one's appetite, not to mention the waves of fragrance that were constantly wafting in this direction. The teachers and students on the field all looked eagerly at Li Zishuan. *CK. That's my rabbit. Burp. Cheng Chimo sighed and couldn't help but burp. Who asked him to eat too quickly just now? He was completely full now. The greatest helplessness in life was when one's stomach was full when one encountered delicious food. Barbecued rabbit. Yamacho is barbecuing a rabbit. It smells so good. I didn't expect a barbecued rabbit to be so fragrant. Burp. It smells so good but I'm so full. Barbecued meat was actually not a patent of modern people. Compared to modern people, the ancient people's love for barbecued meat could be said to be even greater. The Book of Songs said, "The head of the rabbit, the roasted meat of the cannon. The gentleman has wine and he offers it with discretion." The meaning was, barbecued rabbit is wine. The more you eat, the better. By the Han Dynasty, barbecuing had already become a culture. According to historical records, Emperor Gaozu of the Han Dynasty, Liu Bang, often barbecued deer liver raw to go with wine. Emperor Zhao of the Han Dynasty also once held a barbecue festival. As the saying went, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. As early as the end of the Warring States period, cloud-patterned square grills specialized in barbecuing appeared. The grill that Li Zishuan was using now had a rough outline similar to the cloud-patterned square grill. San Bao found it in the workshop at the foot of the mountain. Although the barbecued rabbit was fragrant, the students' stomachs were already full. They could only snort the rabbit. TSK. It should be about time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Zishuan put the rabbit meat to his nose and took a sniff. He clicked his tongue and sighed. Everyone's face was full of black lines. They secretly thought that their Yamacho was too despicable. They clearly had better food but they left it for last. Why are you all looking at me? Hurry up and eat. Whoever has leftovers on the table tonight will have to wash all the dishes today. Li Zishuan pointed at Cheng Chimo's table and said loudly. All the students were shocked. What a joke, how many bowls and chopsticks were there? Wouldn't it be tiring to wash all of them? So, *CK. Cheng Chimo. These dishes are clearly on your plate. Why did you put them in my bowl? *T. They were yours in the first place. There was a commotion from the crowd. Li Zishuan didn't pay any attention to these students. He carried the roasted rabbit and walked back to his previous table. Come. I just finished barbecued rabbit. Mr. Li, Mr. Yen, Mr. Amo, Mr. Su, Mr. Xiao, Brother Ma, do you all want some? Li Zishuan put the rabbit on an iron plate and took out a dagger from somewhere. He smiled and said to the people around the stove. Yamacho. You're really, burp, I'm not eating anymore. I really can't eat anymore. Ma Zhou wanted to say that Li Zishuan was despicable, but halfway through he couldn't help but burp. He shook his head and waved his hand. Everyone else was speechless. Li Anren's little face was bitter. Brother Xiao Xian, this rabbit meat is really fragrant. But Anren's stomach is too full. Brother Xiao Xian, can you leave some for Anren to eat tomorrow? Li Zishuan laughed loudly and said, Good. I'll leave a rabbit leg for Anren. Yamacho. Since you gentlemen have no more space in your stomachs, why don't I help you share the burden? Suddenly, the bearded guest came behind Li Zishuan with a wine bowl and said. He had been paying attention to Li Zishuan's movements. When Li Zishuan first started barbecuing the rabbit, he saw it and immediately slowed down his eating speed. In addition, his martial arts realm was the best in the world. Not to mention one rabbit, even if there were two, he could finish it. This time, it was Li Zishuan's turn to be helpless. He only wanted to be mischievous, but the bearded guest didn't let him be. How depressing. Since Mr. Zhang San can still eat, then please. Li Zishuan invited with a smile. Then I'll drink a few cups with Yamacho. The bearded man laughed heartily, while Li Zishuan held his forehead with his hand, feeling a headache coming on. Chapter 11-19. The grand hot pot banquet for 100 people lasted until midnight before the students and teachers of the academy left. Everyone was very tired these days, but after eating this hot pot banquet, especially after receiving Li Zishuan's affirmation, the students suddenly felt less tired. They did not regret choosing to stay during the previous holiday because this winter holiday was very meaningful for many of them. Set a heart for heaven and earth and set a life for the people. This was not only Li Zishuan's dream, but also their dream, and they had always been acting like this. They had walked a long way on this road, but there was still a long way to go. Fortunately for everyone, they were not alone on the road ahead. They all had a group of like-minded companions to forge ahead together. When Li Zishuan returned to the courtyard, Han Yushi had already fallen asleep. As for the other two courtyards, when he came back and passed by, he found that the lights inside were already out. Presumably, his father, mother, grandfather and grandmother had already fallen asleep. After all, it was close to the end of the year, and he suddenly decided to spend the new year in Yinshan. His father and mother would definitely have a lot of things to arrange the next day. Li Zishuan did not wake up the two maids, Xiao He and Xiao Shi. He casually washed up and quietly went back to his room to sleep. 2 months. I can have another 2 months of holiday. Li Zishuan lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. He could feel his wife's gentle breathing beside him and could not help but sigh in his heart. Being grounded for 2 months was torture for others, but for him, it was a holiday. Since Yanhuang College was established, he basically did not have a day of leisure. If he was not busy at the academy, he would be giving advice at the workshop. Now that he had 2 months of holiday, he should spend some time with his family. After all, he worked so hard to earn a family business so that everyone in the family could live a carefree life and not be bullied by others. Imperial Palace, Lijing Palace. Li Er had just finished reviewing the memorials and came to Empress Zhangsun to lie down. He suddenly muttered, I heard that Li Zishuan is treating the students of Yanhuang College to hot pot in Yinshan tonight? This stinking brat actually ignored my order of confinement. How preposterous. Empress Zhangsun was stunned. Chang'e and Li Qingqian didn't tell her or Li Er about this after they returned to the palace. After being stunned for a moment, she said, Your Majesty, you only restricted the Marquis of Yong'an, but you didn't specify where. He had a home in Yongla Lane and he also had a home in Cloud Mountain. So strictly speaking, he is not disobeying His Majesty's decree. Although she understood that Li Zishuan was not really angry, Empress Zhangsun still defended him because she knew that Li Zishuan's role in the Tang dynasty was irreplaceable. Li Er was amused. No wonder this brat dared to go to Cloud Mountain so openly. It turned out that he had such a plan. Maid Guanyin, look at how bold he is to play petty tricks in front of me. Empress Zhangsun covered her mouth and laughed. It's mainly because Your Majesty is broad-minded. Otherwise, the Marquis of Yong'an wouldn't be like this. This is the sign of a prosperous era. Ah, let's not talk about it. Let me see if Maid Guanyin is broad-minded or not. Li Er suddenly laughed evilly. His hands and feet started to move, which naturally caused a wave of coquettish anger. Your Majesty. The next day, Li Zishuan originally planned to sleep in, but things like biological clocks couldn't be changed so easily. Just after 7 in the morning he got up. When he went downstairs he saw his father, mother and the 3 members of the Yi family all come over. Although their family lived in different courtyards, they still ate together. The distance between the courtyards wasn't far. Little Xin, your Yanhuang College is really imposing. Previously, grandmother heard that you built an academy in Nanyang. She thought it was just a few straw huts, but how is this a straw hut? It's simply a paradise on earth. After dinner, I have to go to the academy to take a good look. All right, does your academy allow outsiders to enter? Seeing Li Zishuan come down, old Madame Yi happily chattered. Yi Guozhong, who was beside her, was also moved. However, due to the restraint of an elder, he didn't say anything. He only stroked his beard and kept glancing at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Grandmother, the academy naturally doesn't allow outsiders to enter. However, since you want to go, you can go as many times as you want. Old Madame Yi was excited at first, but then she waved her hand and said, That won't do. Although grandmother can't help you much, I can't break the rules you set. Grandmother can just take a look from outside. Compared to those people in his previous life who liked to use connections to get in through the back door, this grandmother of his was really kind and reasonable. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mother. The academy is on holiday now. You can go and take a look if you want. It's not considered breaking the rules. Yi Yuzhu hurriedly persuaded. Li Zixuan also nodded and said, Grandmother, my mother is right. The academy is on holiday now. You can go as you wish. Old Madame Yi then replied, Ha, that's good. Since it's not considered breaking the rules, I'll go and take a look today. After breakfast, the Yi family of 3 went to Yanhuang College accompanied by Mrs. Li. Li Zixuan wrote a note and handed it to Han Yushi. He said, Yushi, if you go to the foundation today, remember to hang this message outside the foundation's gate. Han Yushi looked at the content of the note strangely and was suddenly shocked. She said, Husband, did His Majesty agree to this? Li Zixuan said proudly, Of course. Look at what you're saying, wife. If His Majesty didn't agree, how would your husband have the guts to make a private decision? Han Yushi patted her chest and sighed in relief. She said, Phew, that's good. I'm going to the foundation today, so I'll help my husband announce this announcement. Be careful, wife. Latest announcement. From this year onwards, the businessman who donates the most to the Warm Tang Foundation will be awarded the title of Righteous Businessman by the Imperial Court. Today, the Warm Tang Foundation opened its doors as usual. Although there were fewer people who came to donate money than usual, there were still some people. The people in line quickly realized that the foundation today was different from usual. There was an eye-catching sign at the entrance, and the words on the sign were as follows. Everyone was shocked. Righteous Businessman. The Warm Tang Foundation actually had the power to be recognized by the Imperial Court as a righteous businessman. This was serious news. Chapter 11:20. Old Master. Old Master. Big news. Big news. Chongren Lane, Chow family's courtyard. A servant in a green shirt and a gray hat rushed in and said as he ran. Old Master Chow was flipping through the latest issue of Datong Daily. Datong Daily had developed to this point. Other than reporting on recent news, there were also many business opportunities in it. For example, there was a shortage of coal in Bing Province and Qinzhou. For businessmen, if they could capture business opportunities immediately, it meant that there was a chance to make money. What's the fuss about? Chow Wendong frowned when he heard the servants shouting outside. Old Master. Big news. Today, a notice was posted in front of the Warm Tang Foundation. It says that from this year onwards, the person who donates the most money will be rewarded with the title of Righteous Merchant. The servant pushed the door open and bowed. If the superiors were good, the subordinates would be even better. Chow Wendong had wanted the title of Righteous Merchant for a long time. The servants of the Chow family naturally paid attention to this news. Wasn't there a servant who came to report the news as soon as it was released? Smack. Chow Wendong slammed the newspaper on the table and stood up. What? The Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce wants to give the person who donates the most money the title of Righteous Merchant? The servant replied, Yes, old master. Chow Wendong's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He said, Is the source reliable? The servant said confidently, Don't worry, old master. I personally saw the notice posted in front of the Warm Tang Foundation. It can't be fake. Off. Chow Wendong took a deep breath. His eyes flashed and he immediately ordered, Get the 7 shopkeepers to come to me immediately. Yes, old master. Sigh. There's no hope for our Lin family this year. Some families were happy while others were sad. When Lin Wenyuan of the Lin family heard the news, his face was full of worry. This was because the Lin family's money was all tied up in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Currently, there was not much money circulating in their accounts. The so-called first good deed of the year was something that the Lin family would not be able to get. Master Hao is familiar with Han Shao. Why don't we let him ask Han Shao to beg the Marquis of Yong, and to release a batch of bicycles for our family? They will definitely sell well. When the time comes, I'll have extra money. Madame Lin thought of an idea and said. No. Lin Wenyuan didn't even think about it and directly refused. It's Hao-er's good fortune to be friends with Mr. Han. We can't ruin their friendship because of such a small benefit. Even if they had a batch of bicycles now, it would be too late. The Chow family is even more prepared. We can't compare to them no matter what. Now it seems that we can only fight for it next year. Master is right. Zhang Jingyang of Huayuan House donated 10,000 strings of cash to Nuantang Foundation. Murong Yunhai of Yongping Square donated 20,000 strings of cash to Nuantang Foundation. Qi Heshing of Changshu Square donated 10,000 strings of cash to Nuantang Foundation. The Warm Tang Foundation, which had been quiet for almost 10 days, suddenly became lively again. All kinds of large donations came in, attracting circle after circle of passers-by. The popularity of the event was even greater than before. Yo, why are there so many people donating money today? And they're all donating 10,000 strings of cash. What's going on? Tiske, didn't you see the notice on the door? From this year onwards, the Nguyen Tang Foundation will give the title of Righteous Merchant to the businessman who donates the most money every year. It's already the end of the year. Aren't those who want the title of Righteous Merchant in a hurry? Oh, I was wondering why that was. So that's why. This way, the Nguyen Tang Foundation can receive more donations and help more poor people in the future. Of course. I saw the students of Yanhuang College in Xingfeng County yesterday delivering coal stoves and clothes to Zhao Ermatsi's family. The Nguyen Tang Foundation is really doing this for our good. Your Majesty is wise. The people gathered outside the Nguyen Tang Foundation's gate and discussed. At the same time, they were praising the notice because they all knew that the more donations the Nguyen Tang Foundation received, the more poor people would be able to improve their lives. This was a great merit and at the same time, something that could benefit them. Chongren Lane's Chow Wendong donates 50,000 strings of cash to the Nguyen Tang Foundation. Suddenly, a clap of thunder blasted through the entire NE lane. Everyone was stunned. 50,000 strings of cash. Old Master Chow is so generous. Oh my God. Old Master Chow is too kind. This year's Righteous Merchant is definitely going to be him. Of course. In addition to the previous donation, Master Chow has donated a total of 60,000 strings of cash. Li Er did not know that the people were praising him. However, when he heard about the notice posted by the Nguyen Tang Foundation after the morning assembly, his old face immediately darkened. Bastard. That brat dares to make a decision on his own? Who gave him the guts? Li Er slammed the table and stood up angrily. Your Majesty, please calm down. Empress Zhang Sun brought a bowl of lotus seed soup over and happened to see Li Er throwing a tantrum. She quickly came over to console him. Guanyin, look. Isn't that brat getting bolder and bolder? Li Er threw the booklet in his hand on the table and snorted. Empress Zhang Sun put down the lotus seed soup and picked up the booklet. She opened it and read it seriously. A moment later, she frowned and said hesitantly, Your Majesty, I feel that with the Duke of Yong'an's personality, he would not act on his own in the face of such an important matter. Your Majesty, please think carefully. Did you promise the Duke of Yong'an to do this? Li Er raised his eyebrows. Guanyin, you don't believe me? I wouldn't dare. Empress Zhang Sun hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty is busy every day, so it's inevitable that you will remember some things incorrectly. Although the Duke of Yong'an is somewhat frivolous on the surface, he would not be so rash when it comes to matters of right and wrong. Therefore, I would like to be so bold as to ask your Majesty to recall. Li Er shook his head. I might remember other things incorrectly, but I will not remember this matter. At the time, Li Zishuan asked me to give rewards to merchants who donated a large amount of money, so I gave him a righteous merchant spot. But that was clearly starting from next year. That brat probably took advantage of a loophole again. He's getting bolder and bolder. The specific situation that day was, enough. Enough. I will grant you a righteous merchant spot every year. Your Majesty. Then does this year count? Scram. Li Er's original intention was to start from next year, but he did not expect that Li Zishuan would take advantage of a loophole again. Your Majesty. Although the Duke of Yong'an might have taken advantage of a loophole, considering that he did it for the sake of the people, you should not blame him, right? Empress Zhang Sun held back her laughter and persuaded. Chapter 11:21. When the civil officials heard the news of donating money to be rewarded with the title of Righteous Merchant, their reactions were very big. In their eyes, this was no different from Emperor Ling of Han selling his official position. Although the so-called Righteous Merchant was not an official, simply judging the amount of donations to decide whether to give the title of Righteous Merchant would damage the credibility of the imperial court and indirectly raise the status of merchants. Therefore, many of the civil officials began to draft memorials at home, planning to ask Li Er to take back the imperial decree tomorrow morning. Yes, there were those who agreed and those who disagreed, but no one suspected that the Nguyen Tang Foundation was faking the imperial decree. Because in everyone's hearts, the Nguyen Tang Foundation would not be so daring, and Li Zishuan, who was behind the foundation, would not have the guts either. The mess that Li Zishuan made in the end still had to be cleaned up by Li Er. Otherwise, if Li Zishuan was accused of faking the imperial decree, the great Tang Empire would lose such a peerless genius forever. Husband, in just half a day this morning, the foundation received more than 100,000 strings of coins in donations. The power of this announcement is too great, Han Yushi said excitedly to Li Zixuan during lunch. Now only the two of them were left at home. The others were still at Yinhuang College. They must have had too much fun in the morning and went to the college cafeteria for lunch. Of course, Li Zixuan said matter-of-factly as he ate. It's said that scholars value their reputation, while merchants value their profits. In fact, scholars and merchants both value their reputation and profits. Because with fame, profits will naturally come. Han Yushi thought about it thoughtfully, then nodded. Husband, what you said makes sense. But my husband doesn't seem to value his reputation, nor does he value profits. Li Zixuan laughed and said, what's the point of valuing those things? As long as our family can live happily for the rest of our lives, that's enough. Wife, don't you think so? Yes. Han Yushi nodded her head heavily. After getting married, she finally understood that for a family, unity and harmony were the most important things. Alright, husband, did His Majesty really allow this announcement in the morning? How come I've never heard you mention it before? Li Zixuan sweated slightly and said, His Majesty did say that, but he hasn't officially issued an imperial edict yet. In any case, you don't have to worry. The only reason he released the news now was because he wanted the Nuan Tang Foundation to increase its performance by the end of the year. After all, Li had already agreed to award the title of philanthropist to the person who donated the most money every year. So, what difference did it make whether it started this year or next? The next day, as soon as the morning court session began, there was indeed an official who requested Li Er to retract his order. He even said, if not, the country will be in danger. Li Er was already prepared. He had Kong Yingda tell the civil and military officials the story of Zi Lu rescuing drowning and Zi Gong redeeming people. Ever since we ascended the throne, we have worked hard every day for fear of repeating the mistakes of the previous dynasty. Although the Great Tang is at peace right now, there are still many people who can't get enough to eat and wear. We are concerned about the suffering of the people, so we set up the Warm Tang Foundation to gather the strength of all the wealthy in the Great Tang to help the poor. However, if we want the people to continue doing good deeds, how can the court not give out some decent benefits? Thus, we set up this rule to award the title of philanthropist to the philanthropist every year. Furthermore, this so-called philanthropist title is just a title. He has no real power and will not receive any special treatment. Why are you all so against it? Since the incident had already happened, there was no way he could push the blame to Li Zixuan. Before Li Er went to court, he had already thought of an excuse to deal with the stubborn scholars. In fact, his excuse was basically the same one that Li Zixuan had used to persuade him. However, Li would remember this grudge. As for whether he would find a chance to make things difficult for Li Zixuan in the future, that person could only pray for the best. Your Majesty is wise. This old subject agrees with your Majesty's philanthropist reward system. A person that even Li Er himself did not expect to stand out and support Li Er's philanthropist system. Who else could it be other than Wei Zheng? The Cui family had fallen, and Cui Junchuo was temporarily detained by the Supreme Court. After the new year, Wei Zheng would bring Cui Junchuo to Hunan province to clean up the government and thoroughly investigate the evil deeds that the Cui family had done over the years. This old subject has heard that those who seek for wood must strengthen their roots. Those who desire to flow far must dredge their source. Those who desire for the safety of the country must accumulate virtue. The source is not deep but the stream is far. The root is not solid but the tree is long. The virtue is not thick but the country's safety. Although this subject is foolish, I know that it is not right. The emperor is the weight of the divine weapon, the vastness of the region, the height of the sky, and the boundless safety of the land. Do not think of danger in times of peace, abstain from extravagance and thrift. The virtue is not thick, the affection is not strong, the desire is not strong, the root is cut in order to flourish, the source is blocked, the flow is long. Your Majesty's action is for the people. Although there are flaws, it is beneficial to the country. This old subject believes that your Majesty's action is very good. You can even increase the quota of philanthropist merchants every year by 2 more. This way, the Warm Tang Foundation will be able to collect donations from all over the world and help the people of the world. In the future, even if there is a natural disaster in the Tang Empire, the imperial court will not have to exhaust the national treasury to help the people. The Warm Tang Foundation will be able to overcome it alone and ensure the safety of the people of the Tang Empire. What Li Er did not expect was that the flamethrower Wei who liked to scold people in the past had now turned into a virtuous person. He wrote an essay in front of the court, giving him and the other officials a lesson on how to govern the country by valuing the people's lives. It was so long that Li Er could not help but applaud. Good, good, good. Beloved official Wei's words have won my heart. I believe that the emperor is like a boat, the commoners are like water. Water can carry a boat but it can also capsize it. I will always reflect on myself with this sentence. At the same time, I hope that all of you can take this as a warning and be good officials who serve the people wholeheartedly. Ensure the peace of the Tang Empire for generations. Li Er slammed the table and stood up. At this moment the more he looked at Wei Zheng the more he liked him. He even regretted sending Wei Zheng to the Hunan province next year. That's right. When Wei Zheng was sent to the Hunan province, it was partly for the sake of the public. In terms of fairness and honesty, there were not many people in the imperial court who could be compared to Wei Zheng. The other part was because of Li Er's selfishness. He wanted to have a few days of peace. But now old Li was a little regretful. If Wei Zheng, this mirror, left, would he be so complacent that he would make a foolish decision? Left Minister Wei's words are like pearls of wisdom. This old subject is enlightened after hearing them. This old subject also agrees with your Majesty's reward system for philanthropist merchants. Li Er's water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it, shocked the officials. The civil official number 2, Fang Xianling, immediately stood up and clasped his hands. Seeing this, the civil official number 1, Zhang Sun Wuji, also stood up and said, "This old subject agrees." Since the two of them supported Li Er, the rest of the officials could not do anything even if they objected. In the imperial court, there were voices of seconding. Chapter 11:22. If Li Zixuan had attended the morning assembly today, he would have screamed, F***CK, because Wei Zheng's 1,000-word proverb was basically the original text of the famous 10 Thoughts on Admonishing Emperor Taizong. However, the 10 Thoughts on Admonishing Emperor Taizong was written in the 17th year of Jingguan. It could only be said that as a transmigrator, some things could be changed but some things could not be changed no matter what. This was fate and also the cycle of the heavens. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan, who was concentrating on his book at home, received an imperial edict from Li Er. From next year onwards, the Warm Tang Foundation's quota for charity merchants will be increased to 3. At the end of the imperial edict, there was even a warning for Li Zixuan to not play any more tricks. This made Li Zixuan speechless. He thought to himself, old Li's tolerance is only SOSO. This guy doesn't know that with his actions, any random dynasty or emperor would have died countless times. Young Master Steward Fu is here. He's in the front hall. Han Yushi had been at the Warm Tang Foundation for the past 2 days, so only Li Zixuan and the 2 maids were left at home. At this time Xiao He knocked on the door of the study and said to Li Zixuan, "Oh, I'm coming." Li Zixuan replied, then put down his pen and walked out the door. "Young Master, I'm sorry for disturbing you while you're writing." Faubert saw Li Zixuan coming over and quickly stood up with an apologetic expression. Li Zixuan laughed and waved his hand. "Ah, Faubert, what are you saying? Writing a book is not something that can be finished in a day or 2. How is this disturbing? Please take a seat. Shall he boil a pot of tea and bring it over?" "Yes, young master." Xiao He answered and left. Now that there was a coal stove and honeycomb briquettes at home, boiling water was just too convenient. "Young master, this old man is here to ask if we should start producing the bicycles from before? After all, the demand for coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes is starting to decrease. We should be able to free up a lot of manpower to produce bicycles." After a while, Xiao He brought 2 cups of tea. Faubert stopped the small talk and got down to business. Li Zixuan was startled. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Since the workshop has enough manpower, we can naturally produce bicycles. But in this season, the people are usually so cold that they don't even want to go out. Will anyone be willing to buy a bicycle?" Faubert smiled and said, "Young master, you don't have to worry about that. Just a few days ago, many of the old masters who came to the workshop to ask for custom-made heaters asked if the workshop sold bicycles. That's why we don't have to worry about selling this bicycle." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "If that's the case, then go ahead and build it. Now that the workshop doesn't lack iron, rubber, or sulfur, it's better to make a batch by the end of the year and let the members of the Chamber of Commerce make a profit." At this time, he remembered that he still had a group of hungry members of the Chamber of Commerce under him. A while ago, the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes were beneficial to the country and the people. But to the members of the Chamber of Commerce, it was not beneficial. Only bicycles were profitable. But in order to carry out the warm winter operation well, he let the workshop focus on producing coal stoves. This was considered as sacrificing the interests of the members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Now was the time to compensate them. Okay. Then I will make the arrangements later. The molds and materials are all ready-made. We should be able to produce a batch before the new year. Faubert nodded. Faubert, how is Xiaobing doing over there? That kid should have sent you a message, right? Li Zixuan smiled and asked. Hearing Li Zixuan mention his nephew, Uncle Fu's face was full of smiles. He replied, Thank you for your concern, young master. That kid is fine. I heard that he used the money young master gave him to buy a house over there and bought a few acres of land. He said that he plans to let me retire in the future. Li Zixuan could not help but laugh. From what I see, he wants to settle down there himself. Faubert was a little embarrassed. I don't think so. He just wants to have a place to stay while helping young master. Li Zixuan shook his head and did not probe further. He asked again, Then does he have news of my father-in-law? Ever since Han Lijing went to Hedong Road, he had not sent any messages to Li Zixuan or Han Yushi. Han Yushi was naturally very worried. Li Zixuan was also a little worried. He even sent people to Hedong Road to check for news. But the world was big. If a person fell into a sea of people, how could it be so easy to find him? Faubert stroked his beard and carefully recalled for a moment. He said, I remember Xiaobing mentioned in a letter that Han Lijing went to Yunzhou. He did not mention anything else. Li Zixuan's heart sank. After a moment he nodded and said, I know. That's all for now. Faubert cupped his hands and said goodbye. Li Zixuan sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. Suddenly he said, Husband. Husband. Father is back. There was a flurry of footsteps and Han Yushi's surprised cheers at the door. Li Zixuan opened his eyes and saw Han Yushi panting in front of him. Her little face was red from the cold. The breath from her mouth formed clouds of white mist in the air. After a moment of shock, Li Zixuan said, Wifey, are you saying that father-in-law is back? Under normal circumstances, Han Yushi would call Li Zixuan father, and Han Tianhu father. Li Zixuan was very sensitive to the key point in Han Yushi's words. Yes, father is back. Han Yushi nodded happily. Li Zixuan heard and hurriedly stood up. He said, Where is he? Let's go and see father-in-law. At the same time he finally felt relieved. As long as Han Lijing was fine, it was fine. Otherwise his wife would cry to death. No need, Xiaoxian. I'm here. At this moment Han Lijing appeared at the door and said. It turned out that Han Yushi had come to Yunshan with him. However, perhaps because Han Yushi was too excited and wanted to tell Li Zixuan the news earlier, she ran faster and arrived first. Li Zixuan looked over and saw Han Lijing standing upright in front of the door. His face was unshaven and looked a little weathered. Although his clothes were a little shabby, they still looked tidy. His back was as straight as usual, but there was more depth in his eyes, making him look a little melancholy. Father-in-law. Li Zixuan went forward and greeted him with a smile. How have you and Yushi been? Han Lijing asked with a smile. Both are good. Both are good. Father-in-law must be tired from the journey. Come in and sit down. Li Zixuan felt that there were many stories behind his father-in-law's smile. He guessed that he had experienced many things on this trip to Hedong Road. Chapter 11:23. Father-in-law, I heard that you went to Yunzhou a while ago? Li Zixuan asked after Han Tianhu sat down in the Yunshan residence. Han Lijing replied, Yes, I went to Yunzhou to visit my old brothers. Li Zixuan sensed that something was wrong with Han Lijing's tone, so he asked, Father-in-law, did something happen? Han Lijing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Nothing. Let's not talk about it. When I came back, I heard that the Chui family had fallen. Is that true? Li Zixuan saw that his father-in-law did not want to talk about Yunzhou, so he did not ask further. He nodded and said, Yes, that's true. Han Lijing sighed with emotion, then his expression changed. Xiaoxian, tell me honestly. Did you secretly add fuel to the fire behind the Chui family's incident? There were less than 10 people in the Tang Empire who knew the real mastermind behind the Chui family's incident. Han Lijing could guess it because he knew that Li Zixuan had a history with the Chui family. Li Zixuan met his father-in-law's aggressive gaze and could only say helplessly, I do have some connections. Han Lijing asked anxiously, Does His Majesty know about this? Li Zixuan smiled bitterly and said, If His Majesty doesn't know, why would I be grounded for 2 months? Han Lijing's face turned pale instantly. He said angrily, Grounded for 2 months? Xiaoxian, you're still not satisfied with being grounded for 2 months? What you've done is taboo. Luckily, His Majesty is benevolent and magnanimous. Otherwise, even if you had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough to chop them off. Xiaoxian, I hope that you can think twice before you do anything in the future. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Now you don't only represent yourself. Behind you, there's Yushi, your father, mother, and sister, and even the students of the academy. There's more than one solution to many problems. Being rash and impulsive will only lead to endless troubles. Imperial power was greater than the heavens. Little Xian, I've been there before. I know you don't like to be restrained, but since you've left Mount Longhu and entered the secular world, you have to maintain a respectful heart towards imperial power. Otherwise, once His Majesty becomes suspicious of you, everything in the Li family, including the Yanhuang College, will be reduced to nothing. In the past, my father lost his respect for the imperial power and was momentarily blinded by greed. He rebelled with Yang Shengon, and in the end his family was destroyed. Father-in-law hopes that you can take this as a warning and try not to let your emotions affect your decisions. Han Qianhu's personal experience had instilled in Li Zixuan the concept of imperial power is supreme. After Li Zixuan finished listening to his father-in-law's description, a layer of cold sweat formed on his back. At this moment he finally understood that he was indeed a little too reckless and selfish back then. He had only considered the temporary satisfaction and comfort he would get by wiping out the Chui family, but he had not considered that his family and even his students would be implicated by his actions. Although it was refreshing to see injustice on the road and draw a sword to help, it would be fine if he had no attachments, but he still had a group of old and weak women and children behind him. His father-in-law was right. He had indeed lost his respect and acted too rashly. Father-in-law is right. I will take this as a warning and think thrice before doing anything in the future. Li Zixuan solemnly cupped his hands and said. He was not someone who could not listen to other people's opinions. Han Lijing's eyes were filled with both gratification and complexity. He sighed and said, I hope this incident will not arouse His Majesty's suspicion. Otherwise, little Xian, you will have a hard time in the imperial court in the future. Father-in-law, you don't have to worry. His Majesty has already punished me by grounding me for 2 months. Even if he is suspicious, at most he will just strip me of my official title. At that time, I will be able to peacefully be a rich man and a teacher. Anyway, it had already happened. Li Zixuan was very open-minded. First, he did not rebel, and second, he did not usurp the throne. At most, Li Zixuan would just strip him of his official title and let him go home to farm. Throughout the entire Jingguan dynasty, except for those who rebelled, no minister had been beheaded because he angered the emperor. In this era, the monarch was quite tolerant of his ministers. It was far from the Qing dynasty, where one's entire family would be killed because of one wrong word. As long as he did not touch that red line, his life would not be in danger. Alas, this is the only way. I just came back. There are still many things to do at home, so I will go back first. Little Shen, take care. Han Qianhu let out a long sigh. He stood up and patted Li Zixuan's shoulder, then he was about to leave. Li Zixuan felt an inexplicable sense of heaviness. He always felt that after his father-in-law went to Yunzhou, he seemed to have changed a little. He had become more profound. Husband, father may be thinking too much. Don't take it to heart. Han Yushi saw Li Zixuan frowning and sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. She could not help but feel a little distressed. Li Zixuan sighed, took his wife into his arms and said, Wife, I am sorry. A while ago I was too impulsive. I only wanted to have a clear mind for a moment, but I neglected you all. I almost implicated the entire Li family into a sea of fire. In the future I will not. Husband, don't say that. Before Li Zixuan could finish, Han Yushi placed her slender finger in front of Li Zixuan's mouth and said anxiously, Since this concubine is married to my husband, I am naturally willing to share honor and disgrace with my husband. No matter what my husband does, this concubine will support him. No matter what the consequences are, this concubine is willing to bear them with my husband. Looking at the pure eyes and sincere face of the beautiful lady in front of him, Li Zixuan's heart was suddenly greatly touched. He couldn't help but hug Han Yushi tightly in his arms again. He silently patted her back and thought in his heart, Don't worry about me. Wife, I will protect you in this life. I will also protect father, mother, and Lan. Han Lijing's words made Li Zixuan suddenly wake up. He could not be reckless, especially when he was the head of the family. The fate of the whole family was related to him, so he had to be more careful. However, not being rash did not mean that he would remain silent the next time he saw injustice. Han Lijing was right. There were some things that could not be solved by being rash. Although it was domineering and satisfying to take revenge without caring about anything else, the repercussions, that came with it were equally huge. Li Zixuan felt that he should be more stable in the future. After all, this was a feudal society. No matter what happened in the future, he had to live day by day. After another 2 days, on the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, the warm winter operation ended. Li Zixuan announced that all the students were on holiday. Those who lived close to him could go home, and those who lived far away could stay in the academy for the new year. During this period, the academy would provide all the students with free food. Such attractive conditions made some of the teachers in the academy who lived close to Yunshan couldn't help but stay. After all, the food in the academy was completely comparable to the restaurants outside. Li Zixuan knew that he could not help but laugh. In addition to free food for the students who stayed for the new year, he also prepared something else. Chapter 11:24. As the end of the year approached, the atmosphere in the capital became more and more intense. On the streets of Chang and city, people could be seen purchasing New Year goods everywhere. The price of pork in the eastern and western cities quietly rose. Although it was cheap meat in the eyes of the rich, it was a supreme delicacy to the poor. Furthermore, Zuaxian restaurant had introduced a few new dishes that were related to pork. There were more and more ways to cook pork among the people, but they were not as delicious as Zuaxian restaurants. Even so, the pork dishes among the people were many times more delicious than before. Therefore, no matter if it was rich or poor, they would stock up on pork at home as the end of the year approached. As a result, the demand for pork in Chang and city naturally soared. It was difficult for the price of pork not to rise. However, with the previous example of cloth prices skyrocketing in Chang and city and cloth merchants being arrested, the peddlers did not dare to go overboard. The price of pork was still within a controllable range. In addition to pork, the sales of other goods were also booming, such as cloth, silk, jade Buddha, porcelain, and so on. All kinds of small items for children to play with also filled the streets and alleys. Jianghu merchants also hoped to take advantage of this annual festival to make a fortune. Although Yunshan city was far away from the bustling city, one could still feel the flavor of the new year. Li Gang had 2 sons. The eldest son was called Li Shaoji. He left behind Li Anren, who died a few years ago. The youngest son, Li Lian, had been an official in another city and had returned to Chang, and 2 days ago. The old man had lived in Yunshan city for a long time and was used to the elegant atmosphere here. He insisted on celebrating the new year here. Li Lian was not by his father's side all year round. Naturally, he had to stay by Li Gang's side to fulfill his filial piety. Therefore, he brought his wife and servants to Yunshan city. The couple had stayed in the Cloud Mountain courtyard for 2 days. They were actually reluctant to go back because the house and furniture in the courtyard were too comfortable to live in. As the end of the year approached, Li Lian's wife also began to arrange for the servants to buy New Year's goods. She and Li Lian were very respectful to Li Zixuan, the owner of Yunshan. Therefore, when buying New Year's goods, they would often come over to ask Li Zixuan or Han Yushi if they wanted to help bring anything. Sometimes Han Yushi would go to the Chang and Warm Tang Foundation and often use a carriage to give Li Lian's wife a ride. After a few exchanges, the 2 families quickly became familiar with each other, and there was a sense of closeness between them. Recently, Yen Lide had been coming to Cloud Mountain more frequently. In a few days, the officials of the imperial court would welcome a rare 7 days of annual leave. Yen Lide also planned to bring his family to Cloud Mountain for the new year. As a person grew older, he preferred peace and quiet. Therefore, at Yunshan, the Yen family's residence was also decorated with lanterns and colored banners to welcome the new year. As for Sun Simiao, the old Taoist had always been a loner. He had no concept of celebrating the new year, but he had a good disciple. After failing to invite Sun Simiao to his home for the new year, he asked Hu Hanyun to go to Yunshan Mountain to buy New Year's goods for his master. Of course, old Hu agreed. Even Lu Yue, who had always been stingy, became generous at this time. She let Hu Hanyun carry the pork and fish bought at home to Yunshan Mountain as if they were free. Hu Jing and Hu Zhen, on the other hand, helped Sun Simiao tidy up the courtyard inside and out after the free medical consultation every day. The 2 of them claimed that they would definitely go to Yunshan during the new year to celebrate with Sun Simiao. As for the free medical consultation in the surrounding counties, they would definitely have to stop in a few days and could only continue after the new year. Yen Silu returned to Chang, and after the holidays. He still had a big family in Chang'an. Wang Ji was unwilling to go to his brother's house, so he stayed in the academy. He bragged to the bearded man all day long and drank some wine. He was quite carefree. Ma Zhou rented a house in Chang'an City, so he had somewhere to go. However, he spent more time in the editorial department of Datong Daily recently. Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei went down the mountain and returned to their mansion in Plum Village, which was the house of Lu Shuren and his son. As for the rest of the Mo family, the civilian staff returned to their homes in Plum Village, while the military staff continued to guard the academy. This was because there were many scientific secrets in Yanhuang College. If they were stolen by someone with ill intentions, the loss would be huge. In fact, people like Ma Zhou, Wang Ji, Yen Silu, and Mo Huai were very likely to be evaluated as professors in the academy's teacher title evaluation at the beginning of next year. When that time came, they would naturally obtain a modern residence in Yunshan Mountain that everyone envied. Li Zishuan did not lack money or residences. He lacked talents. If there were 10,000 talents like Ma Zhou and Wang Ji, he would dare to take them all. Wasn't it just a house for each of them? In Li Zishuan's eyes, it was just a small amount of money. However, if he did this in the modern world, he would really be a super rich boss. Even the richest man in the country would not dare to play like this. Feiji, go and invite Mr. Li Gang over. Tell him that I've warmed a pot of good wine and invited him to taste it. Li Zishuan saw that the house was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, but he still felt that something was missing. Suddenly he thought of something and gave the order. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji immediately received the order and left. After half an hour, Li Gang's laughter came from outside. You must be lying to me. You said that you've warmed a pot of good wine? Ah, I'm afraid you have something to ask me, right? His voice arrived before his person. Although Li Gang was already over 80 years old, his voice was still full of energy. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man had already arrived at the door. Li Zishuan quickly stood up and greeted him. What are you talking about, old man? Look at this stove. Isn't there a pot of good wine that I've warmed for you? Oh, it really is. Judging from the smell, it doesn't smell like a gentle village and it doesn't smell like drunken immortal either. Why does it smell like herbs? Li Gang sniffed lightly, and his face was filled with confusion. Li Zishuan laughed and stretched out his hand. This is a medicinal wine recipe that I got from Sun Daozhang last month. Drinking it can strengthen the bones, strengthen the muscles, and nourish the blood. Moreover, the method of making this medicinal wine is quite unique, causing the taste of this medicinal wine to be even more unique. Mr. Li, would you like to try it? He wasn't making this up. The prescription for the medicinal wine was real. Originally, it was meant for his father, but Li Jingma felt that his body was still strong and didn't need to drink it. After drinking it a few times, he didn't drink it. Now, it was a good idea to give it to Li Gang. At his age, the old man's ability to produce blood was insufficient, and his muscles and bones were seriously aging. He needed nourishment like this. Ah, Yamacho, you've praised this medicinal wine as if it's the only thing in the world. How can I not give it a try? Li Gang sat down and smiled while stroking his beard. Suddenly he changed the topic. Yamacho, why don't you tell me why you're looking for me first? Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable drinking this wine. Ah, Li Zishuan's old face, or rather his small face, immediately stiffened. Chapter 11:25. Ahem. Mr. Li's eyes are as sharp as a torch, so I told you the truth. In the Yunshan residence, Li Zishuan coughed awkwardly before telling the truth. I wanted to ask for a few words from Mr. Li, but because I've been grounded at home by His Majesty, it's inconvenient for me to go out, so I had to ask Mr. Li to come over. Li Gang was speechless. Our residences are only a few steps away from each other. Even if you go out, do you think His Majesty will find trouble with you? Besides, there are no outsiders on Yunshan. Who would be so free as to inform His Majesty of such a small matter? Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. Who asked him to be well-meaning by his father-in-law 2 days ago? Naturally, he would be a little more careful when doing things. Ahem. Since His Majesty wants me to stay at home and reflect, then I must be sincere. Ah. Li Gang shook his head. He obviously didn't believe him, but he was too lazy to investigate further. At this time he said, in terms of calligraphy, I'm far inferior to Deng Shan, Chu Suiliang, and Bo Shi, Yu Shernan. Why would Yamacho come to me for help? Ah. What I seek is Mr. Li's artistic conception and also Mr. Li's spirit. Mr. Li has noble character and unquestionable integrity. I must hang Mr. Li's calligraphy at home and study it at all times. Li Zishuan flattered. In fact, this fellow wanted to take Li Gang's calligraphy and leave it as a family heirloom for future generations. Although Li Gang's calligraphy wasn't as famous as Yu Shernan and Chu Suiliang's, Li Gang's fame wasn't any less than those two. Besides, he was now grounded. How could he go out and ask Yu Shernan and Chu Suiliang to write for him? Sending someone to invite them to his residence wasn't realistic either. After all, their friendship wasn't that good yet. Ah, Yamacho, don't flatter me. What do you want me to write? Just tell me. When the time comes, don't complain that my calligraphy is ugly. Li Gang waved his hand and smiled helplessly. Li Zishuan nodded at Xiaohe. The latter turned around and left. Soon, she returned with 2 rows of red papers in her hands. Li Zishuan said to Li Gang, "It's going to be the new year soon. I want to hang 2 auspicious characters in front of the door to make it seem more festive. It's just that these characters are a little difficult to display, so I asked Mr. Li Gang to come and inscribe them." Li Gang frowned. "What are you going to inscribe on Yamacho?" "I call this a couplet because it's going to be the new year soon. It's also called Spring Festival Couplets." "Couplet? Yamacho, tell me about it." It could not be said that there were no couplets in this era, but there was no such thing as a couplet. In fact, long before the Qin and Han dynasties, people in our country had the custom of hanging peach talismans during the new year. The so-called peach talisman was to write the names of the legendary exorcist gods Xin Cha and Yu Lei on 2 peach planks and hang them on the left and right doors to exorcise ghosts and suppress evil. This custom lasted for more than 1,000 years. It was only in the 5th generation that people began to inscribe couplets on the peach planks. According to the records of the Song dynasty and the Shu family, Meng Chong, the ruler of Shu in the 5th generation, every year, scholars were appointed to write poems and inscribe peach talismans on the left and right of the bedroom door. At the end of the year 964 AD, the scholar Xing Yinshuan wrote poems. Chong used his non-professional skills to write poems and wrote New Year's celebration festivals Changchun. This was the earliest form of couplets, and it was also the earliest spring festival couplets in our country. After the Song dynasty, it was quite common for people to hang spring festival couplets during the new year. Wang Engshi's poem, "Thousands of Families Always Exchange New Peach Talismans for Old Ones," was a true portrayal of the grand occasion at that time. Because the appearance of spring festival couplets was closely related to peach talismans, the ancients called them peach talismans. Therefore, when Li Gang heard the couplets and spring festival couplets, he was stunned. Li Zishuan was already prepared, and he said without hesitation, "The first part of the couplet is called, Smooth Sailing, Happy Every Year. The second part is called, Everything Goes Well, Every Step is High. The horizontal inscription is, Lucky Star Shines High." This couplet wasn't considered literary, but it stood out because it was festive. It was considered one of the more widespread spring festival couplets in modern times. Li Gang heard this and squinted his eyes. After a moment of silence, he nodded and praised, "Although it doesn't have any novelty, it wins in that the couplet is neat and tidy. Furthermore, these 2 sentences can be considered appropriate for the occasion. But why do I feel that this couplet is similar to the peach talisman?" "Peach talisman?" Li Zishuan was stunned. Fortunately, he wasn't an ignorant person. After thinking for a while, he finally recalled the peach talisman in an ancient poem. Therefore, he nodded and said, that's right. This is also called a peach talisman, but I feel that couplets are more suitable for it than peach talismans." Li Gang shook his head and didn't deny it. The old man placed the red paper on the table. Li Zishuan hurriedly asked Xiaohe to grind the ink with the best pine smoke ink. The Tang dynasty was a period of rapid development of ink production technology. From the Wei and Jin dynasties, the ink balls, made of lacquer and pine coal, were gradually popularized and finalized in the Tang dynasty. Various solid ink ingots were made with pine smoke and glue, and the quality was getting better and better. Famous inks such as Zhu Min, Li Yangbing, Xichao, Xitingue, and other famous inks made by famous artists such as Zhu Min, Li Yangbing, Xichao, and Xitingue were all tributes to the imperial family. Li Gang held the brush and concentrated. After a series of strokes, 16 large characters suddenly appeared on the paper. Li Zishuan looked at it and realized that Li Gang's handwriting wasn't as bad as the old man said. It was different from Chu Suelyang's calligraphy, which was long and flat, and was also different from Yu Shernan's calligraphy, which was dignified and full of spirit. Li Gang's handwriting was as smooth as jade, graceful and elegant. Perhaps his handwriting was just like his character, a gentleman like jade. Good handwriting. Good handwriting. Xiaohe, quickly send it to the workshop and let Faubert frame it with high-quality glass. This year, during the new year, we will put this couplet in front of our house and pass it down for generations to come. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and laughed. Speaking of which, even if his future descendants were to be prodigals, with just this couplet, they should be able to live without worries, right? Yes, young master. Xiaohe responded. Then she and Xiao carefully dried the ink on the red paper and brought it to the workshop. Li Gang couldn't help but laugh. He said helplessly, "Yamacho, don't joke around. In terms of calligraphy, I am far inferior to Dengshan and Bashi. I really don't understand why you want me to come and inscribe it." Li Zishuan waved his hand and retorted, "Mister, you are wrong. In terms of calligraphy, there is no such thing as good or bad. At most, each of them has their own merits. In terms of speaking skills, Dengshan and Bashi are no match for you, Yamacho." Li Gang smiled and pointed at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was helpless. He wasn't trying to flatter him just now. "Forget it, let's not talk about that anymore. Mister, please sit down and drink." Now I can finally relax and drink." Li Gang joked again. Chapter 11:26. "Feiji, go get these materials for me." After sending off Li Gang, Li Zishuan wrote and drew in the study for a while. Then he took out a list of materials and ordered Pang Feiji. Pang Feiji did not even look at it. He took it and cupped his fist. "Yes, Marquis." Then he turned and left. Li Zishuan hurriedly called out to him, instructing him with a stern face, "Keep this list safe for this Marquis. If it's lost or seen by others, you won't be able to pay for it even if you use your life. Do you understand?" Pang Feiji straightened his back and said seriously, "Understood, Marquis. I'll definitely keep it safe." Walking out of the courtyard, he took out the list of materials that Li Zishuan gave him. He was dumbfounded. This. What does Marquis want these things for? Is he keeping them for the new year? Previously, when Li Zishuan asked Li Gang to write couplets, Pang Feiji guessed that Li Zishuan was preparing for the new year even though he was not there. However, what did the things on the list have to do with the new year? Forget it. I don't care anymore. I just need to find these things for Marquis and make sure that no one else sees this list. Pang Feiji could not figure it out no matter how hard he scratched his head. In the end, he could only put the list back carefully and walk down the mountain. After instructing Pang Feiji, Li Zishuan returned to the study and continued writing. In fact, he had already written a portion of the second semester's teaching materials a few months ago. After so many days of seclusion, he was almost done with the second volume of teaching materials. Now his main job was to proofread. The house was quiet. There were only him and two maids. Han Yushi went to Chang, and in the morning, the rest accompanied Yi Guozhong and old lady Yi to tour the academy. That's right. This group of people had been walking around the academy for a few days and they were still not tired of it. Li Zishuan sometimes did not understand. Wasn't it just a bunch of reinforced concrete buildings? Was it that attractive? This guy was just standing there and talking. He didn't even think about it. Yi Guochong and old Madame Yi were born and raised in the Tang dynasty. How could they not feel refreshed when they saw the tall cement building? It was like a modern person seeing an ancient house for the first time. It would be strange if they didn't find it novel. Bang bang bang. Marquis, I've already found everything you need. After an unknown amount of time, Pang Feiji knocked on the door. Li Zishuan put down the document in his hand, raised his head and said, "Come in." With a creak, Pang Feiji came in with a gunny sack. Seeing this, Li Zishuan frowned and said, "You put everything in a sack?" Pang Feiji quickly put down the sack and opened it, saying, No. Marquis, look, these are all wrapped in small packets of paper." Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction. "All right. Well done. Go guard the front yard. I'm going to the backyard to do something. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter the backyard." Pang Feiji nodded and replied, "Yes, Marquis." Then he couldn't help but ask, "Marquis, what are you going to do with these things?" After saying that, Pang Feiji immediately regretted it. In a big family it was taboo to know too much. Li Zishuan wasn't angry. He raised his eyes and glanced at Pang Feiji. "You'll know when the time comes. Alright, did you destroy the list just now?" Seeing that Li Zishuan didn't blame him, Pang Feiji heaved a sigh of relief. He then replied, "The list is here. I haven't destroyed it yet." Li Zishuan picked up the gunny sack with one hand and walked out of the door. He said calmly, "Remember to burn the list later." Pang Feiji was stunned. He then said, "Yes." However, Li Zishuan was no longer beside him. The latter had already gone to the backyard to do something. "Husband, I'm back." It was close to noon when Han Yushi returned from Chang'an City. Once she entered the house, she habitually shouted inside. However, there was no response from inside. At this time, Xiao He appeared out of nowhere and said, "Young mistress, young master is doing something in the backyard alone." "Then I'll go take a look." Han Yushi put down the package in her hands, then clapped her hands and walked towards the backyard. Pang Feiji, who was guarding the front yard, obviously heard it. However, he wasn't stupid enough to stop her. Although Li Zixuan had instructed him not to let outsiders into the backyard, Han Yushi was obviously not an outsider. "Wife, you're back?" In the backyard, Li Zixuan was using glue to make thick paper cylinders. The diameter of the cylinders was about a little thicker than a thumb, and the cylinders were about 20 centimeters tall. There were materials scattered all over the ground beside him. Li Zixuan, who was fiddling in the yard, heard the sound of footsteps and spoke without turning his head. Judging by the sound, this was the tacit understanding between an old couple. Speaking of glue, many people subconsciously thought that there was no glue in ancient times. In fact, there was glue, but it wasn't the modern chemical glue. The glue Li Zixuan was using now was fish gelatin. As the name implied, it was made from fish bladders. The fish bladders were steamed, boiled, pounded, and filtered before they were finally made into fish gelatin. When it was used, it was heated in water. After it was melted, it would be applied to the surface of the object. After it cooled and dried, it would be successfully adhered. In terms of viscosity, it was much stronger than most modern adhesives. Other than fish gelatin, there was also pig gelatin. It was made from pig skin. After boiling, it became something like glue. When it was used, it was also heated in water. It was used in the same way as fish gelatin. It could be said that the wisdom of the ancient people in terms of tools and materials wasn't as weak as most people thought. "Husband, what are you doing?" Han Yushi saw the paper tubes lying on the ground and other materials scattered everywhere. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said, "Well, I'm making something similar to firecrackers, but it's not only louder than firecrackers, but also better looking than firecrackers. Wife, you just came back. Go and rest. I'll be done in a while." That's right, Li Zixuan wanted to make fireworks. At this time, the firecrackers wrapped in gunpowder with paper had not appeared yet. There were only firecrackers, or exploding rods. To put it bluntly, this thing was a bamboo rod. Because the bamboo rod was sealed in sections, when it was heated, the gas inside would expand. If it was heated for a long time, the bamboo rod would explode, so it was called a firecracker. Usually, during the new year, naughty children liked to play with this thing the most. They could often see naughty children on the street throwing bamboo rods into the fire in groups of 3 to 5. They mainly wanted to hear the sound. Official firecrackers with gunpowder were only recorded in the Northern Song dynasty. At that time, they were also called firecrackers. The fireworks that Li Zixuan was making now with the help of gunpowder were definitely not available in the Tang dynasty.